So it's 8:30, we'll call the Senior Services Grant Commission to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Thomas?
Here.
Fletz?
Here.
Nicholas?
She's coming, she'll be a little late, sorry.
Miller?
Here.
Mayor?
Here.
Krieger? Holtz? Hill? Hart?
Here.
Legowski? Duffin? Here. Campbell?
Here.
Alta?
Here. Do you have a quorum? Yes. You have a quorum, so we'll continue. First item on our agenda is the review and approval of our last meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve them? Ms. Campbell, seconded by Mr. Thomas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. No public comment this morning. Did anyone sign in?
Yes.
Oh, we do have a public comment. Excellent. Patrick Shea from Woodstock. You're just here? Oh, you're just here. Okay. Well, you know what? Comment. Good morning, Patrick. Nice to have you with us this morning. Going on to old business. We have an introduction this morning. We have Lisa Mayer with us. She's going to be a new commissioner taking the place of the representative from the Township Association. She represents Greenwood Township. I've known her for a while. I'm very excited that she's joining us. Be kind to her. We can kind of give her an orientation, but she's walking in obviously not having any of the experiences that you guys had or the ability to really look at the applications. So welcome, and we'll carry you with us, okay?
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda. Remember last meeting when I explained to you that we had a little issue when we were looking at some of the applications with regard to some of our organizations still being in good standing and some financial issues. We did some internal review, and with Sarah and Maria's assistance, we revised the way that the internal staff reviews applications before they go out for you and your review. So we've added a few checkpoints with regard to financials and making sure that all of our organizations who are applying for grants are in good standing with the state of Illinois. And 990s don't always tell us that, so we've included a few other things. We're very pleased. Carrie Holtz, who won't be with us today, but Carrie came in, and as you know, she's a CPA. She weighed in and gave us some suggestions as well. So if anybody wants to see it, we have a copy, but trust me, it's really good. Next item is the 2026 schedule. You all received that in your packets. Anybody have any comments? Are the dates okay? I'm gonna look at all of you with my serious mom face and say, please make sure that these are on your calendar. We've narrowed it down to 4 meetings. The last one is an all day, obviously today. Please, your attendance is really important as we give out, almost $2 million in grant funds. And then Eric, can you give us real quickly 4.4 the expenditures update, please?
Yes. So as of yesterday, September 18th, in Q3 there was about $194,000 spent to date, and that included about 1,900 unduplicated seniors in Q3, 26,000 service units, and this brought us to a grand total of over 15,000 unduplicated seniors served through project year 2025, with over 150,000 service units provided. And this is only including 3 reports from Habitat for Humanity, Senior Care Volunteer Network, and Home of the Sparrow, because the Q3 reports are actually due at the end of this month, so we'll be getting the majority of them in.
And we are tracking anybody who is a little bit late in asking or requesting dollars. We are following through on that. So we do maintain that communication with all of our organizations to ensure that they actually are utilizing every penny of the money that we have allocated them. Correct, Eric?
That is correct.
Great. Anybody have any questions on any of those items?
Can you just say that last part one more time? You follow back.
Staff. I would love to say it's me, but I don't do that. Staff actually maintains communication with every single entity that we have awarded money to, and if it appears that they're late requesting reimbursement we call and say, is there an issue? You know, are those paperworks coming? We want to make sure that if we allocate $10 to them, they're spending $10, right? Minimally $9.99, but as much as they can. And if there is an issue, how do we help them? You know, and sometimes we do internally, we can move some things from one line item to another, but it's well within the policy that we have passed. Okay? And can we add to the attendance roll, Dina Krieger and Jerry Glogowski?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm late.
No, don't worry about it. Abby's gonna be later than you, so you get a pass.
Thank you.
She just texted me. All right, moving on to new business. I'm gonna kind of pause for a moment. I don't need to pause too much longer. Abby's here. Can we add Abby? You're fine. You're right on time, actually. I will just caution those of you who are a little bit late again, please look at the dates that we have scheduled for 2026 and make sure they're on your calendar and that there's not a conflict. And then again, we had an expenditure update. Things look extraordinarily well, okay? And if you do have a problem with that schedule, let me know ASAP so we can make whatever adjustments. We let our applicants know what our schedule is so that they can respond accordingly as well. So if there's a major issue, we need to address it as soon as we possibly can for the coming year. All right, our presentations, are we early? I will see you here. Okay, yes, so
We are a little early, yes.
and so this is, and that's okay, so this is an opportunity, these are the entities that we scored. And we said that their applications that we looked at were interesting enough for us to invite them to make full presentations to the commission. They will explain to us now who they serve, what their program is specifically, how they account for the finances. This is when you get to ask the questions. Where else do you get your funds from? How much of the monies that we would allocate to you do you use for this specific program? What other kind of programs do you have? How do you support? How do you keep your, any question you want to ask so you feel comfortable in us giving them X amount of dollars, this is your opportunity to do that after they make their presentation. Yes, ma'am.
So there were more applicants, these are the ones that made the cut?
Actually, this time every applicant that applied is going to make a presentation, but that is not always the case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we do an internal review and we bring applications forward and then all of you make a score. And sometimes some of the ones at the bottom just don't make it to the presentation invite.
Okay.
Again, let me introduce Lisa. Lisa is our new member from Greenwood Township. If you'll recall, Eric Ruth resigned due to his crazy schedule, and the Township Association appointed Lisa Mayer to join us. Tina, that's where the presentations are, skitch in the side. We'll get you a chair. We'll get you a chair. Thank you. Thank you. I lost. Oh, and so everyone say hello to Lisa and please introduce yourself to her at lunch or when we have a break. And I don't want to say anything, but unbeknownst to everybody, Greenwood Township resident, Greenwood Township County Board Representative. I don't know, guys. They just sat next to each other. So just, just be watching that corner at the table. So, yes, first presenters are here.
I didn't see it.
Okay, we're a little early.
We're a
Anybody
little
have,
early, yeah.
yeah,
We
anybody
still
have
have 5
any,
minutes.
anybody have any questions? And can we add Tina Hill to the roll too, please? Thank you, Eric. Yes, sir.
So as the money gets delegated out, is it as needed or will we just be writing them one big check?
No. What they do is
How is that
it's
process?
reimbursement, right? So
Oh.
we evaluate all the expenditures, make sure that they meet the requirements of the grant. And it's done quarterly in most cases. We're trying to get people more on quarterly. That also allows us to put money into our investment account and get some money back. But there are some organizations that, depending upon the services that they provide and how large or small they are, need to ask for monthly reimbursements, and we do permit that. We try and discourage it, but sometimes we are aware that that's just the only way that they can function.
And I think right now we only have one agency doing that, Eric.
Yeah,
And if you
Monthly.
can see here, it kind
Monthly.
of, for 2025 over here,
thank you.
it shows you where they're at. And I can scroll down so you can see, but this is the percentage they have left for the year.
Are you able to send that way?
Yeah, I can
send it
Go this way?
But it was
Can we
sent
slide
out,
Okay, I'll find it.
Can we slide over?
Send it
Yeah, there we go, thank you.
Yes. So if you see here, Harvard Community Senior Center, for example, and this is where they're at 47% left.
And what's their fiscal year? Is it,
It's our fiscal year,
okay.
and so,
So it ends December.
Yeah, 11:30.
11:30 November,
November.
yeah, December 1st.
December 1st starts a new one. And that's what we're
And that's what we're doing now.
meeting about.
We're allocating so that that goes into, 2026. Yes.
And I can send this if you don't have it.
What happens if an entity that we've chosen to fund doesn't use all their funds?
Then it comes back to us and we can reallocate it next year. It has happened really only once or twice, and it was due to some staffing issues, and we couldn't reallocate the funds that we had allocated to any other use. But it does not happen often, but it does come back to us.
And it just sits in our.
When I say us, it sits in our account, senior services, yeah. And by the way, too, because we levy for senior services, this money cannot be used for any other purpose except this. They can't, county board can't allocate it, can't borrow against it, can't do anything. It stays in the fund for senior services. This was a referendum passed 21 years ago, I believe, and that's the way that the county has set it up. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller.
So do these, I mean, obviously, we must communicate with these entities on their progress
Yes.
and where they're at. So they have an understanding that, like, for example, the top line has only spent 53%. Do they do a mad rush to spend, or is this just kind of their organization?
No, typically, we don't reflect 2 quarters, half a year. They don't really submit their reimbursement till the end of this quarter, which is September. So what you're seeing is really only half a year.
Got it.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
just coming in for Q3, they just started to come in. So in reality, we'll have much less than this.
Perfect.
And actually, you can see many of them have already utilized almost
Yes.
80% of their funds. So.
First trip around the planet for me.
Yeah, no, please, this
Same
is the
here,
time
same here,
to ask,
same here.
to ask any questions. And don't feel that any question truly is off limits to the presenter. This is the time for you to really understand what these programs do. And so it's not necessarily that we're giving money to the organization, but we're giving it to the organization who runs this program, and we're funding the program, right? So ask the questions that you need so that you have a better understanding of who they're providing the services to and, how.
Yeah, will each of these entities share how much they spend on what percentage of their funds are for staffing?
You can ask, yeah. They should be prepared to answer that, yeah. If it doesn't come across in the presentation, many of them will tell you that. And a lot of what we do is to provide assistance to staffing, it being one of the criteria that you can use your grant money for.
And they'll share whatever percentage that is of the grant?
They should, and if they
Okay.
don't, you can ask them to get it to you thereafter. But,
Okay.
we'll make our decision today.
Okay.
But they should be prepared, yeah. Yeah. And again, any other areas, and remember, it's transportation, help me,
For what here?
what we fund for
Equipment, like for example, I know, which one is it? Independence Health and Therapy, they pay like equipment that the seniors need.
Wheelchairs,
Transportation, housing repairs, that's Habitat. So any repairs at their houses might.
And then just to update you too, remember, we had some issues with Harvard. We have cleared those. They have been working with staff. I'm very comfortable with them making a full presentation to you. You can ask any questions. They are on track. They have filed all of their requisite papers with the state of Illinois. If there are any fines, they have determined that there is a way that they can offset those fines without eating into any of the grant money. So I'm very comfortable, and the relationship is extraordinarily positive between, again, staff, their board, and their executive director. So we've got them on the right path. I'm very pleased. And then Woodstock Pantry, if you'll remember, that was the entity that asked for the most amount you could get. First-time applicants really didn't understand the program, did the best that they could. Again, they came in and sat with Sarah and Maria and worked out what needed, and Eric, I won't forget you either, and worked out exactly what it is that they needed the funds for. They reapplied, that application was sent to you. They too will be making a presentation at the end of today, so be prepared to ask them any questions that you want. Jerry?
Just one question on the Lake County Center for Independent Living in serving in McHenry County. I could not open up 2 of those apps.
Oh, you couldn't?
No, I could not. It mentioned that I would have to rename it to open it up.
Is it possible we can find it and share that with Jerry? So maybe you can look at it when we take a break or when there's.
That was the only one I could not open
Thank
up.
you. And again, if that happens, please give us a holler and we'll.
And that was
we'll-
Lake County?
Yeah, the first one on the agenda for 9 a.m.
Pam, did Woodstock come in with a different amount then?
Yeah.
Food pantry?
How much was Woodstock's Pantry?
They changed their amounts to 49,
Yeah, 49,000, yeah.
Okay, I just didn't see that.
49,500.
Thank you. And they're lovely people, I mean, I will tell you, and so you have to deal with me because I get to chair. My idea of government isn't to take a bat and beat people up because they made an error, they didn't know what they were doing. It's compliance, right? You want people to comply. So that's why we work with people, we make them their community partners. So we worked with both of those entities, and I'm extraordinarily pleased at the collaboration that staff gave them and the end result. So we'll listen to their presentations. Wow! I can't keep talking anymore.
They're supposed to start at 9, but we did ask them to
To
be
come
here
15 minutes early. Well, again, Jerry takes some time and you can look at Lake County before they get here.
I'm pulling it up right
She's,
now.
yeah, she's, hopefully we'll send it to you right now, you can see.
And I'm reading this right, correct, that the ask is 2.6 roughly, and the allotment that we have is 2. So we're 62 approximately over.
Thank you, Ms. Krieger, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
And that's very common, every year.
Okay.
And a lot of these individuals obviously are repeat appliquees. And this year, maybe even last year a little bit, knowing that we received additional monies from the levy, have asked for higher amounts than they did in prior years. But again, with inflation and higher expenses, they up theirs.
The additional money, is that because of Donna's investment, or would you say that we got?
No, the county board increased the levy amount for senior services. So we received, rather than 1.6, we received 2 million. So we received an extra $400,000 from the taxes. And that is not, as some people may have heard, that is not 25%. It's 0.00025. So well, somebody called and asked why we were spending 25% of our tax money on seniors. Ready? Do you need a breather to get yourself together? All right. We're moving on, yes, in the hot seat.
All right.
Take a few moments as you're aware, introduce yourself, explain, how many years, those things, and where the money goes in the programs, and maybe a little bit more about the organization just in general. We have a lot of new members serving this year, so
Okay.
don't make an assumption that they kind of are familiar with who you are.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
good morning. Sorry, I'm running a little late here. We are the Center for Independent Living. My name is Claudia Mancera, and I'm the program manager there. I have been with the center for 13 years now. Our mission is to empower people with disabilities to lead self-directed lives as valued members of the community. We serve the entire county. We serve all ages, all disabilities. Okay. So our services are to focus on providing support tailored to the enhanced lives of the people we serve. The funding helps us to serve and equip McHenry County seniors with the skills they need to stay independent in their homes. We started serving McHenry County in 2012, and we have an office in McHenry. All the services we provide are tailored to their specific needs. There's not a one-size-fits-all for, when serving people. So we identify what their needs are, and we prepare them and work with them one-on-one. All the programs fit within the 5 core services that all Centers for Independent Living provide. So we're called CILs. In Illinois, there are 22 CILs. We are the CIL that serves Lake and McHenry County. And the 5 core services that all CILs provide is independent living skills training, peer mentoring, advocacy, transition, and information and referral. So within independent living core service, there's a lot of different branches from that program. So this is where the funding that you guys provide with SSG helps us in that independent living program. Some of the services within independent living are assistive technology training. So using features on mobile devices for people that are losing their vision, people who are hard of hearing, screen reading software for those with low vision or blindness, using conferencing programs for virtual appointments. So a lot of virtual activities still taking place, so we teach them that. Using talking devices such as thermometers, blood pressure monitors, talking scales, talking kitchen aids. We also are a testing site for amplified phones. People who are hard of hearing can receive a free amplified phone every 3 years. And we also have a lending library. We provide tablets for people that cannot afford one, as well as kind of like Chromebooks. In the home services, we serve people by helping them to learn how to budget, learning about cybersecurity and home safety skills, applying for the home services program through the Department of Rehab Services, learn how to hire and manage their personal assistants if they qualify for the program, and connecting with other agencies to receive meal deliveries or anything they need to stay independent, learning skills on medicine, medication management, and how to use assistive devices for this. And in the community, we have SHIP counselors on site. We have 4 SHIP counselors, and we teach them about how to apply for SNAP benefits, Medicaid, the free state ID program, the license plate discount, the ride-free transit benefit, tax exemptions, again, personal assistance, and providing referral lists for those who qualify for the home services. We have an extensive list of personal assistance that they can hire. For social isolation, peer support is one of our core services, and we do this by one-on-one peer mentoring, which is mentoring relationship with the individual. More than 51% of the people employed at the center are a person with a disability. So who better to train than somebody who's experienced it? We also have 3 support groups that meet either virtually or in person. The first one's WOW. It's open to all people with disabilities. And this is by Zoom or phone. Heads Up, which is for traumatic brain injury survivors, and the person that helps them at home. And this meets in the evenings, the 4th Tuesday of each month. And the Senior Blind Services Low Vision Support Group. Because a lot of support groups were going away, we created one internally. And people can participate remotely through conference calling, and it's bi-weekly on Thursdays. A lot of our support groups used to be monthly, but we increased how often they take place because there was a huge need to address social isolation. Enhancing community quality support. So we provide support so that they can stay in their own homes. They learn how to apply for low-income, affordable, accessible housing, transit options. So we teach them what's available, we teach them how to apply, we teach them how to use it. We advocate for accommodations and modifications to their residents or homes around their buildings so they can move safely. And we assist to move people out of nursing homes back into the community. So people that get stuck there after rehab, they lose their apartment, they cannot afford first month's rent, security deposit. We assist with that for people in the nursing homes. We also set them up with everything they need for the first month so that they can continue their independence. The picture on that person, by the way, is somebody we transitioned out of a nursing home. Go back, the one on the top. Mobility services, so anything that they need to navigate their home safely. So we teach them how to use the white cane for people who are losing vision inside their home. Obtain information about available transportation options. Again, we teach them how to apply and how to use that service. Oops, I did something. There we go. These are just some of the personal experiences and some of the services and the data for the services we have provided. So people obtain skills to apply for programs to obtain the personal assistant and how to manage. They increase their knowledge about other services in the community. So if it's a service we can't provide, we refer out to the community and get them connected. They learn about assistive technology. We provide assistive technology for individuals that need it, who are losing their vision, and then we train them on how to use that. Learning the rights about themselves, how to advocate. We serve them with anything that they need. Like I said, the tablets so that they can remain independent, and they learn how to use curbside pickup, delivery meals with it. And then there's some little comments about some of our consumers that they send to us. Okay. This is just a comparison between 2024 and 2025. The numbers on 2025 are per quarter, second quarter. I just got the report, which we will be submitting soon, and we're at 59 consumers at this point. So you can see that our numbers keep increasing every year. And these are the key benefits of our services. Personalized care, one-on-one, individualized, what they need. We serve them in their home because they can't travel places. They increase accessibility by learning about what services they can have, and we provide that support in getting them connected with community. So thank you so much for allowing us to come and present. Those funds that you guys provide help us to continue to serve the increased needs of people in this county. As you guys can see, it keeps increasing every year, and we're ready to serve them.
Thank you.
Very nicely done.
We always appreciate pictures. And before I open it up to everybody else, can you also give us an idea of the geographical areas in McHenry County that you find that you're serving? Is it complete throughout?
It's the complete county, the
Okay.
entire county. So we see a lot more services in some of the more isolated areas like Harvard. We definitely serve a lot of consumers in that area with identifying their personal assistants and manage and maintain them. Because it's a struggle, getting people that want to travel there. But we pretty much serve everybody all over the county. I think it's a pretty even amount between Crystal Lake, Woodstock, Algonquin, Harvard that we're serving all the time.
Great, thank you. Questions?
Spring Grove.
Spring Grove.
Yes.
Yep, Johnsburg.
John, you have a question?
Yeah, so Crystal Lake has a big concentration and Hebron doesn't have, but percentage-wise, do you know, is it equal? In other words, 2% Crystal Lake, 2% Hebron. I mean, that's more costly to go out in that neck of the woods. So I guess what I'm saying, does everybody get kind of like equal opportunity?
Yes, they do. A lot of our advocates that are serving this county actually reside in the county. So a lot of the times, we have a few that live in Crystal Lake, Algonquin, and they do the travel. So we don't limit where we serve, whether they are, so for example, I came from Beach Park. It's about an hour and 15 minutes here. So if I had to serve a consumer, I would travel, and I have traveled to like Harvard from my house. So everybody gets the same service no matter where they reside.
Can you share a little more about the peer support?
The peer support, okay, so we have the support groups, but we also, like I said, we are a person, people with disabilities are higher within the center. So we have individuals that have lost their vision, lost their hearing, that have invisible disabilities like mental health. So we connect them with the proper advocate that can guide them. Some of our advocates or previous experience with working with other consumers with applying with Social Security benefits. We understand the process. We know what they will be asked, to do. We help them appeal a decision. Unless it becomes more of a legal thing, because we're not lawyers, then we refer them out to agencies that provide that service. But we always pair up people with the individuals that can connect with them on a more personal level.
Where are your offices in McHenry County?
It's in McHenry. It's right on 120 Elm Street.
And how long have you been in the county? Because you do live at Lake County.
We started serving in 2012, and we moved into the McHenry office, I believe, end of 2012. We wanted to have a physical presence in the county. So we have an office at the Cunard Building on Elm Street, so that people, if they want to come to the office, they can. But we seem to obtain more referrals to be served in the home.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you for your presentation. How do consumers find you? Is it all referral?
It's, for the most part, it has been because we want to utilize the funding the best that we can. We don't spend a lot on marketing. So our advocates are on the, in the community, getting the word out. So it's been word of mouth, doing presentations in the community, connecting with other local agencies and sharing about our services. Our website, Facebook, so wherever they can find us, that's the most referrals, the way they come in is just by word of mouth during presentations.
With the aging population that we have in the county, which I was stunned by those numbers, by the way, ladies, what's the maximum amount of consumers your agency could service?
Well, for McHenry County, I know we stated that we would be serving 50 consumers. We're at 59 during the third quarter already. We will not stop. Now, we continue serving. If it comes to a point where, everybody is serving too many, we might have somebody on a wait list, but we usually rotate pretty quickly and have the ability to continue serving. So we won't stop. If we had to serve 100 in 1 year, we would do whatever is possible for us to do.
How many staff do you have?
We have 18, and that includes management and administrative staff.
Thank you.
I may have missed this, but this isn't an income-based program, correct?
No, we serve all incomes.
Okay, thank you.
And talk to me a little bit about finances. Where do you get most of your funds? Do you do fundraising? How much is the money that we provide to you part of the budget for the program? Can you just kind of give me a broad idea of that?
Yeah, so we receive some state and federal funding. We also apply for local grants, and we do fundraising once or sometimes twice a year. And the percentage for this, I don't have the numbers with me, but I want to say it's 40% maybe of the funds that we receive from here fund the seniors that we're serving in McHenry County. But I'm not 100% sure. I can definitely get the information and share it.
40% what?
So this doesn't fund completely, we are also matching and putting some funds to be able to provide the services. So like the assistive technology, for example, we purchased that and that doesn't come out of this grant, the training, there's like a few things that we fund separately.
Can I ask,
Jerry?
you said maximum you serve around 50 to 60 people in McHenry County?
No, we serve more than that, but like what we requested to be able to serve was 50 individuals with the funding, but we don't stop at 50, we continue going.
If you do reach capacity, what are your options? Do you refer that individual to another agency, another non-for-profit?
We haven't reached that point, so we have been able to serve everybody that gets connected with us. The only time we really refer out to other agencies if it's a service that we don't provide. So if they need a legal service or like Meals for Wheels, for example, it's not a service we provide, so we would refer out and we assist them to get connected, but we haven't reached that point yet, so I'm afraid I can't answer that quite yet. We haven't pretty fortunate to be able to continue to serve everybody that contacts the center.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I have a couple. How do you screen your staff?
How do we screen? Well, we go through, an interview process. We have certain questions that are asked of everybody. Everybody's welcome to apply. I think a lot of people that we have hired have been referred by other places. We don't discriminate, so everybody goes through the same interview process. If they have the skill set needed to provide the services, they are hired. Most of the employees at the center have been there 20 years, 18 years, 15, 13. So everybody that comes in, gets hired. The majority of the people at the center, we are people of disability.
And you mentioned 40% of the funds are allocated to services. So would that mean that 60% of the remaining pay for salaries?
Well, no, 60% is coming from our other funding. So like our independent living programs but I'm not 100% sure on the number, so I don't wanna assume that that's how much was allocated for that. So, but the funding received here provides most of the percentage of the advocates that are working within the senior services program.
Pays for their salaries?
Part of it, not all of it.
Okay.
John?
Background and referral, do you actually do any of that? I mean, background, it's expensive,
For the employees,
the hires.
yeah, we do background checks on all our
When
employees.
You actually pay someone or?
We pay an agency.
Okay, that's
that does
very cool.
it. Yeah, it's the state actually that we run our background checks
Oh,
through.
nice, and you maybe check a referral or two now and again? Somebody
Yeah.
says, oh, my neighbor Bob or my boss.
Although, we also get references for everybody that we hire.
You make the calls.
We make the calls.
Wow.
Yeah, we have to be thorough, we're connecting them with people with disabilities. We don't wanna hire anybody that's gonna take advantage of somebody or somebody who has a background that, might become an issue. So we are really careful about who we hire at the.
That's impressive.
But we do offer the opportunity for, a lot of people don't think a person with a disability can, work. But that's a myth, that's not true. All of the people hired at the center do the best that they can. They do a really great job with serving people. And they're empathetic to their needs because they understand it,
Any other questions?
Jerry, please.
What happens if you don't get the grant money from us?
Well, we will continue to do our best to, to serve the community the best that we can. Like I said, at this point there's only been maybe a couple of times that I can remember through the time I've been here where we had to create a wait list. But it's not necessarily like, you're on a wait list for a year. We just put them on a little wait list so that we can continue serving. So we will try the best. We probably would end up hoping to do more fundraising maybe, apply for more local grants, just to be able to continue providing the services.
Okay.
So do you see, and then Susan, do you see that you have some clients who come to you, you take care of their needs, and then you never actually see them again and you can fill that slot with someone else?
Yeah, usually we do. Although we do have a handful of repeat consumers. They go through the application process, whether it's SNAP benefits or whatever it is, that application is lengthy. So we teach them how to do it, they get it, and then it's time for their redetermination, right? And they're like, How do I do it again? So they connect with us again. I would say about 25%, maybe 30% of our consumers are longer term that have goals set for, learning something else, like individuals losing their vision to move around in their home. It's not gonna be a short term. They're gonna need a little bit more hands-on training, so they stay open a little bit longer for sure.
Ms. Miller?
So it sounds like you've been with the center for its existence. It's been around for 12 years and you've been around for 12 years.
Well, the center itself has been in service since 1990. We just started serving McHenry County in 2012. So we were serving Lake County from 1990 to 2012. We started with McHenry County since then.
What's the biggest challenge that you face every day other than your consumers?
Other than that, hiring people, hiring good people. Unfortunately, when you're a nonprofit, you can't really match, the rates that people want to make. We do the best that we can. All of the employees that we have, I can say that they are here because they're passionate really about helping people. And so that's always been a struggle for us to find the right people that are willing to work for a nonprofit. I think that in all, it's been mostly that, and maybe changing the mentality for those without disabilities. It's one of the barriers I can also see. Not understanding what a person with a disability can do and creating that awareness. It takes a long time to change somebody's mind.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
So if an applicant comes to you and wants to, let's say, apply for SNAP benefits, is that all you do for them at that time, or do you say, hey, you might be eligible for this, this, and this, let's get going on it? And see?
Yeah, so we have a checklist.
Okay.
And in our checklist, we, they contact us for something specifically, and then they say, well, if you're gonna send me something, I might not be able to read it, my vision is not good, my hearing is not great. And then we talk to them about our older blind program. We talk to them about the amplified phones and the communication devices. We talk to them about, well, have you ever thought about applying for the community care program? So we identify all the different things they need, and we break it down in what's more important and help them apply for all of them.
Great, I will just remind everybody that last year, the request was for 50, we gave 30. The request this year is for 50 again. We appreciate that. Thank you, I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you very, very much. It was a pleasure to see you. I know our Home of the Sparrow people, are you ready even though it's late? Come on up. And as I tell everybody, introduce yourselves, kind of talk about, again, the organization and then specifically the program that you're asking for funding for, and then wherever you want to go, you're familiar with how to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me also remind everybody, there's coffee and donuts in the corner, help yourselves. Bathrooms are right out the door. Morning. Perfect.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kristen Miller. I'm the grants manager at Home of the Sparrow. I've seen many of you before, so everybody to self-sufficiency. We've been serving McHenry County for 38 years. Very proud of that. Just a quick reminder on our basic programs and services. Many of you are familiar with our transitional shelter, our subsidized housing, our rapid rehousing, affordable housing, et cetera, et cetera. I'll point out we are the lead agency this year on the Landlord Engagement Program, which just launched last year through support from the Community Foundation for McHenry County. This is a new initiative where we are trying to increase the stock of affordable housing available to those who are pushed into homelessness or who are low to moderate income through connecting directly with landlords and trying to help them understand the benefits of working with populations that are being assisted by service providers. This is a county-wide initiative. This is not just a Home of the Sparrow initiative. We're just the lead agency, but we're partnering with Veterans Path to Hope, with Consumer Credit Counseling, Stevens Home, and a couple others. Community Development is very involved in this as well. So it's been a great, successful program. So that's been one new thing we're introducing. And all of our programs include that trauma-informed case management, which is what we'll be speaking a lot about today. Seniors and homelessness, one thing we just want to highlight is for Home of the Sparrow, we do consider a senior to be anybody who's aged 50 and over, and this gets a lot of questions year after year, why we're at 50. This comes directly from the National Alliance to End Homelessness and several other national bodies dealing with populations experiencing homelessness. The reason for this is that people who have been pushed into homelessness, studies show that when you look at their brains, you look at their bodies, you look at everything about them, people who've experienced the trauma of homelessness are often on a similar level physically, mentally, emotionally to individuals who are housed and in their 70s. So really at 50 years old, if you've had that experience of homelessness, your body and your mind are truly that of a senior. And we've seen that. I know Lindsay can attest to that in her services. We're dealing with those cognition issues. We're dealing with physical disability, mobility issues, all the things that are similarly plaguing our seniors who are housed are doing so as early as 50. That's not to say, though, that we don't have individuals in our services who are in their 60s, 70s, even their 80s. We certainly serve those populations as well and have a fair number of individuals at that age level as well. Seniors are the fastest growing population of people experiencing homelessness. This is actually relatively new. It used to be women with children, which again is the population that we serve. This has recently changed, and it is now senior citizens. Nationally, they make up 50% of the homeless population, which is astounding. Here in McHenry County, our persons aged 50 up make up more than a third of our county. So it's easy to follow these numbers and say that this national trend is going to come here to McHenry County, and I think you'll see through some of our data we present later that that is in fact the case. Additionally, older adults experiencing homelessness could triple by 2030, which is not that far off if we're thinking that we're already almost done with 2025. And I want to point out that half of our seniors this year, a little more than half, were accompanied by children, and that includes dependent adult children as well as grandchildren. And this is a number that I've been at Home of the Sparrow for 7 years now. We've never seen a number this high. In fact, last year when we came and presented to you guys, I actually looked at the data. It was 22% of our seniors were accompanied by children. That has doubled to 50 in 1 year's time. So that is quite amazing.
All right, so what are some of the needs that Home of the Sparrow addresses? You know, what we're really known for is that housing aspect. So of course, we're always going to address the need for accessible housing, but also for the senior population specifically, that multi-generational housing, you know, getting a grandparent with a dependent or an adult child with that grandchildren, we have seen that as well. And that benefit that senior would give to the adult for like childcare. So really that multi-generational housing, having it all combined has been really beneficial. Of course, mental health and wellness. So last year, Home of the Sparrow actually hired a therapist to be on staff specifically for our clients. We have partnered with other agencies in the past, but as the nonprofit world has seen, there has been some wait lists and staffing challenges, so having someone on staff has been very beneficial. And of course, just a reminder, housing is a social determinant of health. You can't do a whole lot if you don't have somewhere to lay your head at night. So we really want to address that need. Also, we are part of McHenry County Coordinated Entry Process. It's a county-wide kind of wait list referral avenue. And we are one of the first entry points. Someone can call us, get on that list. And even if we might not be the best service provider for them, we get them on that list so that they can find somewhere that would meet their needs. What we're really known for is our case management. It really sets us apart from other agencies. Every person in our services have individualized needs. So case management looks different for everyone based on their unique needs. Some of the common areas that we see are going to be, you know, if they're accompanied by those grandkids or dependent children, it's going to be either childcare or services for those dependent adult children. You know, mental health, we now have that therapist that's on staff. And of course, you know, employment, we take everyone kind of where they're at. We have an employment specialist on staff. So if someone is not able to work, you know, full time, just depending, we find a job that's a right fit for them, or we have referrals for benefits if working is not an option for them. So of course, we align with SSGF, so, we want to also prevent the unnecessary institutionalization of elderly residents. We encourage independent living as long as possible. So we get them the unit, home health care can come in, different volunteer programs can come in. And again, we also provide that link and referral service through our case management for those benefits, medical, mental health, et cetera. And of course, I spoke already about the supportive employment program, and of course with our case managers that will help with social isolation. Again, our case managers can provide transportation for our seniors and our other clients to doctor's appointments, employment appointments, benefit appointments, getting them started with that child care. And of course, we do help with either getting their license reinstated or getting their license for the first time, or again, those like Uber gift cards, Uber vouchers, all of that.
So this year we're at 65,000. I'm sure you guys saw that in the application. We're anticipating to serve 70 to 85 unduplicated seniors. All of our services for seniors are funded through grants and donations. And this request accounts for about 12% of what we anticipate this program to cost us in the coming year. And these are the 3 positions. Again, this was in the application that we are requesting. These are the 3 areas where we see the most of our senior clients. Just a couple of results from last year. We exceeded all of our goals, so we are well able to do what we say we're going to do. So just wanted to make that clear. And I put this in contrast to the next slide, which is our year to date. You can see that our seniors have already doubled, and we're not even done with this program year. Which is amazing. 62 of those are those intakes that Lindsay was talking about now that we are integrated fully into coordinated entry. That intake process, being that first door that seniors are calling us and asking for help, is critical. If we are not here to do that, those individuals are likely to fall through these cracks. They are not going to get the help that they request. They're not going to get on our coordinated entry list. And again, whether they come back to Home of the Sparrow or end up with another service provider, they need that first door of entry. That's what we're providing in large part with that intake. The remaining seniors, and they may also be currently awaiting a placement in one of our housing programs. The remainder of that then are seniors who are actually in our shelter and housing programs as of right now, and we will continue to see that go. Just as a reminder, we are a non-duplicative service. I know a lot of our partners that we'll be presenting to you today, we've partnered with them or we do partner with them, but we are the ones that are providing that housing service, those mental health services on site for the population of seniors that are experiencing homelessness and housing instability. So we want to make that very clear. That is our niche. That is what we're here to do. We're here to fill that role for our seniors in the community. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
And before I open it up to questions, clarification, are you aware that this commission did establish senior age at 60?
We did, and my understanding from the presentation we had with community development was that we could request to have that age lowered if we could provide proof for why that was. So I did provide that to the community development team to let them know, cited the sources from National Alliance to End Homelessness and a few others that put senior homelessness nationally at 50 years old.
And then tell me, percentage-wise, how many people would you say, how many seniors, seeing as how I fall in that category, how many seniors would you say fall between the 50 and 60 and then above the 60? Just to give us an idea.
That's a good question.
The service level. Did I put you on the spot?
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
okay. You can put me on the spot. Purely just from my memory, so this is not a scientific number, I can certainly provide it if needed. But I would guess that maybe 45% of the seniors are at that 50 to 60 and the remaining are over. So we still see a fair number, majority of our seniors are in that 60 plus range, absolutely. Additionally, we have a lot of clients who are in that 50 range who are on the top end of it and are in some of our programs that are longer duration. So we would anticipate that within the next program year, they're actually going to age into that 60 category, so.
And speaking of that, then I'm also going to ask, do you see, because I noted the percentages that you actually got into successful housing, phenomenal, 67%, that's great. So do you see that more at a lower age? I mean, at that 50 maybe to 55 or no?
No, we haven't seen a correlation between age and success rate of housing. Okay. So yes, that's a great question though. No, we're absolutely able to successfully place seniors, whether they're in that 50 to 60 range or the 60 and above. We have not seen any data to indicate that age has any sort of bearing on your chances of success in achieving permanent housing.
And because you're so well versed, I'm gonna ask you a question. Don't answer it now. Wait till the very end, okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
think about it. There's always a lot of questions about, again, duplicative services. How is it that we have so many agencies that provide services to seniors? I mean, my goodness, why would you go here and not here? I want you to answer the question about why it is we see that and how important it is with all the organizations. But mull it over, and I'm gonna open it up to everybody else before you answer that question. Ms. Hill?
I'll try my best.
Yes, okay.
The population of seniors that suffer from substance use disorder and lose their homes and go into treatment, maybe sober living for a little time, I see, but then need to get back into housing. How many of those do you see and are able to treat?
It's a very good question. I would say we see that probably about 20-25% of the time. We are seeing where, you know, something happened, you know, earlier in their life and, you know, they've fallen into that unfortunately. But getting back on their feet, they're going either straight into our housing programs or going through our shelter process, which usually gives them more time to get that self-sufficiency that we're looking for. And then we will place them into housing as well. So a very good question, about a quarter to 20%.
I also just want to point out that for any of our clients, senior or not, we rely on self-report for things like substance use disorder. We have a fair number of people that, I know Lindsay could tell you, her staff have come to find out later that they do in fact suffer from a substance use disorder, but that was not disclosed to us at intake. And a lot of that's just because they fear the stigma that if I say I have something, you're not going to house me. I also want to make very clear that we are a housing first provider. Housing First is a national policy, which means that we will house you without any conditions on sobriety, criminal record to an extent. The exception for that is our shelter, where obviously we have children, a lot of children running around. We can't have people with certain higher criminal offenses in there. We will try to find alternate housing for them in that case. But we do abide by Housing First. So even if a senior comes in with a substance use disorder, one, they may not disclose it to us, and two, if they do, or they don't, and we come to find out later that they have it, they are still going to receive the same level of service they would otherwise.
Great to know. Ms. Mayor?
I too see where grandchildren are being raised by their grandparents quite often, actually. Do you require them to show you any type of guardianship, or do you just assume that that's?
In my experience, we have always been just given, like, that's part of the intake paperwork. So there is either that agreement or we'll get, you know, a release for the parent. So if the grandparent comes in with the grandchildren, oftentimes a release that, you know, for either emergency contact or just a general release will be for that, kind of that middle generation, that parent. And then we can confirm that way as well. So that's only happened once or twice. Most of the time we are getting official paperwork for that.
Okay, and then one more, sorry. Your wait list for housing, approximately how long is that wait list?
Well, so with coordinated entry, we don't keep our own wait list now for our shelter or our rapid housing programs. It's through that county-wide wait list. We do have our own affordable housing wait list that's not part of coordinated entry. And I can tell you that is 80+ people, and that typical time frame is 1 to 3 years. You know, can sometimes be less than 1 year if it's a popular bedroom size that we have, but if they're looking for a larger unit or even a small unit, a 1-bedroom, it can be a little bit on the longer side.
And on that, we are working very diligently. It's a need that we've identified as an agency that we need to continue to grow our affordable housing and subsidized housing options to get that wait list time a little bit lower. But coordinated entry for the rapid rehousing and the shelter is a great process. Again, that's participated in by most providers in our community, and that wait list moves a lot faster. So yeah, we're able to place people a lot faster through that.
Yeah, because we're not the only agency that they can go into. So yeah, that coordinated entry works a lot faster and is a lot more efficient.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
Probably isn't necessary because there's a wait list, but I think PADS, back in the day, we helped them out with something or other. You had to live in the county 6 months before you, did you have anything like that?
No,
Where there's
so-
a- In other words, somebody could move here just to get our services. What do you have in place to maybe not make that happen? We don't want to become like San Francisco or wherever they do that stuff.
Right, sure.
Yeah, so for our shelter program, they do have to come from an in-county emergency shelter, so that's gonna be Turning Point or PADS. And so all of our shelter clients do have that prior, stop at that, emergency shelter. For some of our housing programs, they just have to, live in McHenry County when they choose the unit. Oftentimes because of transportation and all of that, it is from internal in the county. So we don't get a ton of out of county, but I'm not gonna say that we don't ever get out of county coming into here. But then they come in and they provide to the economic environment of our county at that
So
time.
once again, if somebody just moves here to get our services, do you service them or do they have to be here?
We would service them as long as they, depending on service availability. So with coordinated entry, they're going to be prioritized based on the severity of their need. And they'll be placed on that wait list. The way coordinated entry, which again is the system that every homeless provider in the county is participating in, that actually will kind of rank, it sounds a very crass way to say it, but it prioritizes individuals based on the severity of the needs that they're experiencing. Obviously, our folks that have much higher, much more pressing needs are gonna be placed higher on that list than those who, for whatever reason, aren't in as dire of straits at the moment. And there's a objective scale or whatever you wanna call it, the assessment.
Assessment
That's the
tool,
word I'm looking for,
yeah.
assessment, that determines that priority level. For our programs that don't require coordinated entry, like affordable housing, subsidized housing, we would place those individuals on those wait lists, but as Lindsay mentioned, they're 2 to 3 years long at this point. So our McHenry County residents are going to more than likely get that priority, or if they're gonna wait that out, they're gonna have been McHenry County residents for 2 or 3 years before they receive that housing. And I can tell you that from last fiscal year, when we looked at our counties of origin for our clients across all programs, this is seniors or not, 89% of them were McHenry County origin. So it's a very small, as Lindsay said, a very small percentage that actually come from somewhere else outside of McHenry County, and we will serve them, but it's gonna take some time.
But our dollars that we give you, because they're McHenry County dollars, are only
They are going to be all McHenry
Yep.
County residents.
Remember that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, they will.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Miller, I apologize.
Thank you. With the aging senior housing crisis, we're also seeing an aging senior mobility crisis. Being that you're housing first, how are you addressing those two issues that are connected?
That's a great question. I can tell you from our stock of housing that we own, which is our subsidized housing and our affordable housing, ADA is always something that we're looking for, especially if we're scouting for a new property, which we haven't done in a couple of years, but we're hoping to get back into. ADA is a big thing for us, so we are looking at how accessible is this home? Do we need to install a ramp? Is it a 1-story? Is it a 2-story? Because we know that there's a significant part of our waiting list that is seniors, and they're going to need housing that fits those needs. For the shelter is all a 1-story, very accessible property, so that hasn't been a concern for our seniors in our transitional shelter. Rapid rehousing, it would be similar. We would obviously know coming in, when we get that referral, that intake, we would know the age, we'd know if there are any mobility issues or any other issues related to aging that we would need to be cognizant of when looking for housing. And our case managers do a great job of finding housing that fits that client's needs. A big thing with rapid rehousing, I want to point out, is that it's very client-centered. So the housing choice is the client's. So we're not going to put somebody in a home that they're not comfortable in. That individual is going to have the say in whether or not they sign that lease, whether or not they're going to live there. We're there to provide the case management and to provide the rental assistance for them, to give them time to get back to self-sufficiency.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just
a question.
Oh, please.
Okay, so, what screeners do you provide your staff?
What screening tool? So we use the coordinated entry screening tool. So that is for every agency that uses that.
She's asking.
What was
She's
that?
asking for your staff.
Oh, I'm
For
sorry
your
about
staff.
that, yeah. So for our staff, we have, we bill through the mental health board, so there are rules for what kind of services we can provide for what qualifications someone has. So one clean background, that's something that I know was asked previously. We take that into account because when they are working with a population that is a little bit more on the vulnerable side. As for education requirements, we require them to be what's considered at least an RSA. So that just means that they have to have some experience, some years of experience working in social services. And then if they go up a level, it's 5 years. So that first level is 2 years, then it's 5 years. And if they have a bachelor's, they're also at that middle level. And then any advanced degree or licensure, then they're up even another level. So we screen them through their resume and then confirm and get documentation for that to make sure they are qualified and prove what they are.
And what percentage of the funds are gonna be used for paying those staff?
This is 100% for paying direct service staff.
Okay.
So, yes. 100% for direct service staff.
So the total allotment, just to be clear, for this grant is to pay your staff?
It's to pay 3 staff, yes, who are directly involved in the direct services to senior clients. And we've split that out, can measure it to the number of seniors that we anticipate in those programs and that those individuals are going to directly touch.
How many of the 50 to 60 age bracket do you see are employed or have some long-term sustainability, or are they completely reliant on a system without employment?
That's a great question. I would say I know the vast majority of them are coming in with employment. The vast majority are coming in with monthly income.
Earned income.
We've had actually last year, I believe our average was about $1,500 a month in monthly income, which isn't enough to live off of, certainly, but it shows that our clients are really they're motivated, they're working, and I think last year it was 67% of clients came in with earned income, which is income from employment. So this notion that individuals who've been pushed into homelessness are just simply not working, they're simply not interested in working, we have the data that says the exact opposite, and that's very true of our senior population. We will obviously do whatever we can with our seniors to help them enroll in the public benefits for which they are eligible, depending on their age. So when they hit Medicare, when they hit, all these milestones of ages that they are able to receive public benefits, we're certainly going to help them do that. But a lot of them are going to continue to keep working, especially with a lot of them coming in with their dependent children or their dependent grandchildren. They can't retire. They need to keep working. So that's why, again, our programs are great in that they're very holistic in that way. We're obviously providing the shelter, the housing, the roof over their head, but we're offering those supportive services. We have our employment specialist who's worked with many of our senior clients to help them either maintain their employment, get better employment, get certified in something to raise that pay level.
Well, I appreciate the hierarchy of need, right? So
Yeah.
you meet that need and then they can
Absolutely.
thrive in the next level.
And one thing our employment specialist has been doing the last year and a half is looking for strictly remote positions as well. Because for that mobility issue or for anything that would make it harder for them to go in and stand somewhere or sit in a chair at an office or anything like that. So that's been also very beneficial and helpful as well.
Last question, please. How many other grants are being utilized for your program?
Oh boy. I had to put a number to it, my goodness.
Rough estimate. Ballpark.
Rough estimate, there's probably at least 8 to 12 additional grants supporting this program. And those are coming from anywhere from private foundations, the state, federal government, mental health board is contributing. We will do everything we can to source every available fund and area we can. I will say, as many of you know, the federal landscape in particular is a little shaky. We're going to be navigating that the best we can. We've certainly put things in place to help mitigate. Should federal funding all of a sudden decide one day to freeze again, which was a fun day for me. We've certainly learned a lot of lessons through that. We have mitigation measures in place for that, but the next 2 years at least are going to be a little rocky or a little touch and go on the navigation of what those fundings look like. And just to be fair, our state, unfortunately, we had a 100% rise in our state level of homelessness according to something called the point in time count.
Wow.
And our state decided to slash homeless funding across the board by $7 million. So lest you think I'm an equal opportunity blamist here. So unfortunately, our state is also, I think, having to grapple with how to allocate resources to homeless services. We are a recipient of both those federal and state funds. Again, we've got mitigation measures in place should funding freeze or be reduced or anything like that. But that's why funders like you guys are so critical to us, is because these are we know the amount that you have available. We know, what we can expect year after year. We're really looking to our own community to help support our own residents. We can't always look, unfortunately, to the state or to the federal government to care about the residents of McHenry County in the same way that you guys can.
And from the feds and the state, are they matching pass-throughs or are they just full grant funded?
A little bit of both. So some of them do fund, again, with this program, a lot of those do fund salary or staff, direct service staff. But we do also receive some pass-through funding for rental assistance from both the federal and state government.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, you're up. Still had my question. I said mull it over. Have you
Yes.
mulled? Again, and I'm putting you on the spot.
No, that's
So
okay.
it's more of an
Please.
opinion, I think, than,
Please.
fact-based. But explain to me why there are many agencies that provide same type of services to seniors, and why is that necessary? Are we duplicating services? Is there a waste of money somewhere in here?
In the years that I've been coming in front of this commission, I have to commend the work that you've done in how you allocate these funds. I really don't believe we have a duplication as much as it may seem. I think we all can agree that the needs of every individual are unique and varied. No two people are the same. No two seniors are the same. We see people that have been pushed into homelessness. They are dealing with a housing crisis. They are trying to navigate the lack of rental housing in this county. They are trying to navigate how unaffordable it is to buy a home. They may be navigating, especially as we've talked about repeatedly, with more people with adult children or their dependent grandchildren now. They may have moved into a house that they thought was going to be their retirement place where they were comfortable, and now all of a sudden you've got 3 grandkids to take care of, and you were in a 1-bedroom house, and now you got to find a new space for them, and that's difficult to do here. I don't believe we have a duplication. I know we are filling that niche of longer-term, supportive, multifaceted housing. I think if we go back to our housing slide or our program slide, we can do shelter, we can do rapid rehousing, which is rentals. We have our affordable housing, which is a bit longer term. Those clients are usually with us 3 to 5 years. We have our supportive housing. We have the landlord. I don't need to go on and on. We have homeless prevention. We're trying to actually keep people from losing their home in the first place. They can get to us, and if they're, hey, I'm 6 months behind on my rent and I'm gonna get evicted, we can help you out and keep you housed and get you caught up so that you can continue to stay where you are. You don't even experience that homelessness. We want to do that. I think we need all of the providers that we have to work together, because no two seniors are alike. No two seniors are going to need the same things. And I truly haven't seen that even all of our senior facing organizations truly do something different and bring something different to the table. And the fact is too, we need each other as providers. So we certainly need senior services. We need Senior Volunteer Network. We need PADS. We need Turning Point. We need vets. We need everybody, and they need us in turn.
I really appreciate that answer. We're bumping up against time, John. Quick, fast.
Some kid gets cancer, so they start an organization, something else, and instead of trying to fit in someplace, and so you try to work with other agencies.
Absolutely.
Do you get together with them on a regular basis?
We do, yes.
Give me 3 sentences on that.
3 seconds, we are members of the McHenry County Continuum of Care to End Homelessness, which is a collective of service providers that meet monthly as a full coalition. They also meet in subcommittees. Lindsay's actually the head of our Housing and Services Committee. We meet monthly, multiple times a month to discuss the emerging issues for homelessness in this county. We work closely with community development. Our landlord engagement program is a collaborative as well that's existing outside of the continuum of care. So we're working with partners there and meeting regularly to discuss how we can engage landlords in increasing affordable housing, again, to benefit everybody, seniors, non-seniors alike. So yes, we're certainly collaborating, we're meeting regularly.
So there's no turf protection.
A lesson for all of us. We don't know what we don't know until we ask the questions.
Absolutely.
A lesson to you as well. How many people in this room who I think are extraordinarily well-informed
Absolutely.
don't know that you guys partner.
Absolutely,
Right?
no, understood. Yeah, we absolutely do. Partnership is key. We wouldn't be successful without partnership.
And it's truly what makes McHenry County unique and different from other counties.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you
very
guys so much. Appreciate it.
Have a great day. Senior Services, I seized you, so I know you're ready.
Chairperson, can you remind us what they're asking?
Yeah, I will, yeah, as soon as I get up here.
Good morning.
Are you gonna be in charge of the clicker? So, again, directions, introduce yourselves. The fact that there are 2 programs that you're actually asking for, we're doing it all at one time. So if you note on your agenda, they are the Community Service, Senior Services and Resource Center, as well as the Comprehensive Senior Services Program. So 2 specific programs. One, the Resource Center, they're asking for $205,000. The Senior Services Program, $285,000. And just so you know, let me look here on my cheat sheet. Last year, the Resource Center asked for the same, and we provided $108,000. And for the supportive, and for the Comprehensive Senior Services Program, the ask was, again, $285,000, the same, so same this year, but we provided $173,000 last year is what we allocated.
Yep.
You're on,
In
ladies.
agreement. Thank you so much. Do we do just to the right on the clicker?
Yes.
The little arrow, okay. Everyone's a little different, so. Mickey Miller, our Executive Director, is here. I am Adele Larson, I'm the Director of Marketing and Fund Development. And we also have Lisa Small, who is our Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer. So she's here as well. So thank you so much for once again having us. This is kind of the highlight of our year when we can kind of tell you our story. And we have brought with us our annual report. We brought that last year, last year's annual report, and we thought that everyone would enjoy seeing that again, some of the success stories that we've had, as well as all those fantastic numbers. So enjoy a real short read. It's not, I'm just being funny. Okay, well, again, thanks for having us. Mickey and I will kind of do a little bit of a tag team here, and I'm gonna just let her start out with our collaborations.
So at the beginning, I heard the question that she asked about, you know, how do we collaborate and how are we not duplicating services? So one of the things that we are is the care coordination unit. So in the state of Wisconsin, I was in Wisconsin just before I came here, but in the state of Illinois, the Illinois Department on Aging creates one care coordination unit per county. And we are that for McHenry County. We are also that for Kane County and Kendall County, but we won't be talking about those today. So we do the assessments, and every senior over the age of 60 is entitled to a free assessment. We go into their homes, we disseminate their information, their financials, as well as we go in the fridge if they allow us to, see what kind of food they're eating. We also talk about their support systems. So during that assessment, we make referrals to other agencies. The Home Delivered Meals Program, which is currently run by Catholic Charities, we do that home delivered meal assessment as well. Then if they need caregiver support or adult day facility, then we refer to Independence Health and Therapy. We also work with Pioneer Center, AID. We have homemakers that come in through the state programs, and we determine through the community care program who is eligible for that. We also have done collaborations with the McHenry County Health Department and the first responders. Anytime our Adult Protective Services folks get a call, they go out and do the investigation. And usually the people are referred to us through the first responders. They have had a fall, they can't get safely into their building or out of their building because they are hoarders. So we hear a lot from the first responders. So collaboration, we work with Senior Care Volunteer Network as well. We don't duplicate services, and the transportation piece that we do, there are people who need kidney dialysis 3 times a week, and we take one of the rides, and Senior Care Volunteer Network takes a ride. And that way, none of us are being forced to come up with all the rides and the volunteers. So we do work very cooperatively with the other nonprofits in our community. So I'll just handle that right from the beginning.
Thank you.
And here's your cog in the wheel. We have many cogs in our wheel. We have our partners and our donors and the volunteers that we utilize for the transportation, the friendly visiting, and is that for both programs?
Yes.
The 5 minutes? Okay. And our community donors as well. We train our staff through the Department on Aging. They are certified through all of that. Even our Adult Protective Services staff gets trained through the Department on Aging. And you guys as grantors, and I think that's, our board of directors is also part of our cog in our wheel. So that's very important to us. I already mentioned some of what the Department on Aging does as our care coordination unit, but we have other programs such as friendly visiting, home delivered meals. We do the individual plans with the seniors. I can tell you that last year we served 10,945. So it is
10,945.
In McHenry only.
in McHenry only.
Yeah.
Is that unique individuals?
Yeah, those are unduplicated.
Unduplicated,
yes.
Yeah. And for all 3 counties, it was 36,245. So McHenry County is about a third of the area. The greatest county size-wise is Kane County, but the smallest county is Kendall. So you guys are creeping up on Kane County, so.
We have a larger, older population. Our demographics in that age category is higher than Kane.
Yeah. So, and 5,519 of those received information and assistance. So those folks come in, they need benefit access referrals, they need the license plate renewals, all of that. And then 4,415 attended recreation, education, and evidence-based classes. We served 1,422 caregivers. This is a new program for us because an unpaid caregiver who is a family member usually saves our country over $240 billion a year.
Billion with a B.
B, yes. So it's been a focus of Age Guide and our programs that we focus more importantly on the caregivers, giving them the support that they need to allow them to continue to do, get respite, get grab bars in their homes, so that they can continue doing the unpaid caregiving that they're doing. And this is a growing population. And a growing need, yeah. So we also saw 2,576 in long-term care facilities, and we received 1,216 received abuse protection.
What is an evidence-based class?
That's where we follow a strict schedule, and those are college
Created and certified.
And we do a pre-test and a post-test, so that we can show that they are improving in their skills, so.
You're rapidly approaching the end of your time, but I'm going to count that as a question, so we'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm just going to quickly say we slid through the slides about the different social events that we do. We do a lot here in McHenry to keep people engaged and to obviously help the community by participating in Fall Diddley and things like that. Our fall fundraiser, our spring fundraiser, is now changing. For those of you who have come to that, it used to be our fashion show for 31 years is now going to be a Friday night gala. So stay tuned to our website for that information. The next slide I have up, I'll just talk about really quickly. Thank you to McHenry County for coming out en force for our big day of advocacy for the Older Americans Act. We wanted to make sure that you were all aware of our involvement, Age Guide's involvement, and the community's involvement. We basically like to use the quote, we flooded the phones of governmental officials. We encouraged seniors to flood the phones, and it worked. So at least temporarily worked. We'll keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way. So we just wanted to make sure we put a slide in about that.
Yeah, and through Age Guide, we bring in about $1 million into the agency so that we can serve, it's a combination of federal and state funds. And so then the Age Guide programs help sustain the work that we do. So.
So there are some of the aspects of the Care Coordination Unit. I know we have 1 minute, so that's why I was trying to jump in there, if you don't mind. So those are the different aspects of our Care Coordination Unit, which Mickey already kind of discussed. And then for social isolation, we have all these wonderful programs that we do. Volunteering opportunities. Sometimes people are extremely healthy, but they're maybe 65 and lonely, and
they want to work for another nonprofit outside of us, we actually do those matches. Friendly visiting, transportation, as Mickey's already mentioned, and the evidence-based programming and such. So the seniors get a certificate at the end saying that they participated and that they passed the class. So, and they're generally much more mobile after that experience, and it makes us all feel really wonderful.
And their physicians have to agree to doing that ahead of time, and they see the end result of that as well, the evidence-based classes. So.
Thank you. Questions on any of the presentations, clarification, anything?
Just go real quick, I
Please,
did the
yeah,
VA
please.
yesterday, and they've got a program where they're looking for folks that want to bring somebody in and live with them, so I'm sure they're gonna pay that. I was in business for 33 and a half years, and owners would get together once a month in the Chicagoland area, and we would just swap ideas, like what's your pain, how do you relieve your pain. We called it a quick pace group. Dave Moore called it a psychotherapy for owners. That was supposed to be funny. Anyway, it was an opportunity, you should have some lead person from the different agencies get together, even if it's a Zoom once a month. It's like amazing what you could learn from each other. That's it, I'm done. And this is for you.
Oh, wonderful.
And we created Age Strong McHenry, and we do get together.
Thank you.
Thanks. And we get together with Senior Care Volunteer Network, Catholic Charities, Independence Health and Therapy. The nonprofits work together. So we make sure that we share information.
You all get together once?
They do it pretty regularly,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
also do a lot of advocating to elected officials
Thank you.
about needs, et cetera. I can vouch for that.
Yeah.
Some
Springfield.
So.
I have a question. What percentage of your grants pays for salaries? For
Lisa,
staffing?
can Lisa help with that?
Sure, it really depends on the program. So I was describing this for an intern the other day who's learning about our services. And I likened our different programs as buckets. So when we get a grant, that has to be spent within that specific bucket. And it depends on, so our federal and state funding through Age Guide requires a local match. We don't get their funds if we can't come up with local money to match. For our care coordination unit, that's not grant funded so much, that's more services, contracted services with the state, but they're not paying us what it costs to pay our employees. Their reimbursement rates aren't keeping up with the cost of our employee benefits and salaries. But to specifically answer your question, for example, our education and recreation programs, we have to find about 60% funding locally to match the 40% grant from the state. Transportation is also, it's about 70% local, 30% state. So we're really in need of a lot of local funding. And this is a big resource for us.
Can I build on that, Dina, not to take your fire, you still have the floor, but in conjunction with that question, are your salaries comparable to what those individuals could find either in the private sector or in another county in the same position? And you're not, I know what the answer is, no.
I know what you're working on.
So elaborate on that. What's the difference?
So we have, there's a big trend for people to come to our agency, get a couple years of experience and move on to DuPage County where they can get a lot more money, or private health providers. We're sort of seen as a stepping stone. And that's unfortunate because there's a huge learning curve to do the care coordination and case management. It takes about 6 months to get somebody up to speed to be a good care coordinator. And if they're gonna leave after 2 years, that's a huge loss to them. We invest in the training.
So do you see that again with staff and that's what I'm talking about. The fact that you train and take all that time and then lose that person and find yourself, what, 2-3 years later, having to retrain? I
new
mean,
staff.
yeah, that obviously affects the services you can provide in an effective manner, I would think.
We have seen a lot of that. It really spiked a few years after COVID. As you know, people were hopping from job to job to job. It slowed down some, and we have put in place some measures to counteract that. So for example, we're providing more upward mobility within our agency by offering lead positions. So maybe you start out as a first level case manager, but if you demonstrate that you do your job really well, we're going to promote you to a lead position, and then the newbies can shadow our long-term case managers, and that's worked fabulously. We've gotten wonderful feedback from staff on that potential for them to keep moving up a little bit.
Ms. Krieger, did you have more questions?
So-
The floor is still yours, and then John, after she's done, you've got the floor.
So, did you say 60% of the grant is funding staff?
No, our costs are over 82% for staff and benefits. We don't sell anything. The only costs we really have are staff and occupancy.
And how much would you attribute to services?
Our admin costs are under 10%.
Okay.
And that's an important feature that we have because we spread our admin costs over 3 counties. So we only have one executive director salary that gets split between 3 counties. So McHenry County is not supporting a big executive director salary or a CFO. We're doing.
That's an important comment.
It is. It really is.
Good question. Thank you. John? Mr. Pletz?
Once again, 33.5 years, and one of the things we did when we hired people from thresholds, and we told them that if it's gonna take us 6 months to train, I mean, we're not gonna make any money hiring you for 6 months to get you in going. Can you at least promise to stay 6? And then we would tell them if you give us 3 weeks notice instead of 2, we'd give you a bonus. In the Navy, they sign you up for 4 years.
Talking about
Can you, yeah, but I mean, can you get them to sign an agreement and say, you just tell them, we're gonna spend $5,000 training you, would you agree in writing that you'll be here 2.5 years? And then you can kind of use that as a hammer or
You can't enforce that, first of all.
Labor law?
Good idea. There are laws. Yeah, there are laws.
Well, no, it's just an agreement.
But I can tell you that our staff is very committed to our mission. And we just did a staff survey to see how the length of time that people have stayed and how committed they are to our mission. And they take such pride in being able to serve the seniors. And they say that their own personal values are very aligned with the mission.
That's huge.
So that has been huge for us. We have spent a lot of time working on that and making sure that staff satisfaction, besides the monetary piece, is very important for us.
We have been trying measures like that though. We've implemented a new hire bonus. If you stay past 6 months, you don't get a sign-on bonus, but you'll get a, stay with us bonus.
Thank you for staying, here's $500, or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Also referral bonuses. If we have a great employee and they have a friend that they think could fill a role pretty well, that's a pretty good reference. Give them a finder's fee. So we're trying to be super creative in keeping our staff, keeping them well motivated, incentivized. It just makes things go so much better when they're happy to be there and they stay.
Sounds like you're doing a good job there.
And we're working on a combination of trainings with McHenry County College as well, so that they can boost up their managerial levels and so that they can go forward in our programs. So they can become a lead person, a supervisor, you know, different levels. And so this has been very effective as well.
Sue, I think you had a question?
Yes, Mickey, thank you. Other than funding and staffing, what's your greatest challenge?
Those would be the biggest challenges. Making sure that our staff does the best possible job for our seniors, because the senior population, we're not gonna get to the tip of the iceberg until 2030. So we've had to realign how we are doing our paperwork so that we can get our care coordinators out in the field as much as possible. And so we have changed how we're doing things with the paperwork, because we're trying to be more electronic and more green. And the most important piece for us is to make sure we're out in those communities, serving the people as that population increases. And we have increased demands from the state as well. Instead of doing a yearly assessment, we have to go out every 6 months now. And that just doubles our caseloads. And so we are passing off more of the paperwork to the business office and to the case aides so that they can complete the paperwork, and getting our care coordinators out in that field more.
Thank you.
When Mickey refers to paperwork, that's not internally required paperwork, that's state paperwork.
Yeah, the more data-driven, the state's becoming more data-driven too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Last question, because they're bumping up.
How many employees do you have?
between all 3 counties, 130.
Do they have fringe benefits?
They have to have vacation time, sick time. Personal days, health insurance.
401k.
401ks.
EAP, voluntary life.
EAP, yeah.
We just picked up long-term disability and short-term disability for our staff. We were finding a real need that they needed that coverage.
So 165 employees.
130.
130,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, and that's across 3 counties, so. It is very labor intensive.
Well, we like direct services. I'd much rather pay for the ad.
Yeah.
So, thank you, ladies.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. Very well done. Very much. Pioneer? Again, same directions. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about the organization. Focus in on the program where our monies, what our monies will fund. And then I'm assuming too, because of the developmental disabilities portion of this, that you are asking for an exemption to the age 60. Can you talk about that a little bit too, please, if you would address it anyway? And then again, for everyone's information, last year for Pioneer SOAR program, they asked for $138,000. I believe this year they are asking for the exact same amount. We funded at
100,000.
Right, thank you, at 100,000 last year.
Morning.
Floor is yours.
Morning. Morning. Thanks for having us. Appreciate y'all inviting us back. It's always a pleasure presenting, and appreciate the partnership with the state, county, local government. It's been a long-standing relationship, and so we like to come and present. We've been around for 67 years. So first of all, let me do some introduction. My name is Frank Samuel. I'm the CEO. I'm going on my 10th year at Pioneer Center. I'll let Steph know.
Yes, hi, my name is Stephanie Opdai. I'm the Senior Manager of our Community Day Services.
And I'm Jason Clark. I'm the Chief Program Officer here at Pioneer Center.
And I made an error, and I'll let you finish the introductions, but it's for 2 programs. It's not just for
Yes,
SOAR.
correct,
Okay, please.
correct.
I apologize. Thank you.
Kelly, you want to be?
I'm Kelly Wagner. I'm the Director of Finance at Pioneer.
And I'm Natalie Klutz. I'm the Grant Administrator.
Yep. Natalie's new to us, so we're excited about her joining our team. Yeah, so what makes Pioneer Center unique is that we are in 3 distinct pillars of services. Developmental disabilities, that's how we started 67 years ago. It's our biggest pillar, and we serve strictly developmental disability clients. And then our behavioral health services was added later. We help in behavioral health, outpatient therapy, mentoring. We have a runaway homeless youth program. And then we are the only provider in the county that has a residential program in behavioral health. We have 4 group homes, 28 beds. It's a tough program to run, but we choose to serve because there's a need for it. And then the homeless services, we have a 70-bed shelter that we built a brand new shelter 5 years ago with the help of the county, local government, state, and that's also vital to the community. So we serve in 3 distinct pillars, which gives us the depth and breadth of services and the needs to serve the needs of the community. Here's some stats just to give you a sense of what we do. We serve close to 1,000 clients, children, teens, adults served. We served about 46,000 meals last year, 15,000 plus nights of PADS clients. 313 children, teens, and adults received assistance through our behavioral health program. About close to 450 clients in developmental disabilities. We have 15 group homes. 80 youth were provided support through our runaway homeless youth program. So it's pretty extensive. Hopefully this will give you some picture of what we do in the community. I'll let Stephanie and Jason.
Yeah, I just want to kind of set the stage a little bit here. Is that first of all, thank you again for funding us for all these years. This is now Stephanie and I's 3rd time that we've come before you and asking for money, and I think that we've kind of really leaned into before what the need was. To answer the question about why we're asking for kind of an exception to the age limit here, is we do consider people with intellectual and developmental disabilities age 50 and over to be seniors. And the reason for that is we do see, there's a statistical fact that you do see chronic health conditions and age-related disorders in people with intellectual disabilities earlier than you do in the neurotypical population. So that's why we start to see things, particularly individuals with Down syndrome, for example, the chances of getting Alzheimer's, for example, are extremely high at age 50 and almost 100% at age 60. So those are the things that we're seeing earlier. And people with intellectual and developmental disabilities are living much longer lives than they ever have historically. A lot of that has to do with funding like this, or organizations that are able to have them have access to healthcare, but we're still seeing those kind of chronic health conditions earlier, so that's why we define that as an earlier age. And the one thing before I kind of hand it off to Stephanie is, we do see in our residential population, which is about 65 folks, I believe, 53% of them are over age 50. So, we're seeing a lot of what we consider seniors. We also serve 24 individuals with Down syndrome across our residential and day programs, and 8 clients have what we describe as differential diagnosis. And the one thing I do want to kind of lean into is we've talked about, I think the last 2 times we've been here, why there's a need and what we plan to do with the money. And today I think we want to brag a little bit about the money that we've been able to utilize because of the funding that we get from you. So that's something that we really want to lean into, of what we've actually been doing with it, because we're pretty proud of where we've come in the last couple of years.
So this is a little bit of information about the request, particularly with the SOAR project. and then our senior residential, which I'll let Jason speak to a little bit later on. So yes, part of what we have been able to accomplish in the last year has been invested really in our evidence-based staff training. The Hearthstone Institute is out of Tennessee. It is funded by the National Institute of Health. We are the only agency in the country that they have modified their dementia platform for our population. So we also have invested in an organization called the National Task Force on IDD and Dementia. I am a regional trainer for that. It allows us to have a detection tool for our older adults. When we detect something is different, it is very difficult actually to diagnose someone with dementia. It is a diagnosis of exclusion simply because of an individual's learning abilities. When we do have that, however, we have processes in place that reflect our person-centered services. We have dementia mapping that we do. The other thing that we've also done is we've developed partnerships that are specialized for benefiting our older adults. University of Illinois Master Gardeners have developed a therapeutic sensory garden for our largest day program in McHenry. We also have weekly fitness. So I brought you a bunch of resources about the things that we've done, including a calendar of our SOAR program. We do have a new project that we're very excited about in a partnership with Gigi's Playhouse, which are serving individuals with Down syndrome. Our dementia mapping is specific to the day program and also our residential program. It offers an education for the individual with the diagnosis as well as their interdisciplinary team. And then the other thing that all of our programs and all of our services do is support the 6 dimensions of wellness and aging. Next slide. So while we say for our intended outcomes for 2026, 75% of our clients will achieve positive health outcomes. 89% of our current clients in the SOAR program do participate in fitness daily. The Northwestern Medical Fitness Program has been an exceptional program for clients. They do Pilates, they do Zumba, they do aquatics, but it also sparked a continuation. So our clients have been given homework. They do exercise, we keep it fun for them. The other thing that we are looking at is getting our clients out in the community. And then this is also a big bragging point. We have a new concept called clubs within our day programs, and we have seen outcome measures where our clients have actually improved in engagement in meaningful activities. Nope, I think that's it.
So I'm not sure how it works since we're doing two presentations. Are we down to like a minute for the second one? Okay, so I'll try to go through this really fast. So if you go to the next slide. So we're also asking for our senior residential funding as well too, an amount of $161,000. So this is really supporting our direct and support staffs, providing services necessary to prevent unnecessary institutionalization and reduces reliance on emergency services. We're serving seniors in 9 of our 11 group homes, which include 30 individuals that we're serving. And the one thing I really want to brag about again, when we were trying to utilize the funding for keeping people healthy and safe and engaged, and one of the things that we've invested in a year ago is a system called Station MD. And Station MD is a telehealth system that is specifically designed for individuals, so it's doctors, emergency room doctors that are trained in IDD specific. Because if you go take somebody to an emergency room, they may not know autism. They may not know Down syndrome and all the different chronic things. This is a service that people can get emergency health services directly in their home. And I want to talk about just our 30 individuals. Over the last fiscal year, we had close to 100 calls that could have been going to urgent cares or emergency cares, and only 7 were required to actually take somebody into a higher level of care. So if you're talking about staying somebody in an emergency room for hours and hours and hours, and also the expense of what it is to Medicaid, this is a subscription-based system that no call is too small. We can call as many times as we want. It's not charging the insurance. It's a subscription-based system. So 93% of our calls that could have been going to an emergency rooms or urgent cares were able to be done in health or in the homes being able to see emergency room doctors. They'll call directly to our pharmacy if there's medications that need to be doing or testing that needs to be done. So those are the kind of things that we really wanted to invest in and be able to have people live longer, healthier lives in our homes. So our intended outcomes for our residential, again, is comprehensive support for aging individuals. I mentioned the 30. So they're having the same things done, such as the dementia mapping and the health screening and the engagement that they are in the day program, and then the increased access to healthcare services, and then getting out and doing community integration and engagement as well too. So these are the statistics that we're doing in our, particularly in our residential home.
Right on time.
Just like me playing.
Are there any questions? John, please.
Not a
Mr.
question,
Platts.
but wow, on 93%, you keep them from going to ER?
Yeah, so 30 people had about 100 calls over the full fiscal year, so 12 months, and we only had to take 7 to a higher level of care. What is also awesome about that is not only will, if they do, the few times that we do have to take them, the doctor will actually call the hospital directly and talk to so physician to physician and say, here's the things that the person is presenting with. So if they come in with a droopy face, you don't need to be worried about they have a stroke, that's baseline. And they can also say, hey, this is an individual you don't want in your waiting room for 6 hours. You may want to expedite getting that person on here. So again, even when we do have to take them on, there's a benefit for that.
That's huge.
That's enormous. Been a game changer for us, yes. But again, these are the things that we've been able to invest in because of the dollars that we're able to get.
Mr. Golkowski?
Is that we call up telehealth?
Yes.
Prompting?
Yep.
Because I know Algonquin is doing the same thing with Pathways. So I know it's a very beneficial.
It's beneficial, and what I love about this system, again, is it's not just like, you know, Dr. Smith, some random person who may not have, these are people that are specifically trained in intellectual and developmental disabilities that we're seeing. They're across the country, sometimes we're calling New York, sometimes we're calling Colorado, but they're all have the specific training through this company.
Okay, good program.
Any other questions? We scheduled X amount of minutes for questions. There aren't a whole lot. Anything you want to say in closing that you didn't get to say?
I mean, I have a bunch of resources. I have some packets if people want to review, just what we've been doing. It's kind of hard to explain some of the things that we're doing, such as dementia mapping, but when you see it, it kind of helps maybe understand a little bit better. It's out there in one packet, so yeah, there's like just 4 of them.
That's okay. Anybody who wants one can have one. Otherwise, what I would suggest is you can give them to Sarah, and if anybody wants them, we can distribute rather than just trying to get the 4 out.
Yes, thank you.
Either one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does that mean we can have a potty break?
Yes, you can have a potty break.
Can you remind us on last year's ask and grant for the residential program?
I think it's exactly the same.
Yeah, right.
Good job.
Oh, thank you, yes.
Again, it's 10:40. I don't want to cheat Independence Health and Therapy out of their time. So same direction, Ms. Parrish, if you would introduce yourself, introduce Independence Health and Therapy, and then specifically the program that the money will be utilized for.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, I'd like to stand because I get really excited about Independence Health and Therapy, and so I need to move around a little bit to get that excitement out. So I'll promise not to bounce around too much so I don't make anybody nauseous. So Independence Health and Therapy. Well, I'm Lori Parrish. I'm Director of Programs. I'm going to take a breath to slow down. Sometimes I talk really fast, and that's not always good. John Buckley is our Executive Director. He's out of town today. He sends his regards and his gratitude for the opportunity to come before you again. And he sent me here and blessed me and wished me all the best. So I'm going to do the best that I can here today. Our mission is promoting independence and improving lives through care, education, and advocacy. And I hear often that we're one of the best kept secrets around, and we don't want to be a best kept secret. We want to be the best Independence Health and Therapy we can be to the community of McHenry County. So we are a not-for-profit, obviously. We offer adult day health and memory care programs. I'm going to dive into those the most. And we also provide caregiver support and education services, behavioral health services, counseling, and psychiatry. And I'm going to stop there and move on. So I'm excited to announce that we are rebranding our Independence Health and Therapy Adult Day Health and Memory Care Program because that title is way too long. And so I'm excited to announce to you, we are one of the first groups of people to learn that we now have the Daybreak Lounge. It's a shared space for laughter, care, and community. And for our caregivers, we want you to know that it's their day and your break. So the way we're going to do that is I've got a bunch of slides that kind of get into the operational stuff, but I want to share a story because I think that's the best way to help people understand what is this? What is Independence Health and Therapy? What is the Daybreak Lounge? So I want to ask you to think about who do you know? Who do you know that maybe is or knows someone that's socially isolated, lonely? Maybe they have mobility challenges and can't get out on their own. Maybe they have some cognitive challenges that they're navigating. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to go. Well, I inadvertently knew one of those people. My friend Lisa and I were out one night talking, and she got to telling me about her mom. And she was like, Lori, I don't know what to do about my mom. She's 85 and she's at home and she is alone. Her husband is there with her. He's 93, and for some reason that we don't know, that my friend Lisa doesn't know, is that he sleeps all day and is up all night. Well then, if he's sleeping all day, her mom is by herself. She doesn't drive anymore, so she can't go out and do her own things. My friend Lisa has her own full-time job, has her own family, and so she gets to see mom at night and on the weekends, but mom is stuck during the day. She's like, I don't know what to do. And I said, well, Lisa, wouldn't you know, I know about this awesome organization that can provide an opportunity for your mom to get out and get involved, get into a community, and become engaged, as well as be cared for during the day. And isn't that what we would want for our loved one? So they came and took a tour of the program, and I like to say that when you meet Christina Murphy, our program manager, and you get a chance to tour the facility, you're gonna fall in love with Christina and you're gonna fall in love with the program. Well, sure enough, my friend Lisa and her mom did. And so her mom started coming. She started coming 2 or 3 days a week. She absolutely loved it. The program is Monday through Friday. We start at 9 a.m. We serve breakfast. After breakfast, they have an opportunity for discussions and conversations about community events, current events, things that might bring up past interests and hobbies and just activities. And so they have that conversation. Then they'll literally move into some exercise. It's usually chair related because many of our guests are have some challenges physically. So we'll do a lot of this, a lot of moving and shaking with our arms, as well as moving those legs and feet as you can when you're sitting. And I frequently am up front, assisting with the front desk, particularly these past several months. Well, when I hear the music, I go in and I participate in the exercise. It's a blast. Alrighty, 5 minutes remaining. Well, so then I want to tell you that my friend's mom had a fall. Now, not at Independence, she had it at home. Christmas Eve, she fell and broke her pelvis. We were devastated. Well, Mom was in the hospital, she was in rehab, and one of the things she kept telling her mom was, I want to get back to Independence. I want to get back to Independence Health and Therapy. So we prayed, we waited, she got her rehabilitation. Well, she came back. And so we are so excited about that. So one, my friend's mom didn't have to be prematurely admitted into an assisted living program. She didn't have to spend a lot of time in rehab because she had a reason, a mission, a motivation to get out of rehab and back to the Daybreak Lounge. And now she attends 3 days a week, and my friend tells me she has her mom back. And I said, what does that mean? And she said, my mom comes home and she has conversations with me about what she's done during the day. She talks about the friends that she's made. And my friend just loves it. She feels so comfortable with us taking care of her mom 2-3 times a week that when they were looking at funds, thank you very much, when they were looking at funds and needing to cut some services, Mom said, don't cut Independence Health and Therapy, cut the home care that's coming in because I want to continue to go to Independence. Sure enough, she is. Just this week, they went to MCC, saw Mr. Luck's historical collection of things. We took a small group there. They absolutely loved it. Sure enough, that night I got a text from my friend that said, Mom loved the trip to MCC and she can't wait to go to the farm next week. They're going to go to the farm and have a chance to visit with the animals. So, man, I told you I was excited about this. I could talk all day. So our ask is for 2 programs. The Adult Day Health focuses on those that are socially isolated, lonely, and then we also have a component of memory care. So those that are in the initial stages of dementia and other related diagnoses. And so we have staff that get training, they're CNAs, and they get additional training to navigate those with memory care as well as those with physical issues that and challenges. Our goal is to help them maintain their independence and stay at home for as long as possible, as well as stay in their community. And one of the communities that they have is at the Daybreak Lounge. So our programs focus on outcomes of fewer hospitalizations, diminishing the rate of that cognitive decline, because when you are active, when you are involved and engaged, we know when we're physically active and we're mentally active, we feel better. We have a community to interact with, and this is what the Daybreak Lounge provides for those that are socially isolated, lonely, those that are navigating dementia and their loved ones don't know what to do, they don't know what to do. We're here to help. We have an amazing community as your meeting of senior service providers, and we work to collaborate with all of them, many of them as we can, in order to care for our senior population. And as Mickey mentioned earlier, we're only getting older, and more of us are gonna be 65 plus come 2030, and we wanna be here to help serve that community. So, I will conclude there because I know I could talk all day and you might have questions, and so I just want to conclude with my friend's mom continues to come and she is living her best life.
Lori, before I let John take the floor,
Yes.
I note that there was last year you guys requested $295,000 for the Independence Health and Therapy Adult Day Health Program.
Yes.
And $334
Yes.
for the memory care.
Yes.
And this year it's higher, almost 8% for the adult day
Yes.
health and only about 2%, which makes sense to me. I mean, with just increased costs.
Right.
Can you focus in on real quickly before again I give it to John, why there was basically an 8% increase in your ask?
Sure, absolutely, because of inflation and because of the high cost of staffing, because of the high cost of gas. I didn't mention, or maybe I did a little bit, this is a video, 2-minute video that if we have time and you want to see it, I can share. But back to the question is, everything has gone up, as you know. And so we are needing to be able to continue our program. We need funds such as those that you graciously provide to our program in order to stay open. Fees for service do not cover the cost of these programs. Medicare, you might think, I know I did, would cover the cost of this program. It does not. Medicaid secondary does, but we all know, Medicaid doesn't pay a whole lot, just a little. We are able to work with IDOA and IDOR, Illinois Department of Aging and Rehabilitation. And we work with Mickey at Senior Services. There are contracts and grants, per se, applications available for our clients to pursue potentially, and they might get some funding from those entities, or there is the option of self-pay. Being a not-for-profit, we do provide a sliding scale. One day at the program is $140. One day, 9 to 3:30, is $140. You can do the math on that. Transportation is $25, so top dollar would be $165 a day. That you multiply that 2 to 3 times a week, it's a whole lot less than assisted living programs. There's a place for assisted living, but we want them to live in their homes and in their community for as long as possible. So again, costs continue to increase, and you need to be able to cover.
And the number one priority and premise of this grant program is to keep people in their homes.
Yes, yes.
So, Mr. Pletz.
Actually, the transportation was answered by your slide.
Okay.
The only thing I was gonna say is I love your energy.
Thanks, and I don't drink coffee, so, and I gave away Pepsi,
You
so.
know, ADD does, suggest some coffee intake, just saying.
Well, I'm one of those women who's never been diagnosed ADD, but maybe I've got it, I don't know. I just have a lot of energy and I love what I do, so.
Any other questions for Ms. Parrish?
With this money, did you say the transportation is $25 or it could be up to $25?
The transportation is $25 for them if they want to take advantage of that. Not everybody does, some people self-transport, so that's the fee that we charge if somebody is wanting to utilize the transportation. And
you have buses?
Yep, we have 8 buses and 4 vans. We have a driver and an assistant on every vehicle, and the assistant goes to the door, right to the door, to make sure that the loved one gets to and from our program safely. They are all CPR trained, CPI trained.
One of those questions has been asked. Do you want to talk a little bit about screening for staff and how you hire staff?
Sure, absolutely. So again, we are caring for loved ones. And so who would you want your loved one to be with? And so we hire certified nursing assistants. We also hire people who have a passion and creativity for activities, because while we know, bingo is a lot of fun and they really love it. We can't skip bingo. There are a lot of other things that we can do. And so we screen for, thank you, those are pictures, so much fun. We screen for prior experience with caregiving. We screen for care and compassion and understanding. Many of our caregivers, or many of our staff rather, have been caregivers in the past. They aren't necessarily doing it at the same time because that's just way too much. But this is fabulous. We had a horse. Liam is in training to become a therapy horse. Liam came and we were all outside, and everybody that wanted to got a chance to pet him. It was absolutely beautiful. Now, I have a thing with horses that I stay away from them. So I admired him from afar, but the clients loved him. We do lots of activities. This was around Easter, and it is deviled eggs made by our cook, Linda, but then they made chicks with them. I think they decorated them with, I don't know, something that's orange and then raisins for the eyes, and they had a blast. We do just a wide variety of things, and again, back to your question, our staff, really, we become a family. We become a family, and
Average age of your clients?
average age, I would say 65 to 85. Yep. And average attendance, they come 2 to 3 times a week. We have a few that come 5 days a week, and we love that. Actually, the gentleman up at the top, he comes 5 days a week, and we actually have some Spanish-speaking staff. We have Spanish-speaking clients, and so in terms of screening for staff, we are always looking for qualified Spanish speakers to work with our clients.
Is there anybody else in the county that provides these types of services?
No. We are the only one that provides these types of services in the county.
And do you get your clientele from throughout the county, or is there a specific geographic area that you see more of a prevalence from?
Well, we serve the entire county. We have had guests from Union, Harvard, Crystal Lake, Marengo, McHenry, and we will travel all throughout the county. I think, I know that our bus route to Crystal Lake is quite large, so we're looking to split that so they're not spending a whole lot of time on the bus. But we really see clients from everywhere, and there is not a program like ours in McHenry County. So I want to thank you for your consideration of our programs and these dollars. It really means a lot. We fundraise. We've got 2 fundraisers coming up. We've got a flag football game next Thursday. Somebody told me I was playing, but I think John Buckley is going to be my sub.
Wise decision.
What's that?
Wise decision.
Yeah, and then the 4th of October, we have a homecoming rally at Kishwaukee Brewing. We've got a bull riding, something going on, raffles, and all kinds of fun. So we do fundraise, we seek grants, we seek donors and individual gifts, and so we greatly appreciate the funds that we receive from the Senior Services Grant
How has
Commission.
fundraising gone for you in the last 3 years?
Oh, it's changed. It's changed. People don't want, just my opinion, people aren't interested in going to those fancy galas. For some reason, we spent, a year, 2 years in sweats during COVID, and we don't want to get out of our sweats and gym shoes. So dressing up for galas may not be the thing for everyone, and so I think they're looking for different things. So we've been trying to do different. The flag football event is new, so we're going to give that a try. Last year, we tried a prom, 80s prom. It was a lot of fun, but it was on June 6th, and everybody's busy in June. So that's why we're changing it up. The homecoming rally, October 4th, is actually the same day we would have had Ale Fest. We had Ale Fest in Woodstock for 10 years, and that's really changed because when it started, we were the only ones doing it, and now everybody's doing it. So the weather, we were battling the weather, so we decided to do something different. So the homecoming rally is going to be our fall fundraiser. But people are not giving in the same way. They're interested in going to different things, having unique, creative events, and I know some of you are involved in coming up with those events, and we try to get as creative as we can, but it's just giving is different. And it's down.
Yeah, going back to the application materials that were submitted, there was a sort of a direct line that was drawn between the request and the assistant manager position. Could you give a little bit more detail on what exactly that role is responsible for?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for asking. That is so new, and so before COVID, we had our staffing included an assistant manager. And so with all things COVID, we shifted. We used to have a day program down in Huntley, and we had to close that program because of COVID and all things related to that. So we shifted up to Woodstock. We changed the staffing. We removed the assistant manager position. So in recent years, we're growing. We're very excited to grow. We are very excited to partner with organizations like Workforce Network. And we had an intern who worked with us in a role of just providing on-site, on-floor support, management, encouragement to the team, so that our manager, Christina, can get out into the public, look for donors, create awareness. And so Brooke, our assistant manager, who will be in that position, she will be kind of on the floor, the manager on the floor, supporting the team. Daily schedules, support to families, support to the staff, and then our manager will do more of the high-level operational piece, and then get out in the community so that we can continue to grow and build awareness, because unfortunately, when I go out, and even with all this energy, they say, "Who are you?" And I said, "Do you remember Family Alliance?" And they're like, "Oh, yes, my grandmother was there." Well, that's us. 2018, we became Independence Health and Therapy because we merged Family Alliance and Adult and Child Rehab. So people still don't know who we are, and so we're gonna get Christina out there to shout from the mountaintops.
And so this position is more enabling the care staff to provide care.
Yes, grow and provide care and support, and we'll be able to provide additional training to them, and then again, hopefully grow the program and serve more people. So, does that answer your question, Drew? Fantastic.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Nice job. Thank you. And if you get a chance, go to our website and you can watch that video. It's 2 minutes and it has almost as much energy as I do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and your service.
And next up, we have Senior Care Volunteer Network. We're very familiar with this wonderful organization. Same direction, introduce yourself, talk a little bit about the organization, and then specifically the ask for your Senior Connections program, please.
Familiar faces and new ones, this is pretty cool. That explains the questions, that's great. Okay, I'm gonna read because it's gonna get me through it faster, and then I know you're gonna have questions at the end, so we'll go that route. I am Sarah Schrempf. I am the Executive Director at Senior Care Volunteer Network. Senior Care Volunteer Network is actually really proud this year. We're celebrating a 25-year anniversary. So we've been in McHenry County now for over 25 years. And we're seeking the funding today to help support staff salaries, some of our occupancy and IT-related support. Who are we? At SCVN, our mission is simple yet powerful. We support our senior neighbors who wish to live independently by connecting dedicated community volunteers with seniors who need assistance. We support them in ways to maintain dignity, improve quality of life. More importantly, all of our services are provided at no cost to the senior we serve. Who we care for. We serve McHenry County residents 60 and above, and the average age of our care recipient is 75. Our care recipients fall into one of 3 areas. They live completely alone. They live with another person who's usually a primary caregiver. And then there are those people who have some support, but they're either not local, or they're caring for their own families and have little time to care for their parent. Or sometimes they're here, but they're just apathetic, sadly. So our services, the services and connections that we make throughout the community are comprehensive and contribute to every area of health and wellness, as seen in this slide. So I took this from the social determinants of health model to show how every program, every service we provide falls into one, or anyone we're serving is going to fall into one of those areas, and most times multiple areas. And it's because we're not a healthcare provider. We do facilitate and coordinate the many moving pieces that bring people to services, or we bring the services to the people. The benefit to the seniors and their families is that we can meet people where they are and help with our own services, or help guide and navigate them to services in the community, referencing all of those partners, which I'll get to a little bit later. But that's kind of a common theme among most of us, is that we do not all do everything. So we do have to use our partners in the community and make referrals. Let's see, the power of volunteerism, we can ensure people get to their medical appointments on time, provide companionship on rides and in-home visits, get them the medical equipment to rehab at home, saving them money, and provide food and disposable undergarments to keep people healthy and clean. And that saves money too. The services that we provide that fall into one of those areas are all provided, the direct service provided by the volunteers. Of all the benefits seniors get from these services, the most consistent but hard to measure is the companionship and relationships built with every contact. Not feeling alone and being able to feel part of a community is critical to maintaining independence and positively impacts their quality of life. No, here we go. All right. Getting to the areas that are most in need by recruiting volunteers. In those areas, we can identify our most remote and most rural is where the greatest need is, so we're continuing to focus up in those areas. The senior population in McHenry County is expected to double over the next decade. 40% of the county's population is 45 or older. I took this from the county needs assessment, the most recent one anyway. And even though the 45 to 60 age group may not be in great need of bedside commodes at the time, their parents may need them, and one day very soon they may need them as well. So I think it's important to look at the population that's behind the population we're serving, because it's a good indicator of what we have to prepare for. And I think it's very important to show that we know it's coming and we know what we have to prepare for. So we're trying to get ourselves in that position that we can still be here to do that when that time comes. This is just to show you a little bit of our history and what we've been able to do over the past few years. This is an indicator of, see how it's kind of flat? The population's been a little bit flat, you know? But, you know, I'm no Nostradamus, but that's gonna keep going up and up and up. So I think it's a good visual for people to see who know it in here, but to me that's profound, and that's what we're preparing for. We're preparing for it to continue going up that way. And then the capacity. So capacity is always a question with us since we utilize volunteers. We have been very, very consistent with growing our volunteer base. It's like anything in the world though. You lose some, you gain some. My goal is to keep things balanced and keeping up with it. Again, it's that kind of that supply and demand thing. We want those to kind of track together. So we've been tracking together. Our expectation is that we'll continue to do that. This I took from our destinations, back like our data. This is the top 50 community partners that we work with on a pretty regular basis or have worked with at least one time in the last 12 months. These are referrals. So one of the positions we're asking for some funding to help support is the person that works with our own people that are enrolled in our program, but also the general public who call in, or the adult children of the senior population that are calling and looking for help for their parents. And, you know, I look at these lists and it's really a reminder to me how lucky we are to have all these other people supporting us in these ways. And, you know, I don't know what any organization would do without all of them. And that's pretty much all I have. See, I did it really quick because I knew.
Can I, Sarah, I'm looking at my info here and I admit to you it might be wrong, but do I understand that you asked for $285,000 last year and you're only asking for?
No.
No?
We asked for 200 last year and we were awarded 200.
Okay, thank you very much. I picked up my typo, sorry. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Anyone else have any questions? Ms. Campbell, then Mr. Thomas.
So you had mentioned that the rural areas of the county, right, in terms of having the greater need. So is that, I'm sure, it's probably can be twofold, right? A growing need within the rural community, but also the lack of volunteers in the rural community, or are you finding that that's kind of correlated too?
It's a balance. So one of the reasons we have a volunteer program coordinator is not over to manage and oversee and take care of a whole bunch of the legal stuff, making sure we have background checks and all those things. Their job is also to be out in the community helping to recruit new volunteers. So they work closely with our transportation coordinator, say, okay, where do these people need rides? We'll work with people who are way out North Woodstock who are kind of on a farm in their family home, not gonna leave it. So how many people do we need out there to be able to support, that person plus how many others in that area? So we might go to the library, like Heber, and try and rally some of those people to help their neighbors in their area. That's kind of the whole premise of the program, is to have neighbors serving neighbors. The best outcome we can have, which is hard to gather, is they stop calling us because that natural support just sort of happens and then they don't need us anymore. People say, oh gosh, how you doing? Are you busy? Like it's a good thing. And I'm like, yeah, but we don't want to be busy. The best thing I could do is that's trending down. It's either means that they're getting, the seniors needing the help, it's gonna go down. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. But as long as we track together, we're still gonna be able to meet the need and, grow with it, so.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, this is more of a statement. I've used the service personally, and I'd like to thank you. It's wonderful. These folks are really, really caring. They go out of their way. They have drivers, for my own personal experience, that they've become friends with my mother. And don't worry about it, we're gonna come pick you up. She was a stroke victim, so she was confused a lot, and these folks just 100% dynamite. Love you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Personal stories are great. Anybody else? Any questions? Anything you want to throw out in closing?
If I could, just real quick, I know there were some questions about staffing and percentages and all that. I appreciate that this commission takes into account the value of those volunteers and how it doesn't just run itself, and that there is some administration that has to oversee all of it. I've been with the organization 10 years and I've worked pretty hard to get that one line item of executive director to 0. That I'm not coming to you asking for money, I'm sorry, to cover me. But the staff that works for us, I don't know what I'd do without any of them. And it's all because of the volunteers who are out there doing the direct service that we don't pay for. So I do appreciate that you guys see that value and what we're able to do with what looks like a lot of money on paper, but the value we're able to turn back into the community is a lot more. So, thank you.
Recognized.
Yeah.
Recognized. Thank you very much. Habitat. Dina. Not today. Correct. Thank you. Thank you. And I know you were in the room, so introduce yourselves, tell us about Habitat, and then specifically the program that you're asking us to consider funding.
Sure.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for having us back this year. I am Sarah Davis. I am the VP of Operations for the newly merged Lake and McHenry County Habitat. And this is, I'll let you introduce yourself.
I'm Yasmin. I am our Grant and Database Manager, which was a new position we were able to add this year. Really exciting for us.
So Habitat, as you know, we are known for our offering opportunities for affordable home ownership. What many people don't know is that we have a really robust side hustle with our critical home repair program. So what we're here to ask for today is additional assistance to help us provide safety, accessibility features for the seniors in our county. So, well, that covered my first. Can you in charge of that? Thank you. you. Okay, so our mission is simple: provide dignity, safety, and the ability to age in place for seniors who might otherwise face unsafe conditions or displacement. According to a 2019 report from the Joint Center for Housing Studies of Harvard University, most older adults live in a single-family home, and the majority of these homes are now at least 40 years old. The average median age for a home in McHenry County, or the year built, was 1989, so about 36 years, so we're right in check with that. Maintenance and preservation of these older homes is a challenge, especially for lower income older adults, posing a risk to the health of these older residents. Our program serves seniors ages 60 and older who are low to moderate income. We provide critical home repairs and accessibility modifications, things like bathroom safety, wheelchair ramps, upgrades, roof HVAC repairs. We even assist with things like critter removal, or we've had ceilings falling out, or walls falling down, or tripping hazards, you name it. Outside the front, I'm thinking we do grading for their houses so that people don't fall in their yards. We do a lot of front porches because people can't walk in. We do garage repair because a lot of people, believe it or not, have garage doors that don't open or are stuck open. So it really, things you don't think about. Last year, we received $100,000 in grant funding with an aim to serve 10 senior households in McHenry County. To date, with this funding, we've been able to complete 9 projects, with another 4 projects still in progress. Our ask for 2026 is for $300,000, and our goal is to reach at least 25 senior households in McHenry County with that funding. Every dollar received is directly tied to real impact: safe homes, secure families, and seniors who can stay where they belong. Obviously, as you know, seniors are more likely to fall in the bathroom due to poor lighting, slippery floors, lack of grab bars. Stairs are a common source of falls. Proper lighting, sturdy handrails, non-slip tread carpet can enhance that safety. So, quality of life. I just took this straight from somebody else who actually wrote this note, because it was the easiest way to express it to you guys. So, this person wrote, "It would mean a lot to me for my house to be fixed. One reason why is that if the house was fixed, I wouldn't have to wake up or walk in the house wondering if I was going to fall through the floor if I stepped too hard, or if the ceiling was going to collapse. Another reason is that it gets hard having to turn off the tiny heaters, the oven, and the big heater, and then when it's cold, turn them back on. It would feel really happy knowing that my setting wasn't going to break every day." So our final goal is to increase safety and security. Every home receives a safety assessment before and after repairs. So oftentimes people will submit their application to us, and they may say I have drafty windows, but when we get there for the assessment, we realize there are tripping hazards, or they need hand grab bars in the bathrooms, things like that. So we will address everything that we can, not just what they write in their letter. Impact. So in 2025, we received, for McHenry County alone, nearly 200 applications. We closed out applications in June because we could not handle the capacity. Of the 35 projects completed to date in McHenry County, 9 of those have been for the senior families, with the additional 4 in progress. We also have 7 other senior families in the queue who will be receiving assistance, not from the senior services grant portion, but from other funding that we have available. So obviously, families get very excited to know that their loved ones are living in safe spaces, so that makes all the difference. Looking forward, we are committing to serving those 25 families next year. With your continued support, we can ensure more older adults live safely, independently, and with dignity in their homes. On behalf of our seniors and their families, thank you for believing in this work, and thank you for helping us make this work happen.
So real quickly, I want
Yes.
you to do a couple things for me. Average expense at each project.
So,
And wait, and
Yes.
that last year you asked and received $100,000.
Correct.
This year it's $300,000. Explain that huge
Yes.
ask difference,
Mhm.
okay?
absolutely.
And then tell me how many applications you received again?
We received 200 up until June, and then we closed out applications, and
And
that was
typically,
just
how many are you able to do in a year?
50.
Thank you. Okay,
So, yeah.
and then the others, thank you.
Average cost, it really varies. The average cost it can be $5,000, it can be up to $60,000. We have a lot more on the $60,000 end, to be very honest, so.
Because most of those projects, those homes have fallen into that
Correct.
type of disrepair. It's
Correct.
not just the, like, ADA.
Correct, yes, we are
Okay.
replacing roofs, we are replacing HVAC, you know, in the winter, if somebody, you know, if we have an application where somebody is requiring heat, that gets priority over, you know, versus in the summer when somebody needs air conditioning instead, so, we have partnered with, or we have received funding from Half HR, HRAP, we're going to be receiving funding from USDA 502, with their critical home repair program. This is never ending. The need far outweighs what we are able to provide. With our growth, with merging with Lake County, we have more people, we're bringing more people on board. We have a lot of committed employees. Half of our staff has been there over 5 years. We run with a staff of about 50 people, with 25 of those belonging in the restores, and the other 25 split between both sides of Lake County and McHenry County.
And do you prioritize?
We do
So,
prioritize.
but, okay.
Yes, we do prioritize. We have I think Joel calls it the SPDAT system, so that we can, you know, look at everything objectively, because otherwise I pick one, somebody else would pick one, you know, so we all want to help, but yes.
Mr. Thomas? And then, I'm sorry, then Mr. Bukowski.
I'm just curious, you use professional contractors?
So we do,
within
yes.
McKinley County?
Correct, yes, we do.
So they're all registered?
Yes.
They're not handyman
Correct,
specialists?
yes, exactly. Everybody's insured, bonded, the whole 9 yards.
One thing to note as well is we do try to layer funding in order to maximize the amount of repairs we are able to do. A lot of the other funding does require licensed contractors. When jobs allow, we do volunteer labor as well, our skilled volunteers, but that is more for a porch or building a wheelchair ramp, things that we don't necessarily need a certified contractor for, but it's a great way to get the community involved, get neighbors involved, and really have that community buy-in for the program. I think it raises a lot of awareness.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Great information. Mr. Thomas, and then Mr. Pletz.
No, I'm just giving you a thumbs up on letting the handyman come and help out, that's it.
Are you guys having a hard time? I know I'm in the business and the materials are very expensive.
Yes.
And since you are hiring contractors, they have to make a profit, and they always do on the labor and material.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you control and maybe help more people out as far as on the material side?
A lot of the funding requires us to have open bidding, so people have to come to us with that information.
So you're getting 3 bids
Correct.
per job?
At least, yes, correct,
Okay.
yes. And we usually will open up something, if we know there's gonna be a bigger project, we will invite, contractors into the building to say, hey, this is what we're looking at, just so the bidding process will open from, here to here, et cetera. So they kind of know what they're getting into ahead of time.
And how do they find out where you're at, as far as when jobs are available to come bid on?
So we use a lot of social media, marketing. Our marketing budget is small, it's getting bigger, but we use a lot of social media, a lot of word of mouth. Habitat Chicagoland helps us to advertise. We did have a senior last year, Robin Waltrip. She was a senior and a veteran who received services. Sorry, not from this fund, but she was our Habitat hero for this year. So there is a nice little video on YouTube that I failed to include the link for, but that talks about all the help she received. And her garage was redone, her roof was collapsing, the whole 9 yards. So it was really, really, people are really happy to be able to stay in their homes. They worked for their home, and shouldn't we all be as lucky to be able to stay where we plan and see, you know, our families, roots.
Just to bounce off Sarah as well, so we do have a list of contractors that we work off of. So I would say probably on a yearly basis, our outreach team will go ahead and do outreach to contractors in the McHenry County area to see who would like to be included on our list. And then we will work off of that list, sending emails to all of those contractors. I want to say off the top of my head, there's maybe 35 contractors on that list as we speak.
You could get 31 if you give him slide over something.
Oh, there we go.
I do commercials, so that's, but yeah, I guess, because it could get to a narrow where you're only getting one. You may have 30 or 35 contractors, but maybe only 2 electricians, 2 HVAC guys.
Sure.
Right.
So the pool gets pretty small. It sounds big,
Yeah.
and then they kind of feel as though they're not going to go anywhere else. I'm just going to give them a bid. And so how do you control that? And how do you bring new blood in and keep these folks honest? This is a lot of money to be asked for. It's awesome that you're going to be able to do the work. And then the flip side of that is, does the homeowner have to pay you back in any way? This is just a debt-free.
Correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to answer that so fast, but yeah, no, that is the.
1-year warranties.
We do, yes, of course, if something goes, you know, awry, yes, always, we always, doesn't matter, call us back, we will, even if it's beyond the 1 year, we will help you, we will find resources for you, whatever the case may be. So yes, the goal is not to leave anybody out in the cold.
Ms. Mayor?
So you had mentioned that this is for low to moderate income. Do you base that off of like the federal poverty level?
Correct,
or-
yes,
okay,
80,
what
below
percentage?
80%.
Below 80%, okay. And then, oh, I'm sorry, one more question.
No, you got the floor, it's yours.
Would you, I don't know how to phrase this, not prefer, but would you help one homeowner with, would you prefer to help one homeowner with several projects? Or several homeowners with maybe their highest need project?
I don't think there's really a preference. You know, a lot of it was the SPDAT system, you know, being able to objectively identify, you know, the money that we have and who we can help most efficiently. We want to help everybody, of course. So, I can't give you a.
So you don't base it on
No.
the fact that somebody's without AC or heat, basis some.
If somebody is without heat in the winter, that's something that would roll, yes,
Okay,
correct.
so you
That-
do
that-
base it on
yes.
the need of what is most important for that, okay.
Just a
And then
general
Ms. Campbell?
question.
Sure.
Your observation in seeing homes in McHenry County, we're seeing a more in total disrepair than before. Not because they cannot maintain them, but people have come at the very last minute and they've had major failures within their home. Heating, air conditioning, roofs, bathrooms, flooring.
I think you bring up a good point. Part of the problem with us being that the best kept secret there is that by the time somebody comes to us, it is an extreme issue. So it isn't just a needing, you know, guardrails in their bathrooms. It's that their shower is falling apart or mold, you know, it could be anything. But to that point, yes, by the time somebody comes to us, it's usually pretty severe. And again, they sometimes don't even know the things they need, or they don't want to ask for too much. So their request in their application is for one thing versus what we find when we go to the assessment. So what might look like a $5,000 job ends up being a $60,000 job.
For example, Robin, the veteran we did the critical home repair for that Sarah had mentioned prior, she originally just asked us for help with her roof. But then when Cal, who is our critical home repair manager, when he went out to the home, he realized the siding on the home desperately needed to be replaced, or water was going to be leaking into the home. So that was more a preventative measure, so that later on we didn't get another call from Robin that she now has water coming into the home and things are leaking, and then her back porch, I want to call it.
Yes, back
porch,
deck.
back deck.
and stairs.
The back deck and stairs were actually very dangerous. There was a lot of rot to the wood, and so that was something where the homeowner had completely stopped using her back deck at all. and completely avoided the area. And so again, that's something we were able to come in and do that repair prior to an injury, a fall, you know, someone falling through the deck, things like that. So I think in summary, it's really hard because the need is so robust. Prior to being in the grant writing position, I did community outreach for the affiliate, and every community event we went to, I spoke to 10 or 15 people that had no idea we did critical home repair, and then would say to me, oh my gosh, my neighbor needs that, I need that, my mom needs that. And so while I think that the new home build is a really important sector, I think the critical home repair portion of our program is just going to continue growing and growing because the need is there. The housing stock is aging. Prices of property taxes are going up. And so especially for that population, you know, low to mid income, or especially seniors that are on you know, a small stipend per month, the ability to do repairs before things get to the state where they're going to need to leave their home if they don't get help is becoming more and more. It's becoming greater. That inequality gap is becoming greater for this particular population of people.
Yeah, I just think many people are just embarrassed to call.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, you're exactly right.
100% right.
It's hard for people to ask for help.
Yeah.
And we'll take some responsibility for this too, because 3 years or 4 years ago, this commission actually rejected Habitat's request, not understanding, and we had them come in, as we do when we reject people, we say, oops, maybe there's something here. And your whole presentation shifted to the repairs, and now I'm sitting here wincing because they're so vast. But anyway, those are times we live and learn.
So either or, is it a homeowner or is it just a
So it is
senior
homeowner, but
that is renting?
senior. You know,
Do you own a
we
rental
know,
home?
so the way we understand it with the USDA funding that we're gonna be grabbing, that they can be in a rental. Right now, they have to be homeowners, so, yes.
And there's criteria for that too.
There is
You're gonna
criteria,
you can live in, but there's a criteria, who owns the home, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah,
We have
it's not as expensive as you think.
We have our critical home repair manager, actually we have 2, and then our homeowner services consists of a team of 4 with 2 of them who work on the critical home repair intake and coordination, so.
People read books, I read federal grant programs. Sorry. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, Ms.
I have
Mayor?
just a
Sure.
comment,
Yeah.
actually. I sympathize with you when you say people wait too long to get a hold of you. We do emergency assistance through the township, and unfortunately, people don't wait. They get their bill and it shows that they're behind, and then they wait and they get a shut-off notice. They wait until their water bill is at $1,400 when we could have helped them at $200 because they already had the shut-off notice and they wait too long. So I sympathize with the fact that you guys are put in that position.
So that's one of the pieces of this too, is the ability of each of you to use your network and your social media to educate people that you have a direct contact with, that programs like this, programs like the township exist, and encourage people to go and take advantage of them. I mean, that's why we're here, that's why we do this, that's why we're selected for those purposes, so. Anything else? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, lunch break. I was like, you know, my comment would be is we'll do lunch, take a little bit of time. If you find that you can come back a little bit earlier and we can maybe have a little bit of discussion about the ones that we've seen so that we're not starting from scratch at the end and maybe we'll get out of here. I would like that. I won't make you, but that would be good, I think. So again, I'd ask you to stick around and maybe we can take 10 minutes before the next presentation and talk about some of the things we've heard. Okay?
Okay, okay. Well, we're from the Woodstock Food Pantry. I'm Pam Morehouse. I'm second vice president.
I'm John Morehouse.
I'm Carolyn. I'm Carolyn O'Leary, first vice president.
I'm Mike Canola, I'm on the board.
We really appreciate this opportunity to tell you about the Woodstock Food Pantry and how we fill the needs of our seniors in our community. You do need to know that we are run entirely by volunteers. There's not one paid staff member on our facility. And because of that, we are grant writers by necessity. We're just are filling in a position as volunteers, and so go easy on us. Okay.
For more than 40 years, the Woodstock Food Pantry has played a crucial role in supporting our community by providing nutritious food to families and individuals in need. Beginning in 1979, Grace Lutheran Church served 25 families a week through a program called Pack-A-Sack. Fast forward to the last few years when in 2020, the Woodstock Food Pantry served 2,283 households, increasing to 4,505 households in 2024. As you can see, the numbers have continued to grow.
We were a donation initiative made by members of the Grace Lutheran Church. We've now grown into an organization that's supported by multiple faith organizations and civic organizations. Since becoming an independent 501c in 1987, the pantry served residents within the Woodstock area, relying, as Pam said, entirely on volunteers and private donations. This is our first go at asking for money. In 2012, the pantry began using the 1,500 square feet space at Door Township building on Lake Avenue, as shown on the slide.
Okay. This year, we have just purchased, or in the process of purchasing, a new larger facility. We're going from 1,500 square feet to 8,000. We have outgrown our location. People are waiting way too long to get in to get food. We want to get them in, get them out. We know they have lives to lead. They've got jobs to go to. They have other things happening in their lives. And I am saying way too much. Okay. We hope to move into our new location sometime this next year.
Okay, we have a few corrections to make, and probably should have called this slide application corrections and apologies, because our pre-application form indicated a much higher ask for this grant. Our new corrected amount, as you can see on the left-hand side, that's the picture of the revenue and expense document. We should have said $90,000 for our agency expense, and this is for food. And our SSGC request portion, we're asking $49,500. And it's strictly for food purchases for our seniors. And not any assistance with expanding our operations into our new facility. Another correction is on the right-hand side at the bottom. For C7 in the application, we had specified for the wrong number for unduplicated clients. It should have been 339. We had originally put 1,803. And our next slide shows you with that number, how we came up with that number. So this shows you the year-to-date client visits. And we have a new software intake process now. We use a computer program, so we are able to track seniors. And we see that through the 21st of July in 2025, we had 1,803 seniors out of a total client visit of 3,291. So seniors represent 55% of our clients that we serve out of the food pantry. The bottom part of the screen shows our distribution of where these people are coming from. And for seniors, 1,785 come from the local area, which is Woodstock and Wonder Lake. And we only had a few more outside of the area that showed up, so we've got it's a 99% is our local people.
How do you make that determination?
We have, in our intake process, when the person first comes in, if they're not in our computer system, we ask them to fill out an information sheet, and the part of that is where they live. So and they bring in a proof of residency.
We use a system called Link to Feed, where we have everyone is registered in that throughout the food pantries. Mike, you might want to address that.
Link to Feed is provided by Northern Illinois Food Bank. It's the standard they use with all the food pantries, and you can see if your client went to a different food pantry, it consolidates all the information, and it provides us with reporting. Before Link to Feed, everything was done, handwritten on cards, and someone was manually going through the cards. We didn't have all the data collected on the cards that we do in Link to Feed.
Okay.
Does that help?
No, I just wanted people to know that you verify.
Yeah.
There's a verification, yeah.
Right. So this slide shows you our growth.
Just a quick question, for your local areas being McHenry County, or what's outside of your, what's local and what's outside?
We don't turn anybody away.
No, I know that.
We just, Crystal Lake, sometimes we get somebody from Crystal Lake.
So that would be outside of your local?
That's outside of what we consider.
What you're considering local on that?
Yeah, on this screen, only Woodstock and Lake
are the majority.
We don't get people from Wisconsin.
No, we do not.
I was just wondering which was.
And if they have something that, if they come in and there is a local food pantry in their community, we do serve them, but then we also tell them that they have one that's closer to them.
All right, so this shows the growth that we've had from 2020. We were serving a total number of we had 6,215 visits from clients. In 2024, we were up to 13,589, and if you notice the bars on the dark blue bar is the total number. You can see that going up every year. It's about 118% increase from 2020 to 2024.
Next one.
We have a pantry budget that has budgeted $90,000 this year to purchase food. We purchase food from the Northern Illinois Food Bank and other local retailers. We try to fill in what we need so that we can give nutritious food to those people in need. And we expect this number to continue to grow because the need is continuing to grow.
Yeah, should we skip?
Yeah.
Pardon? Should we skip the testimonials? I think we're out of time.
Are we out of time?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay.
Kathy, why don't you show the thing for the lady?
That's 4 minutes, 40 seconds, yeah, why don't you?
It just means a lot, just to know that they're here for us if we need help. I guess you could say it's restored my faith in humanity, to know that there are still people that give a darn. It just means a lot. They really help a lot of people. It's very worthwhile. If it wasn't for them, there were times where I don't know what we would have done. We were both laid off at the same time, and boy, I tell you, that helped a lot.
Oh, that video makes me cry every time. So I just want you to know that we're seniors helping seniors. And if nothing else, we fill the basic needs of everybody that comes through that door. And 55%, I know how it is when you no longer have an income that you can rely on that income to feed you. And we fill the basic need of food.
Can I also ask, just for my notes, you're not the first one today who's done that. Can I also ask, just for edification, the information that you provided us when you came in to kind of review and redo application, understanding the whole program. Yeah. Can you talk about what happened when you literally lost your location with regard to storage, food storage, and then the additional financial impact it placed upon your budget, that you didn't have a storage facility or a freezer or those kinds of things, so that obviously you were paying for things. I'm explaining it all to you by asking you questions.
Yeah. A lot of the food that's available to us, we are unable to get because we just don't have the room. Okay, so we would be able to get from NIFB, they have food that's excess that we could get for free, that we wouldn't have to buy, but we just don't have the, because you have to take whatever they have, and we just don't have the room to do that. Walmart sends all their food, Crystal Lake comes to our Walmart to get the food because we can't take their excess food. So there's a lot of opportunity if we had a bigger building where we could store a lot more food and serve a lot more people. Right now, the people we get in, one at a time has to come through our pantry. In the new building, we're hoping we could serve 20 people at a time. So it's be a lot more efficient, people would not have to waste more time. The new building is at a Pace bus stop, so it's easier access for everybody.
Where's it at?
It's at 708 Washington.
It was the former Independence Health.
Former Independence
Their
Health,
building in Washington, right.
Easter Seal, if you
Oh,
remember that.
there we go. Our
So-
backs are up against the wall because we can't get any more refrigeration or freezer space in there. And if we can't do that, we can't serve everybody. I mean, we have a small little freezer that we had a few pieces of meat that the first 5 people would come in and clear out. Anybody coming in through the rest of the day or had a job and came in, there was nothing there. So we have started taking Jewel just the last week, and we already are trying to figure out where we're going with the stuff. But we don't have any place for it. So, I mean, for 40 years, we've been struggling with trying to accommodate everything.
Abby? Ms.
Can
Nichols?
you talk a little bit about your like capital campaign, or like how are you paying for the new building? Is that what you're trying to fundraise for right now? Because obviously this is a big one-time expense that you need to make this move. So what's the progress on that?
Well, we're doing quite well, actually. We're in the middle of our capital campaign. But this is in regards to our services seniors. I don't know, do you want me to talk about our capital campaign?
You know what, we understand that if we can help you, right? If there's consideration to, you're gonna shift some of that money you would have spent for food to the capital campaign and buying, so yes, it is
It's a
somewhat
unique
tied
year
together.
for you.
Yeah,
Well,
and
we
it is,
have,
it's-
we're working on, at the point we're at right now, we're talking to potential donors, and we are close to making a final payment, right?
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
The-
We're getting there.
We started off, because of all the private donations, we were collecting more money than we were spending. So we created a capital fund that would be, we managed to say, here's how much we're gonna keep for operations, everything else should go to capital. And then do some investments so we can use that money wisely. So we had a certain amount of cash, a little over $300,000 to start with, to get the building. So now we're trying to raise the rest of the money to purchase the building, and we have a lot of construction work to do because going from a therapy place to a food pantry is not an easy conversion. So we did start with some capital to start with, and then the capital campaign, we're hoping to raise about $1 million for.
I think there's really a very small percentage of people that come in, because we work it and we see, and I have to say that there's nobody that I've ever seen come to take advantage of that. I mean, who wants to come to a food pantry?
It's a very humbling experience.
It is a
for
humbling
people,
experience.
and you're
I
not gonna
mean,
come unless you absolutely need to.
people are so grateful for what we do for them.
You do have to prove, we do ask for proof of residency.
Residency,
So-
that's about it.
And then if they are from out of our district, like Crystal Lake, we still serve them, but we tell them, you have a food pantry in Crystal Lake.
But we cannot take it because we do not have, we do not have the space.
Yes, thank you, that's important. So again, Mr. Pletz, the floor is still yours, and then Ms. Hill.
So basically, somebody once said, I was hungry, you fed me, I was Maggie Club. So that's kind of like your, okay, thank you.
And let me point out again, I love our community because food pantries all over McHenry County are also helping when they can, so.
Yep.
Right. Everybody needs to remember our story. Ms. Hill.
And then on top of it, it doesn't even finish the need because St. Anne's in the Jewish congregation has the Northern Illinois Food Bank come in. It used to be twice a month, now it's once a month.
Once a month.
Mobile to the parking lot across from the high school. And that line is, and I live right there, that line is getting longer and longer, and his numbers are getting bigger and bigger. And that's not free either, we have to pay for that.
Yep. And we also get anything that's left over, which is rarely.
Right, it's
Yeah,
rarely.
but whatever.
Once in a while, we'll get some stuff.
Yeah, we get some stuff too. They bring it to us.
Okay, so part of my education again. You all have your own social media, you all have your own contacts, share the story of Woodstock's need. And the other part is Michael Tryon. who was our state representative, literally passed the state law that allowed food pantries and other. Our Veterans Assistance Foundation. So what I'm asking everybody, all my presenters, all our presenters, is introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about the organization, and then specifically about the ask and what the funds would be utilized for.
I'm Mike Iwaniki. I'm the superintendent of the Veterans Assistance Commission, McHenry County, and the foundation associated with the VAC is a 501c3, and they are kind of like a fundraising arm. They help us and they can help other organizations and with problems that may come up. You just have the food pantry up here. There's another food pantry that's exclusive for veterans. Last year they needed help, and the foundation was able to actually provide money to their account via the Illinois Food Bank.
There's a food pantry for veterans in McHenry County?
Yes, it is. So we were able to do that. And through the foundation, they've also been able to help with other projects that's inappropriate for the VAC to do, such as certain types of car repairs, replacing a furnace, that kind of thing to help veterans along. And that's what the foundation does. And most recently, they helped us replace a vehicle. Some of you already know me. I'm gonna introduce Kima. Kima Ward is our social services aide. Her primary function in the VAC is she coordinates with the veteran's family all the social services in the county for needs they may have. The VAC does a lot of things, but we're not everything to everyone. And we have a lot of fantastic organizations in the county that we like to partner with. And they help out too. And I'll let you talk about what we're looking for.
Okay, so we are here to present about our VA medical appointment transportation program. We are asking for the senior services grant to assist us in purchasing a new vehicle for the program due to us having to return our PACE buses back to their program. Many senior veterans struggle to access critical VA medical care due to limited, affordable, and accessible transportation options. This leads to missed appointments, delayed treatment, and declining health outcomes. The program started with volunteer drivers using their personal vehicles reimbursed for mileage. Program description. The VAC MC transportation service to VA medical appointments is available to veterans who reside in McHenry County that are eligible to use the VA medical facilities. The VAC MC is the only service to level federal health care in McHenry County at this time. We have provided transportation to local VA medical appointments for McHenry County residents since 1989. In 2008 and 2009, we did enter the municipal vehicle lease agreement with Pace Suburban Bus. However, this lease expired in April of 2025, leaving the organization without reliable transportation for veterans facing major mobility challenges. Who is eligible? Honorably discharged veterans, military retirees, eligible dependents, caregivers. Typically, aged 65 and older veterans use the transportation program, and typically low income range, that is living only on Social Security or VA disability. Safety considerations. Our drivers are CPR and first aid certified. There is no smoking and eating permitted on the vehicles. Drinking is allowed, however, they must be in a covered cup or bottle. The transportation program is not to be used in case of emergencies. We encourage clients that are experiencing emergencies to dial 911 for immediate attention, and all passengers are required to properly use seat and shoulder belts. Failure to use these belts will result in a loss of transportation privileges. The driver needs to remain focused on the road, and passengers will be discouraged from using the front seat. Program delivery. Clients who are interested in the program must fill out a transportation application. This application can be completed in the office or emailed to the client for them to email it back. The application then gets uploaded to the client's file. Next. To request the ride, the riders must call the office or transportation line by 11 a.m. the business day before their appointment. They must then call the transportation line back after 3 p.m. in order to confirm their pickup time. All veterans and their assistants are picked up from designated pickup points at a time to ensure that they are at their appointment at the right time, traffic and weather permitting. There are 4 bus stop locations currently. The first one is a Woodstock pickup. It is on the south side of the metro station. The second one is Crystal Lake pickup. It is at the Burger King on Route 14 in Crystal Lake. The address is 250 Northwest Highway. There are 2 pickups in McHenry. The first is the parking lot behind and south of Green Street Cafe. And the second one is at the VFW, 2 blocks east of the Fox River on 120. Drop-off locations. Registered veterans can be dropped off at 3 VA medical facilities as well as community care appointments scheduled by the VA. The first is Level Federal Health Care Center located in North Chicago. Then we have Hines VA Hospital in Hines, Illinois. McHenry Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in McHenry. And then I'll let Mike go ahead and explain the program budget.
I know you all love numbers. So the Veterans Assistance Commission is taxpayer funded, so that's the numbers I thought you were looking for. So our tax levy covers the cost of the program itself, maintenance of the vehicles, fuel, everything else like that. The only thing we're looking for, and as far as grants are concerned, this is actually a one and done. I think the last time we requested money from this body was back in 2008 for a similar request. So $86,000, that will purchase a handicap access minivan, handicapped access van. So this is a full-size van. It's a track vehicle, which means the seats are on tracks. So people who have to have their legs stretched out, you're not crammed into one of those school bus-like things where you're an adult and it seems like it's built for 13-year-olds. Have you ever been in one of those? So these, all the seats in this are able to move along these tracks to give riders more room. It also makes it available for us to have 2 riders who are able to walk well and
service intervals. A low rate of mechanical issues indicates good vehicle performance and proper upkeep, and goal alignment. All data will be reviewed periodically to ensure the program is meeting its original goals. And the original goals are improving mobility for individuals with disabilities, reducing isolation, and increasing access to essential services. The next slide, please. I'm sorry. So we're not actually done. I have a couple more.
Okay, go. Oh, wait, sorry.
So this vehicle report goes over fiscal year 24. I do apologize that I didn't include it in the slides. So in fiscal year 24, we had 1,065 total riders, which includes vets and their assistants. The transportation cost per vet is $54.74. And the total cost for the transportation program for the fiscal year of 24 was $58,187.65. These metrics, of course, included the 2 PACE buses that were returned once the lease was expired. And then to reiterate what Mike was saying earlier, the VAC Foundation is requesting $86,000 for the purposes of purchasing a wheelchair accessible van. We would like the van to accommodate 2 wheelchairs and seating for 5 passengers.
Nice job, Kim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm so nervous. I'm sorry.
We don't bite. Although I'm somewhat confused. Can you go back to that slide? Yes, sorry. lets me. This one?
Yeah, is that the foundation budget, Michael? That's not the foundation's budget?
No, it isn't. That's
Okay.
because the foundation's new.
Right, but
Okay,
I
so-
just don't want people to look at that and think that that's the money that you have available in your not-for-profit foundation. So can you kind of fix that for us?
I'd be more than happy to.
Please.
I'll reach out to them and get the exact numbers.
I meant now, it's like what, 7,000, did we say? How much is in the foundation? Yeah. This is the VAC budget. This is not the budget of the foundation who is making the request to us.
Yeah, that's why I specified that it was the tax levy for our office.
Right,
Uh,
right.
Yeah, the foundation
This is
itself.
nothing to do with the entity that is asking us to fund your request.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the entity that's asking to fund the request, the only thing that's gonna be on theirs is the request for the vehicle, and that's it. As far as all the other things associated with receiving the vehicle, maintaining the vehicle, and operating the vehicle, that's going to be on the Veterans Assistance Commission's budget. So
Thank you.
for a point of clarification, that's approximately what it costs to operate the transportation program that's projected to be in 2026.
You mean the 91?
The 91,000 is the total cost of running the program. I was quickly looking, and I think there was a typo in that because I believe it was a little over 90,000 for operation in 2024. So I think there was a typo in that. I apologize.
And also, sorry, going back to Jerry's comment, we do have in the application, the ask was actually 83.
Like 83,190 or something like that?
No, just 83.
83,000.
Okay, I know where that came from. That's,
I don't know if I can show you here, hold on, give me a minute.
I believe you.
I do too.
I apologize, we haven't done this in a while.
It's okay, so do you see there, request
Okay,
amount?
at the time, that was the quote for a vehicle that we already received this year. And we were told approximately how much those prices were gonna go up.
You hear this hesitancy, I want you all to be clear. Like many other units of government, the VAC is discovering that they can't always go to certain entities and ask for money because they're a unit of government. They created a foundation to give them a little bit more latitude, just like the Conservation District did. However, I want you to be very clear that one of the reasons that we originally contacted Mr. Iwaniki, Superintendent Iwaniki, was because units of government can't come before this commission and ask for funds. We set that policy into place a couple years ago, if you remember. I want you all to be comfortable that this is a request from the foundation, which is not a taxing entity. That's why I don't want to see that budget, because it makes it confusing. We'll talk about it later.
Is there a way that we can go in, because I'm sure you guys are going to show this PowerPoint to the other commissions after you.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is it. They will make a decision at the end of today that will go before the county board for consideration. In the many years that I have been here as chair, they have never questioned any of our recommendations, but there's always the first time. But no, we'll, that's why I'm just telling you, for our purposes, I don't want my commissioners to be confused that they're looking at something that's inappropriate for us to give dollars to, that's all.
Yeah, I
Mr.
appreciate
Platts,
that
did you have a
clarification, thank you.
Question?
So basically, you know, we're gonna look at it and we're gonna use the information, but y'all are gonna come back with something that's a little more accurate. So going forward, it'll be in the files that, oh, that's what happened, right?
Correct. The information is that, for this, is that of the foundations. It's not of the VACs. We're here because we know how the end product is going to be used.
Well, and I think what you're trying, I'm sorry, I think what you're
please.
trying to show is that this is for the purchase VAC's gonna handle the operating costs, and I think that's what point I got anything from that.
They're gonna have to, because by the time the foundation, it only has $7,000 in it currently,
Yeah.
and we award whatever it is, the balance is gonna have to come from the VAC. And that part is important for us to know, because we don't wanna fund a program that can't work. Ms. Nichols and then Mr. Plutz.
Yes,
And then Ms. Mayer, I'm sorry.
Thank you for sharing the ride statistics. That was really helpful. What percentage of your rides or your riders are seniors, so ages 60 and older?
Last year, 100.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
occasionally, we have some younger veterans who are unable to get transportation, or they have a procedure that needs to be done and they can't drive. But by and large, almost all of our clients are older. And the purpose of this program was, if you're not feeling well or you have a medical concern, do you want to drive 40 miles, 80 miles, depending on where you're going, to the VA hospital for treatment? And that's why we've been doing this since '89.
And that's a nice way of Abby to say, as you do know, this money can only be utilized for people age 60 and over. Absolutely.
Right.
Right, and we'll be asking you to document that.
We actually track that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna track that going forward. So did you say one and done, is that what you said?
Yeah.
So one and done, if we say yes, you say thank you, we won't see you for a wee while?
Don't say that.
You might
You
see
don't
us
know
next
that.
year.
I'm trying to sell this.
Okay, I'm going on history. I have been before this body, well, actually, the first grant I got, I didn't even meet with you guys. You didn't have something like this set up. That was back probably 2004, 2005, when this first started. So I have approached you, this will be, I believe, the third or fourth time since this body was created.
Every 7 years.
The last time, I believe, was 2008 or 2009, so it's been a while since then. Yes, ma'am.
Another question. So I know we have a variety of transportation programs in the county, some geared towards veterans, some just seniors, some the general public. Tell us why your program needs to be funded and shouldn't be like combined with some of the other transportation programs that the county has.
I'm glad you asked that. Do you want to answer that?
That's actually a good question.
I think that our county does a very good job of taking care of the veterans that reside in this county. When we did lose our PACE bus lease, I know that we did supplement our rides with Senior Care Volunteer Network, I think Senior Services Associates, but I feel like there's nothing more than the rapport that is built with our veterans, their caregivers, and our drivers. Our drivers are all veterans themselves. The military and veterans themselves have such a culture, and I believe that the socialization they get from spending time with people who have that same lived experience is really beneficial to them.
From another standpoint as well, we do partner with a couple of those agencies because, as you can see, we have bus stops. And we have a couple of clients who can't make it to those bus stops. And we do partner with Senior Care Volunteer Network and Senior Services to help veterans get to other locations too. We are focused on getting them to their medical appointments. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, it's not, if you're a veteran, you just go to the VA anymore. They have community care as well. It used to be if you had a disability claim with the VA, you went to the VA. Well, now the VA has private contractors they work with all the way from Oak Brook to places in Wisconsin. And we also help veterans get to those locations. So if anything, this is freeing up the other agencies where they can focus primarily on local transportation, and we can focus on getting them to some of these further distant locations such as North Chicago, Milwaukee, Hines, and some of the community care locations that the VA assigns people to.
And our local transportation doesn't take them there. Our
No,
pace
they won't
won't
cross, they won't cross outside of McHenry County lines.
Right.
No, and unfortunately, we did have a PACE lease. They changed the rules in 2023. In 2044, they announced we were no longer eligible for it, so.
And Ms. Mayor, and then Mr. Thomas.
All my questions have been answered. Abby is telepathic. She knew what I was thinking and then answered the other questions.
Channel. Mr. Thomas.
This, I'm on transportation, and we are doing a program right now that we are going outside of our county and trying to figure out how cost effective that's gonna be. But it's more of an Uber type of scenario for certain things, so it has really nothing to do with the veterans. But that's all.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ms. Campbell?
I'll just add
Drew,
on.
I'm sorry, Drew.
No, that's all right. I'll just add on to what you were saying. With the Uber subsidy, you're at the mercy of whatever vehicle the Uber driver owns themselves and what they're willing to use. 99 times out of 100, that's probably still kind of not accurate. That's not going to be an accessible vehicle. And I'll also add, with folks going up to Wisconsin, none of our programs will cross the state line.
Okay, that's,
So
yes.
that is absolutely an unfilled need.
That. Ms. Campbell?
Well, to your point about not wanting to make that long drive, because we were up in Wisconsin and got talking to some people there, and he had Parkinson's, and he was waiting until somebody, this was just like 2 weeks ago, he was waiting to see somebody and wouldn't get in until the end of January, because he didn't want to drive down to Milwaukee or Madison. But having a service that would have just been able to do that for him, he might have gotten in a lot sooner.
Mr. Clark?
Yeah, I'm biased. Camaraderie, the brotherhood that you have is unique. I was on a ship, so I didn't have as bad as guys. The Army guys and the Marine guys, and I really respect the Marines a ton. But when my ship was on fire, I didn't care. Now, I'm gonna get political, I guess, social, DEI, I didn't care who was putting that fire out. I just knew that you were saving my life. So there's kind of a different mentality amongst the military.
What'd you do in the Navy, if I may ask?
Radar.
I was an electrician's mate. I was one of the guys they sent into the fire.
Oh, you were one of those guys. I was sitting at the screen, so thank you very much.
No, they had me holding back because they had to put the fire out before I could go in and assess the damage. But if I was fighting the fire, the ship was probably sinking.
We were worried about the avgas, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
I have a military story. I used to date military guys. So.
And I've known you for years.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Kima, you did good. Thank you.
I appreciate your consideration.
Yes, thank you guys.
McHenry County Housing Authority for your senior dental program. So the directions are introduce yourself, talk a little bit about, the overarching organization, un poquito, and then specifically what the monies would be utilized, what program the monies would be utilized if in fact you were awarded the funds.
Sure.
And I believe it's the same ask as you did last year too?
Yes.
Please. Okay, yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being so supportive of this program. We've been doing the senior dental program for about 15 years, so it's been a great program for us. I'm Kim Albrecht. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority.
I'm Pepper LaFontaine. I'm the Community Services Program Director, and I oversee the current senior dental program also that we have.
So we are the Housing Authority. We've been in the county for 78 years, assisting low-income residents. We are both a housing authority and a community action agency. So our mission is to provide affordable housing, and we also provide programs that help people stay in their homes or avoid a crisis situation. We have right now about 15 programs that range for different client needs and client incomes. All of our programs are income restricted. We are 100% grant funded. We are a government nonprofit agency. We have 1,001 housing choice vouchers, which is Section 8 vouchers. We have 22 scattered site, single family public housing units. That's our program for public housing. We have an 8-unit building, rental building just outside of the square in Woodstock. And we have 96 senior and units of senior and disabled housing. For the past several years, the Housing Authority has leveraged those housing choice vouchers, those 1,001 vouchers, to expand affordable housing in the county. And how we do that is we contract with developers who are developing affordable housing, and we give them some of those 1,001 vouchers. Typically, they ask for anywhere between 8 to 18 vouchers, depending on the size of the development or the financial need. How this works is housing choice vouchers pay market rate rent. The clients pay 30% of their income towards rent and utilities. But that market rate rent that the developers get helps the developer have cash flow because the entire development has to be affordable. So the rents are lower for the entire development. So over the past several years, we have invested in 15 developments in the county. 7 of them serve seniors and 8 serve family. The county, so we've added 928 affordable units using 173 of those project-based vouchers. Project-based vouchers enable us to help many residents over the county. The community action side of the agency, which is responsible for a lot of these programs here, helps people stay in their homes. Our largest program is the LIHEAP program that helps with homeowners and renters with their electric and their gas bill. So for seniors who are on fixed income, this can be a significant help to them, especially right now, what we're seeing in not only the bills going up, but rents are going up, food is going up. So that helps keep them stable as well as low-income families. We also have past due rent assistance, past due mortgage payment assistance, past due property taxes assistance, security deposits, new beds for the formerly homeless, weatherization, and of course, our dental programs. We have 2 dental programs. We have our senior dental and we have our CSBG dental program. CSBG serves anyone 18 and older. They both have similar income restrictions. So sometimes we have to combine these. If somebody needs extensive work or a full set of dentures, we have a $2,000 voucher here with the county. And if they're appropriate and qualify for CSBG, we use the CSBG money as well to make that work. Dental costs are going up, so everybody's costs are going up for everything that we do. The dentures are averaging about $22.50. Many of these customers require at least one tooth to be extracted when they get dentures, so oftentimes it's several that drives that cost up. We also have assisted several customers with root canals. That's pretty typical. Many times they need a crown after they've had a root canal. Currently, I think we've spent 85% of our grant. We have 4,420 outstanding vouchers out there, meaning that we have people on the streets that have the vouchers in hand, and they are either in the process of their dental procedures or they have a dental appointment. So we have about $700 left in available funds for 2025. Couple of people that have come and used our program, and these are pretty typical. Pauline O came in needing help with her dentures. She was very self-conscious. She didn't want to talk, was embarrassed. We referred her to a dentist and she was able to get new dentures. She is beyond grateful for the financial help. Catherine S. was referred to us by a dentist, and she needed a complete set of dentures. She works part-time, did not have dental insurance. We were able to ask the county for a one-time overage on her dental costs, and we were able to cover those dentures for her. She had no lower teeth at all and was not able to chew, so she is very thankful for the program. Barbara P. is one of those people who came in pain. After getting her teeth cleaned, her dentist referred her to an endodontist. She needed a root canal. After the root canal, she needed a crown. We were able to cover most of those costs for her work, and she wanted to thank everybody involved with this program. This program is helping those who it needs to be helping. While it is a relatively small program, it has a big impact. We have assisted 31 individuals so far this year with an average monthly income of $1,532, about $18,000 a year. So think about that number, $1,532 monthly income. They have to cover the cost of their rent or their mortgage. If their mortgage is paid, they have to cover property taxes. Everyone's got to pay for food and utilities. The program helps prevent a financial crisis and caused by a medical issue and contributes to keeping seniors housed. Do you want to add anything? Did I miss anything?
I think you did great.
I tend to talk kind of fast, so sorry if I, any questions?
Any questions, Ms. Hill?
You said you had $700 left for this year and over 400 vouchers out there?
That's
No,
after.
not 400.
No,
$4,000 worth. So we've got 2 outstanding vouchers of $2,000 each right now. We're doing close monitoring because one of them may not be able to get in fast enough, and we've got a wait list. So there are people that are waiting because they can to see if they can get that next voucher. Otherwise, we're going to have to move them over to the CSBG program because we are running really close.
It's been a great program. I really appreciate it.
It has been, and it's unique. I
Yes,
mean, with
it's
regard to the dental services for, and I know lower teeth, what's your nutrition like, right?
Correct, it's so critical.
Thank you. I just have a comment to make. As I disclosed earlier, I sit on the board of the Housing Authority. And when I came to the Housing Authority a really long time ago as a county board liaison, I asked that question. What does the senior dental program have to do with the Housing Authority? And at that time, Julie, our executive director, said, we help everybody with everything that walks through the door. And I said, well, that just clears that up completely. But I will tell you that this program has made a difference in the lives that we've touched. And Pepper, thank you. Kim, thank you. It's touching to know that the Housing Authority, and I'm proud of your work, does more than just housing, because that's just a small tip of the iceberg.
Absolutely.
And this is just one of those programs that is essential. Thank you.
Maybe we should think of a name change, McHenry County Housing et al. Ms. Mayor?
As a township supervisor, it's nice to put a name with a face, and emailed you many times regarding LIHEAP. I wasn't aware of all these other programs that the Housing Authority does. It's great, and I thank you for your presentation, and dental is really important. I'm glad it's something else that you guys have on your list of things to do, because I personally, you're my go-to. So.
I just wanted to add with LIHEAP, that's our second biggest program besides our Section 8. Last year, we assisted 3,700 households in the county with that funding. So it is a critical need for people.
And that program has changed a lot this year. We just had a board meeting. How many applications have you already put in this year, Kim?
We haven't put anything in yet because it just starts October 1st, but we are gathering information and getting the applications and appointments ready. It starts October 1st.
Yeah, so far we were allowed to take a certain amount of paper applications. And so I'm gonna say we're probably at about 100. We can't do anything with them until after the program year starts on October 1st. But last year, so we provided funding for roughly somewhere between 3,700 and 3,800 people. But we actually processed right around 4,300 applications, and the rest of those, they just never came to fruition. And so it's a constant, it's a need, but sometimes there's barriers to people on being able to get the documents that we need, which is the same barrier that we can find with the senior dental. And but people have really been working hard to get us what we need so that we can service them. So
Yep. Pepper's done a great job. She's really shortened the time frame that they have to get their documents to us. We found the longer that they had, the less successful they were in getting it to us. And then the vouchers, she's given a time limit on the vouchers because it's hard because you have those vouchers out there. We're not always sure how much they're gonna use of those vouchers and sometimes people take a little longer, sometimes fear, or they can't get into the dentist. So we have tightened that up a little bit.
Yeah, we did have in the past where we discovered that people were getting the voucher, but then sitting on it and feeling like they had $2,000 in their pocket. And we're like, no, you're supposed to use it, not hang on to it. So tightening up the time frame, and we have really Kimberly, who works in the department with me. She has done a great job in connections with local dentists. We now have dentists referring customers to us. So she's really done a great job in explaining the program. They're understanding the vouchers. We even had one that was outside of the county. This was through not through CSBG, through Senior Dental, that was willing to work with someone that had been the dentist, their go-to dentist all the time. And they said, this one time we'll take the vouchers. So it's really far-reaching. And people, they can go to the dentist of their choice rather than just a limited amount of dentists.
Ms. Campbell?
So you said I was trying to get a few notes on here, I think I just lost it a little bit. You said you had a certain number of individuals with an average income, and I think, 18,000 a year?
Yeah, about 18,000 a year,
Okay.
1532 a month.
And so, and you made the point that oftentimes these things are so expensive, they're right on the edge at this point in terms, and so the whole idea is to keep people in their homes. And we know that, even social isolation and health-related things can start that spiral outside of the home. Absolutely. And the teeth are so important for that part of it. So it actually does tie right back into housing security and everything else.
It does. When I started to, just like Sue, I remember asking, going to Family Health Partnership and talking to Suzanne Hoban and going, does it make sense that we have this? And she says, oh, we need you to have this. She says, we send people to you all the time. And it really does. It's because there isn't this assistance out there for this. So
and it's so expensive.
Yes.
To get things done.
Any other questions? I'm adding things, sorry. No other, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Elderworks. I don't know if you were in the room, but introduce yourself, talk a little bit about Elderworks in general, what the overall organization is, and then specifically about the program that is asking for funding.
I feel like I'm in an odd spot from in the past. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dina. I'm the Executive Director of Elderworks. Elderworks is a non-for-profit organization that was founded here in McHenry County greater than 13 years ago. We do a lot, and I do not envy your process today at all, but I am incredibly grateful that you guys are here to support seniors in McHenry County. Where am I pointing? Right up there.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do it.
Well, that fell before, so I don't know if it got put back together.
Can you move it?
It's okay. I can go without the PowerPoint. That is fine.
Yes, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah.
So, Elderworks helps older adults, seniors, and their families navigate everything aging. There we go. Thank you. Why is it important? It's ever-changing. The landscape for our seniors is ever-changing. Do we do this alone? No. We have professional partners, some of which are in the room today, some of which sit on this committee throughout McHenry County, that together there is a network in McHenry County that is stronger than most counties throughout the state. And I can say that as we do help seniors throughout Illinois. We provide education and advocacy, aging counseling for individuals to navigate and be able to choose the right resources for them. The program that we had written a grant for is our Age Well McHenry County, which is a social services program, which provides a social services specialist to help any of those individuals reach out. I'm sorry, I might lose my voice. I apologize. I'm not contagious. To help them navigate everything. What does this mean? Let me give you an example. And I brought my case examples with me. I did not put them on slides. Elaine's a 78-year-old woman who lives in McHenry County, experienced recent hospitalizations and is struggling with her recovery, things at home, getting to appointments, and is lonely. Her son, Frank, who lives outside of McHenry County, is having to commute for an hour and a half one way to get to his mom. The stress for Frank is taking a toll on his job and the balance of his own responsibilities. Working with our social services specialist, Elaine and Frank, were able to work with us to coordinate in-home services for her, including a visiting nurse, a caregiver. We were able to connect her with transportation opportunities for McHenry County transportation medical appointments, and for one that did go outside of the county. We work with Elaine to connect her with a friendly caller program, as well as ElderWorks educational virtual programs, which helped her learn more about empowering herself for her future and making decisions that she needed to, and combated the isolation. That's an example of being able to help a senior in their home and then actually helping that older adult who's helping their senior navigate get back within the workforce and be able to do that for time down. This one happened to be somebody that wasn't in McHenry County. Most of the individuals, the son wasn't in McHenry County, the client was. Most of our families that we see are McHenry County based because they're older adult and them are within the same area. So we're seeing an impact on being able to help them within this. A secondary case study would be Mark and Diane, both in their mid-80s. They've lived in McHenry County for decades. Diane was diagnosed with moderate dementia, and Mark, in his 80s, is the primary caregiver despite having his own health issues and trying to navigate on his own. Their goal was to stay together in their home safely, but there were many safety concerns, caregiver burnout, and limited resources made this difficult. Thank you. ElderWorks, they reached out to ElderWorks actually through their physician, and they worked with our social services specialists to coordinate and set up safety modifications for the home, including safety bars, better lighting, smart fixtures. They connected them with in-home caregivers that even on their meager income they could afford, worked with meal delivery services, provided a caregiving support group for them, and then worked with Mark on ways to communicate better with Diane so that with the education and the dementia training he received, he would be able to do all of this. Mark has shared with us that he feels supported, less overwhelmed, and they are more comfortable in their familiar environment. So when do people reach out? We help anyone that reaches out. For the purpose of this grant, it will be only those that are income challenged and live in McHenry County. And we will be providing services for them. The grant is specific for the social services salary, and that is what the grant request was for. There are a lot more slides about different things that we did within McHenry County for 2024. I should be down to 1.5 minutes about now. These are the income restricted cases that we are assisting. Specific to McHenry County, our numbers for the purpose of this grant is 250 individuals. I will tell you in 2025, we are above 420 individuals that we were able to collect full data on. What does that mean? If a family calls us and they don't want to give us their full financials, we are still going to help them. And we will mark where they're from. But if they don't give us the financials, we can't use them in any format of the grant because it doesn't meet that criteria. These are our partners within McHenry County, and there are more. All of us work together to make a better, stronger McHenry County for our seniors, and I said it earlier. This county is stronger, way stronger than a lot of other counties, and there are partnerships that work well. You had the VAC here earlier. They're providing education. Senior Care Volunteer Network has provided education for us. Independence Health and Therapy is providing some education. And how do we do this together, and why do we do this together? It's to create the awareness to allow our seniors to know all of the resources, because one organization can't do it on their own.
Questions? Mr. Thomas?
So you say 420, but there was 1,600, so are you a nationwide company?
We're statewide.
Or statewide? I see on your, it's like a 1-800 number, or 855.
855 is our toll-free number. We were founded here in McHenry County. Of all of the cases that we see every year, when we divide it up, it is between 1/3 and 1/2 of all the cases that we do work with come out of McHenry County. For the purpose of this grant, these will be the income challenged individuals, but we do help individuals that do have funding as well.
Okay. But as you first take that phone call, how do you know that you're challenged financially?
It's the way that we do our intake. So
Okay.
it's being able to ask the questions. We want to be a safe spot for anyone and get them to where they need to go to. As an example, if a senior reaches out and the resources in what they're saying to us, understanding their Social Security, understanding their monthly income, and where they fall on the average mean income for the individuals within the state, 30, 50, 80% or higher, then we know the resources within McHenry County to navigate them to. In McHenry County, our AAA, or Area Agency on Aging, is Senior Services Associates, and so Senior Services Associates has the programs, but for some reason that individual reached out to us, so we will do a connection with them and help them get to those programs. If they're calling because they need transportation to a doctor's appointment, we've done an intake. We know if they're able to do that, meet the financial qualifications, and the referral will be to McRide or to Senior Care Volunteer Network or to a township that does transportation. So we break it all down and really get to know them. And on an average, we're spending 2 to 2.5 months with most of the cases because it is a longer process for what they're needing. That was a long answer to probably, it could have been a shorter answer, I apologize.
No, that was a good answer, yeah. Good.
I apologize, my voice is failing.
Any other questions? Seeing none, want to make a closing statement before we release you?
I really believe, that ElderWorks makes a difference for our seniors in this area. I truly believe with the other organizations in this area, we make a very strong community. I don't believe what we do is truly a duplicate service by any means. And I just appreciate the opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry, before you leave, John had a question. I apologize.
Hey, John.
Hi, staffing, full-time, part-time, paid, volunteer?
So are you talking overall for our staffing?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the purpose of the grant, the funding is going to go for a social services specialist. It will cover 1/3 of that individual's salary. We currently have 11 employees, of which 3 of those employees are full volunteer positions at this time. We have done a little bit of a restructuring, so full-time employees has gone down. And so we have increased our volunteer hours, but for the purpose of this grant, it is for a salary of somebody who is working 32 hours a week. And we'll get, the grant is for 1/3 of that salary. Was that clear enough?
Perfect.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
So Veterans Path to Hope.
Yes, Veterans Path, are they
I
here?
don't think they're here yet.
We're about a half an hour ahead of when
Yeah.
they're scheduled for,
Yeah,
so.
we're ahead.
Restroom break.
Yeah.
Next group.
Phone call break.
2:05 is.
Work break. Or take 2 seconds of time and kind of look at what you've heard What the directions have been to all the presenters, introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about TLS organizationally, a little bit, and then how you're going to utilize the funds, if you're awarded funds for the specific program that you've applied for.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm Laura Franz, the Executive Director of Veterans Path to Hope. Legal name is Transitional Living Services, so TLS.
And I'm Nancy, I'm a Program Coordinator at Veterans Path to Hope.
So our organization was opened in 1996 by a Vietnam veteran named Alan Belcher. It was originally a counseling organization, and then he bought the old Heidi Ho Motel that's in Hebron, which is the transitional living program for 20 homeless veterans. And that was the agency for 18 years. All of the agency was squished into that building. In about 2010, I think the VA, the Department of Labor, and the world kind of realized that veteran homelessness was really a huge issue, and they made more grant funding available. So we got several different grants to open a drop-in center, to have a rapid rehousing program to help vets get off the streets, and then an employment program to help homeless veterans get employment. So for years after that was the agency with those 4 services, the New Horizons Transitional Living, the drop-in center, the employment program, and the rapid rehousing. In the last 8 years, we've spent a lot of time listening to the community, both our colleagues in the VA and community in general, the veterans that we serve, their family members, hearing about what else has been needed, like what is needed to help veterans. And so we've grown from having those 4 programs to having really 10 plus programs that help veterans. So we have several housing programs now, thanks in part to funding from McHenry County in various aspects. We have a supportive veterans housing where veterans are placed into housing in our county, and there's a case manager that goes in once a month, 3 times a week, once a week, whatever that veteran needs to be able to stay in housing and not become homeless again. And it's a 100% successful program. We've added outdoors programming, video gaming to help veterans connect with other veterans, several food pantries, which brings me to the use of the Senior Services Grant funding. So the drop-in center is staffed by veterans who are peers, and what that means is that they've gone through their own struggles with homelessness and/or mental health issues and/or substance abuse issues, and they have found a way to make it past those struggles. Not that you're ever fully done, but they've learned how to walk the walk, use their coping strategies, use supports in the community, and then they have the desire, which is kind of a cool thing, to reach back out to other veterans that are struggling and say, I'm gonna give you a hand up. Your path is not the same as mine, but I've walked this path and I can walk next to you. So our peer support program has really grown from a drop-in where people are just dropping in to where the food pantry is a huge part of this program. We have at least 10 veteran households per day now, and I think it might even be higher, just watching. We watch the foot traffic in and out. It might be higher than 10 that are coming in to use the food pantry and the peer support. And what we often find out is, as the peer support, the veteran peer supports are working with people, helping them get food, they're finding out about other issues that are going on. And so our peer supports, I talked about this last year when I came to present, they're much more in the community now. They go to the veterans' homes. And so a lot of our elderly veterans are falling into that need category where they can't get to us. They don't have transportation, they're immobilized by physical issues, medical issues. So our veterans go out to them. We deliver food to them, so at least once a month they're getting a big box full of things that they can use to prepare meals, and they're getting that one-on-one interaction with the other veterans that are coming to deliver the food to them. So the Senior Services Grant funding helps fund the Drop-In Resource Center, paying for some of the bits and pieces like the gasoline that it takes for the veterans to drive to deliver the food and help the other veterans, part of their hourly rate, which is offset by the Mental Health Board. They also help pay for this, and then we get private grants to kind of offset what's not covered. So the peers in the program reach a lot of different veterans to help them be able to maintain in place, in home, if that's where they want to be, and help work with their family members as well, either connecting them with family members that they don't have connections with or lost connections with, or helping them see family members that they haven't seen for a while. So it's a really well-rounded kind of support. We love our senior veterans, and some of our peer supports are seniors themselves, and so they're peers in more than one way, both from the aging perspective as well as just the veteran peer support as well. So it's been a very impactful funding that we've greatly appreciated. And you had a couple things to add?
I think one of the other aspects of peer support is that they not only connect veterans with our agency services, but outside services as well.
Yes.
Since they have lived experience, they're familiar with, legal issues and who to connect veterans with to overcome barriers of that kind, healthcare issues, who they can connect them with in the community, besides the VA, even Family Health Partnership and other partners. That's really important. And we're also noticing a lot of growth in the program. I think last year's grant, we said it served about 150 and then it ended up serving 217. So we're definitely seeing an increased demand for services as the cost of living rises, and as the community ages, there's more seniors that we're coming into contact with that just need help in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
So.
And that 217 are the veterans that are served by the peer support specialists.
Right.
The food is totally separate. There's a whole nother big number of veterans that are reached with the food and the connections that way. So it definitely makes a difference, and there's such an appreciative population.
And you do utilize the monies for those who are 60 and over, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
I knew the answer, but I
Yeah.
Could you give us a few more examples of what else the peers do for the veterans?
I want to say to you that you name it, they probably do it. It's like we have senior veterans will call us. Sometimes they need a wheelchair ramp, like that symbol. Our staff will go if they're qualified to put in the wheelchair ramp, or they will connect with another organization because there's other agencies that do that for veterans. If there's a veteran that could use counseling, we have 2 counselors on staff, one of whom's a veteran. They will go out to the home to provide the counseling service. Sometimes it's just 1 session, sometimes it might be more, sometimes it might be over the phone. The food I talked about, the referrals. We've had a couple that we've included on, we have Friday night hikes, and we are partnered with another organization who has the wheelchairs with the tracks on them, so that disabled veterans can be in the wheelchair and go on the hikes. So trying to connect them with others. And then we still have our Wednesday night dinners for veterans, and so our peers will go pick them up and bring them to the office to be part of the veteran dinner night, so that they have that connection and camaraderie with other veterans. So those are just some examples. Yeah, it really is almost anything you can think of. We had a great example as I walked up on our receptionist and one of our peer support, both veterans, and they were talking about, they got a call from the caregiver of an elderly veteran. Their son needed counseling from our veteran counselor, but he had his own young son that he couldn't leave with his mother because she caregives the father, right? It would have been too much for her. And they were talking about whether they could tell the whole family just to come in, and they weren't thinking that, could we handle that? I'm like, of course we can handle that. There's a ton of veterans here. We have an intern. We'll rope in the intern, and so the point was getting that veteran counseling and removing the barriers. So that's not on a list anywhere, but situations like that come to us all the time. We very rarely say no. It's more, how do we figure out how to say yes? Because that's life-changing. Yeah.
Anyone else?
So the food pantry's on site? Or,
Yes.
And when you talk about service unit is in increments of a quarter hour, does that include travel to and from the veteran's home?
No, that's only the direct interaction with the veteran. Yeah. So if somebody comes in and it really is just a chit chat over the food pantry and there's no meat to that interaction, that won't be documented with this. It's really interactions that are meaningful and lead to something bigger.
great distinction. John, did you have a question?
Yeah, so the veteran counseling, I've got a guy that was on a trip with me out in California that he just goes and visits guys, checks up on them.
Nice.
What degree, define counsel?
Yeah.
Define, how do we know that guy's able to do it well, properly, within
Yeah.
guidelines?
Yeah, that's a great question. People use the word counseling in a very general sense, like, you know, well, I'm an LCSW, but, you know, I could counsel Nancy and she comes to me with a life problem and I could just talk with her and people would call that counseling. When we're talking therapy, we have 2 licensed clinicians that are the ones who provide therapy. That's a different service.
Oh.
That you need to be licensed to be able to provide. So our peer supports do not say that they do counseling because that's not what they do.
Yeah.
They're doing peer support. It's
That's a whole lot of
lived
opinions.
experience. It's, yeah, it's a big difference and we're very clear about that, very clear.
So we've heard why you're here and what you want to do and all that sort of stuff. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Laura.
Laura. So Laura, we know you've delivered your message, but why is Laura here? What's in your heart? Why are you doing this?
Because there's a need. And wherever, I'm gonna get emotional. If there's nobody doing it, we're gonna figure out how to do it. It's
What
just
makes
important.
you want to do that?
It's just.
I mean, I guess what I'm asking
Yeah.
is, my son has schizophrenia. He got violent, he got involuntarily discharged. And the judge, and we fought it, we knew he needed to be discharged, he can't do what he did. And we lost the case, but we were just trying to stay in the system. And it was Judge O'Meara was her name, and she said, I'm not going to leave you. We lost the case, here's the judge, she said, I'm not gonna leave you. And I said, whoa, why is that? And she said, I had an uncle that lived with us that was mentally, so that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, mine is not, I was married to.
You don't have to have an uncle that was mentally.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I have veteran connections, but my career has always been what I just described. If there's a need and somebody's struggling and their life would be better by removing the barrier, I'm gonna be part of figuring out how to do that. So I love the veteran population, but I've worked with many other populations and it is that same driver for me personally.
So you got a lot of areas that you kind of like this one a bunch. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name.
Nancy.
Nancy, so Nancy, you're up, same question.
So I do have veterans in my family. My grandfather was a veteran and my father as well. And I've just been really always drawn to public service. I worked in healthcare for 22 years and pursued my bachelor's degree and my master's degree during that time, and wanted to just transition into meaningful employment. So that's how I ended up connecting with Laura. And I just have a lot of empathy for people who are struggling. I think that there's a lot of, barriers and challenges, and life is hard enough, so if we can give somebody a hand up, we should.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill?
Mine's personal. Where is Wednesday night group night?
It's back at the office by popular demand.
In McHenry?
No, in Crystal Lake.
Crystal Lake.
Yeah, on McHenry Avenue, which is confusing, but yeah, it's in Crystal Lake.
My father-in-law, 94 years old, Korean War, and he's just now needing more social interaction than the family has the time to be able to give. So I'm looking for things.
Excellent. So reach out to me and we'll figure that out.
do.
Yeah, yeah. The Wednesday night dinners cover the whole age. It's like everybody's welcome. Yeah.
So I think this could be 15 counseling, just.
Yeah.
Any other questions? None, thank you.
Thank you. I'm bringing
Terry State Legal, I
Kleenex
saw you
next
walk
time.
in.
Seriously? I wasn't expecting
Come
that.
on up, we're rocking and rolling through this.
Grace Hardware. He still works there one year.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Probably took you longer to get here than we did. So, directions are introduce yourself, talk a little bit about Prairie State Legal Organization from a broad perspective, and then talk about how the monies that you're asking for are used within the organization.
Okay, we're gonna have a grant person coming in, but I told her to come 15 minutes early, but I can tell you all about services and what we do and that kind of thing. Well, while we're waiting for her. But, okay, so my name is Dolores Wigman. I'm an attorney with Prairie State Legal Services, and I don't know how many people have heard me before. I've been here a few times before.
A lot of new faces, a lot of new faces.
Good, I like that. So, Prairie State is a large law firm. We're a not-for-profit legal aid law firm. We cover 36 counties in northern Illinois. We have 11 offices. And we have one office here in Woodstock that just covers McHenry County. Obviously, this is where we use this grant. But I'm telling you this because we have a lot of resources. So I'm sitting in my office and I'm working on a case and I don't know what to do. I have a lot of people that I can reach out to that can help me, and just like I said, a lot of resources. And so, for instance, a couple of weeks ago, we had a woman that called us up, McHenry senior person. Somebody had filed a civil no contact order against her in Kendall County. Well, Kendall County is like an hour and a half away. So I was able to meet with her, get her documents, talk to her. We talked to my counterpart that handles Kendall County. That person was able to go into Kendall County and resolve the case, right? And so we were able to do that because we have people that cover a lot of different areas. So, do I do this? Okay. So this project we've had for a few years, and so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the services that we've done in the past and that we hope to do in the future. So we serve people over 60. I do most of the senior work, but not all. So in this project, we strive to provide services to older adults with the greatest economic and social needs. And actually, this language is pulled out of the Older Americans Act, the Federal Older Americans Act, because what we try to do is help people who can't get their own attorneys. Most of the time, it's because they're low income, but every once in a while, because like they're homebound or some reason that they cannot obtain their own attorney. We focus on, grab my notes. we focus on legal issues which affect basic human needs. And this accomplishes the purpose of keeping people out of the nursing homes, because if people have stable housing, if they have adequate income, if they have enough food, they're going to stay healthy and they're going to stay out of the nursing home. And so in housing matters, we help with evictions, foreclosures, property tax sale issues, loss or denial of subsidized housing, nursing home or assisted living discharges. A lot of people don't know, for a while we were having a lot of involuntary discharges. Thank goodness, I can't even think of any I had this past year in this county. Other counties are having a lot of them. It's when like nursing homes feel like they can't handle people or something and they try to involuntary discharge them. Housing conditions and utility issues. Some landlords, they don't want to follow the eviction process. It takes a while. So what they do is they turn off people's water and electricity, hoping they'll just leave without a problem. That's illegal. They can't go, and we can run into court and try to stop that. I was looking at our numbers from this past year. About a third of our cases are housing issues. So a lot of housing issues. My guess is you guys have been hearing about housing problems. I've had 2 seniors going to PADS in the past month, and it's just sad, for one reason or other, lost their housing. But okay, we also assist with termination or denial of public benefits. So we don't really help with applications because we hope that they can get it somewhere else, and it would take a full-time person just to do applications. So they'll come to us if something's terminated or reduced or denied, and then we can help them appeal. Lots of times it's lack of information. Lots of times they didn't understand what that notice said. What do we have to do? For SNAP and Medicaid, that is often the issue. They forgot to do something, they didn't realize, they didn't open their mail. Seniors are infamous for coming in with like a big bag of mail they never opened, and it's like, well, this is why, so sometimes it's just reaching out to the office. or getting the office the information they need, or sometimes all of a sudden they have an inheritance or they have some new income and you don't qualify anymore. But people want to hear that from somebody who knows, like this is what the problem is. Really worried about next year because everybody probably has heard that there's these new work requirements going in, and supposedly up to the age of 64, if you want SNAP or Medicaid, you have to prove that you're either disabled or that you're working or going to school. And I just think that's going to be an issue because a lot of people, especially it seems people that are in those jobs that are hard on your body, they retire at 62. So we're going to have a lot of people all of a sudden, you know, we don't know what's going to happen, but just a little bit worried about that. So Social Security, I talked a little bit about Social Security last year. I have a lot of Social Security overpayment cases. For some reason, a couple years ago, and I think they had nothing to do during COVID or something, they went and looked at their old files, and people will get notices, you know, you were on disability in 2015, and you made too much money. We should have terminated you, but you didn't. Please reimburse us for all the years since, put that in an envelope and send it to us in the next 30 days or we're gonna take all your benefits going forward. People get these letters and they're shocked, they call us, they're so upset. There's a lot of things we can do, make sure the calculations are right, maybe sure they can prove it, they have to prove it. We can get what's called waivers, we have to prove that it's not our client's fault. They didn't know something, they didn't get something, and that they can't pay it, or we can ask them to reduce the payment. A lot of people don't even know that. You could just say, I can't afford it, can I reduce it to $20 a month? And half the time, they'll do it. So Medicare studies 2 years ago that 18% of the Medicare Advantage denials are improper. And so if people come to us with a denial, for some reason we don't get many, but that's the statistics. We also help with domestic violence, you know, orders of protection. You know, sad to say, a lot of family members abuse, harass, exploit their other family members. So we're running on domestic violence. These are the cases that sometimes there's a really fast turnaround. So if you go into court and you petition for order of protection, your hearing is in like 14 days. So sometimes we'll jump in and not pay as close attention to the money as other cases just because we can jump in quickly. Debt, a lot of seniors have a lot of debt. They run up credit cards. I think they don't realize like at some point in time they have to stop working, you know what I mean? And they tell me that all the time. I thought I would work longer. I thought I would be able to pay this off. And they'll come in and they can't afford their rent. And then I'll say, well, what is this payment to Bank of America? Well, they agreed to pay Bank of America $300 a month on their $1,000 a month Social Security check. And so I'll explain, you don't have to, they cannot garnish your Social Security. I go to court with them, try to work out with the creditor, do stuff like that. Powers of attorney, this is like a peace of mind thing. People are able to designate an agent who can act for me when I can no longer act. Also, so that the family doesn't have to run into court and get a guardianship. Guardianship, usually the seniors that ask me for a guardianship are a guardianship of their older disabled adult child. Usually that's what it is. Adoption, every once in a while we'll get a grandparent wanting to adopt their grandchild, you know, family reasons, and they just have a lot more freedom than if it was guardianship. Guardianship is always overseen by the court. They can't really move out of the county without a lot of hassle, so they might do that. We do just a little bit of divorce, usually only if it's related to domestic violence. If somebody else comes in to the office for a divorce with us, we will try to help them, but what we try to do is get somebody from the community to volunteer, and that's not really covered under this project, but we try to get somebody if it looks like it's necessary. I know I'm talking fast. We provide legal advice. Lots of times people just need to know their rights. We have a phone line that people can call, 800 number, and attorneys are on those lines. They can provide advice. Or they can come to the office, show us their paperwork. Because lots of times that's all they want to know. What are my rights? We can represent in court. We can advocate for them. Sometimes they need some information, and we can give like a soft referral to another agency in the county. Next slide. Yep, they can call us on our 800 numbers. They can call our local office. They can walk in. If we're not busy, we'll try to drop everything, or else we'll try to set them up somehow to get in the system. You can apply online. A lot of the service partners have a referral form that they'll fill out, and we still use faxes. They can fax or email it to us. And I do home visits, a lot of home visits. A lot of people just can't get to us. They can't get to Woodstock or, for one reason or the other. So this was my grant person, and she is not here. I don't know if she's having trouble. She's coming from Rockford, so I wonder. So, so she told me a little bit about it. So I'm the service person, not the money person. But so I guess they asked for too much the first time.
They asked for 160 something.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It should be 125.
Yes, it should be 125. And so I'm just gonna have to read it because this is what she told me. 60% of it supports the salary and fringe benefit for the attorney staff. Most of that is mine, I think. But other people will help out. Lots of times we have a lot of cases going at once. And this is her numbers because she wanted to break it down for how it supports everything. We just got to your first slide. This is Mary Moyer. She's our senior grant specialist. They ran a little bit ahead, faster,
I'm an hour away, so I, thanks.
We forgive you.
Sure. Sure. Good timing, so, because I know nothing. So, your turn.
So,
You timed it perfectly.
should I just go ahead, or were you in the middle of the question?
No.
Okay.
So they do know about the discrepancy.
Okay, so I wanted to clear that up, and if you have any further questions, but between, the letter of intent was incorrect, so it's accurate in the application, request being $125,000.
That's very happy news, by the way, so thank you.
And 60% of that would support salary and fringe for attorney staff in the Woodstock office. 15% would support salary and fringe for an outreach position. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. And then 25% would support secretarial admin and office administration and occupancy for the Woodstock office. And we have increased our request this year to secure funding to support the hiring of a community resource specialist. It's our outreach role where there's a gap in services here. We don't have anyone assigned to McHenry County. And it being the 6th most populous county after the collar counties, it's needed. We need to have someone here to do a lot more outreach. And as you're aware, federal funding is precarious and unpredictable this year. We are trying to keep diversifying and doing more, reaching out to different organizations. We have a couple of funding sources that are in limbo, large funding sources for us. One being the Legal Services Corporation, which is a quasi congressional body that for 50 years has funded legal aid in every state. That is likely going to be cut. The Trump budget tried to eliminate it altogether. It doesn't look like that will happen. House and Senate have proposed different versions of a proposal for the Legal Services Corporation to continue, but at a reduced amount. And then the Older Americans Act is in limbo. That provides the funding for, specifically for our senior services across our service area. So it looks like it's some form of that will pass. Again, funding likely stable or less than previous years. So on to the community resource specialist position would be let's see, just make sure I follow this. The goal is to have that role present in each of our 11 offices, and we have a couple that don't have an outreach position, and McHenry is one of them. So, next slide. And that would be to establish and develop relationships with community partners, become more engaged, providing general presentations, know your rights, presentations to community members and agencies that serve the same population. And it would increase our participation, local fairs, markets, resource centers, resource fairs. And it would be supporting all of our grants and all of the populations that we serve.
We gave you a little bit of extra time because we know, obviously, difficulty getting here, so we may not have as much time for questions, just letting you know. Does anybody have any questions? Let's start with Ms. Mayer and then we'll go to Mr. Plutz.
What about help with internet or phone fraud, something like that? Is that anything you guys will help with? That seems to be around the rise.
Yeah, we try, you know, but there's only so much legally right now you can do, so we try to, just throughout the state. So I'm also on the Illinois Bar Association Elder Law Council, and we talk all the time across the state, how can we deal with this? How can we deal with this? So, you know, we refer to the Attorney General, we refer to the local police. I mean, we try to deal with it. It's a hard issue to deal with. It's really hard. But we do provide resources. We do try to see what we can do. Yeah.
Mr. Plutz?
I have a few community partners. What you had community partners?
Who are they? Senior Service Associates, anybody that provides services to seniors in the county, we try to talk to, work with, AID, you know, whomever it is.
So you have that outreach, you have libraries and stuff?
So we do, right now the attorneys try to do it, drop things and do when we can. And I guess this is the reason for the community resource person, is to be more proactive. Usually when somebody calls me, there's a senior fair, you know, I see if I can fit in my schedule and I go out. And so they're wanting, Prairie State is wanting to have somebody that's more proactive to go to all these places and say, can we leave our brochures? Can we provide, presentations, you know, just so you know we're there, or we're here, and how to contact us. A lot of people know about us, don't know how to contact us. Half the people that walk in my door say, well, how much do you charge? Like, they don't understand we're free. You know what I mean? Just to get our information out.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you for your presentation. It sounds like your interactions can be as, not light, but as short as a phone call of what's my rights, this is what's going on in my life, to a deep dive in an actual legal issue. So do you track by the interaction, or do you track by the hour like typical attorneys?
So we get both. We do both, yeah. We have, what do you call a legal server? What do you call our legal server? We have
No, it was a great question.
Client database. Yeah, we have a client database. We put in every 6 minutes. We put how much time we spend on a case. Yeah.
So like a typical attorney.
Yeah.
And how, with that tracking, I didn't see it in your slides. How many seniors did you actually touch last year?
So did we hit the 220? I think we went over. We said 220. We might have gone a little over. We might have hit. Yeah.
230.
Yeah, in some cases, it's really hard to tell because, like, I have a couple cases open 2 or 3 years because it will be a long Social Security case or something like that, you know, so it's kind of hard to, you know, to tell. But I think we're going to hours now, right? Because before it was always just people, and now we decided to go by the hours so that you can see, hey, this is 3 years. A couple weeks ago, I had to drive to Evanston and have a hearing, and I had been working on that for, you know, lots and lots of hours. And it was counting the same as that person that called me on the phone and asked me what's my rights. Do you know what I mean? So now we're tracking hours.
So it's a better indicator.
Yeah.
So if your services are free to your client, and you're tracking your hours, describe that correlation to me, just so I understand your business model. Because I'm assuming attorneys are being paid a salary, which is what your slide said, salary and fringe. So are you tracking your hours for accountability, or?
I don't know if I understand the question.
So we want to make sure that we reach all our grants, whatever we promise the people.
We require that data for us to know how they're using their services.
I'm trying to have them say that answer.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind, thank you.
Oh, okay.
So
So I'm gonna be a tacky one. Abby, did you have a question?
I was just
too?
gonna add on, what percentage of your total clients are seniors? If you know, so like you said 220-ish seniors, what's the percentage out of everybody you serve in McHenry County?
Oh, good
I
question.
think it's like 20% of all clients
Really?
across the whole service area.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was more. Okay.
20,
I feel like it's
25.
more.
It could be up to a
Because that's all
quarter.
you do.
Yes.
I mean, maybe up to a quarter.
Really, that's my world.
Do you have another question?
I do, so you want to use the money pretty much for somebody to interact with the community?
That's part of it, right?
Right, so the services are free, which means the lawyers are giving it for free. I help me understand. They're giving their services for free.
So we don't charge people, but we get grants from people like McHenry County to do this, right?
And they pay their people.
Yes, I'm paid.
Just like the other organizations.
Yeah, I just was kind of thinking that lawyers volunteer a couple hours or whatever, okay.
So we actually do, though, organize volunteer attorneys in the county, but we don't count that under this grant. But we do have a pro bono person that we have cases that we can't handle, and usually it's family cases, divorce case, that kind of thing, or sometimes it's wills or powers of attorney. But we will try to organize, or, ask, we have like monthly emails that go out to the attorneys in the county. We have these cases, would anybody take them? We do that, but that's not counted here, right?
And on the same length, and then Ms. Hill, if you'll allow me to just, I understand that you're, reaching out and you want to let people in the community know that you exist and that your services are there. But we just had a significant conversation before we were here, Mayor, about reduction in financial resources. Doesn't it seem a little contrary that you're telling people, hey, we're here, but ultimately you may not have the resources to meet all of those people that you're now trying to inform? I'm just getting at, I wonder if it's now is the time to find a community resource officer person if we have no idea what the overall financial resources are for Prairie State Legal. I just, we have asks of, over $2.5 million, we have $2 million. We have to make hard decisions, so that's my question to you guys. I understand perfectly the need, the idea. I'm just wondering if now is an appropriate time to do that.
I mean, it's a balance. I mean, I think that Prairie State struggles with that all the time. Like, we want to provide as much legal assistance as we can, but yeah, there's this to and fro of resources. And really the goal is to have complete coverage of a community resource outreach person. We really do want that. Maybe it'll end up being part-time. I mean, maybe all of the positions, I'm just throwing out ideas or, alternatives, but we want to have coverage so that that we do have better, consistent and regular outreach.
My question was kind of like Sue's question. That's the right answer to give me. Ms. Hill and then Ms. Miller again, please.
2 questions. So was the whole ask for the resource outreach?
No.
No, that's what I thought. And attorneys do a wide range of hourly. So what do you guys decide your hourly rate is?
We don't have like an hourly rate. We don't do it that way. We just.
How are attorneys paid?
We are paid, we have we're salaried depending on our experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the question. Thank you.
Yep, what we do.
And only because
And going back to the community resourcing, the only thing that I would say, I'm not administration or figuring out money, but the attorneys do drop the work that they're doing to go out, like if we need to go out to do a community resource person, so we wouldn't have to do that if there was somebody, we would be able to cover more cases or more whatever. Yeah.
I didn't bring my original application with me. What is your total annual budget?
For the organization, it's like 25 million, I believe.
Is this 2024? Yeah, so total expenses.
Yeah, so expenses were running around 22 million and funding 23 million, so.
That was last year.
And that's for everything, for the whole, so statewide.
That's for
Yeah.
our.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
So, go ahead, Ms. Campbell, please.
So I'm not finding it in one of my notes, so, what is the percentage, I mean, in terms of seniors, the target for seniors, right, and then in their income eligibility? Are you looking at, in terms of the total ask, obviously it's gonna be towards the seniors, but how are you doing that, and what is there an income requirement in terms of who you bring in and help?
So under the Older Americans Act, we're not supposed to ask them how much they make, but we usually know. They usually just provide it if we say. So I will just say, have you looked at it? Because I just kind of was looking at this year and how much people were making. Have you?
Oh, I mean, it is in the application. I mean, I gave some rough, stats. I mean, definitely the majority of our clients overall, including the senior population, are under like 150% of the poverty level. So we're definitely typically almost always reaching the most needy. And I think around 80% of persons we served in McHenry were below the median income, for sure.
Yeah, so I just kind of counted. I'm not a finance person, I'm not an accountant, but I, was just kind of looking at numbers, wasn't sure if Mary was gonna make it or not. And out of the 160 cases that I looked at, it must have been August, only 16 were over 300% of poverty level. And 300% of poverty level is like 34,000. So there was only 16 that made more than 34,000. I think that was it. Is that right?
That sounds right in line with our typical demographic.
Yeah, but we do keep it, like we have it in our legal server, where we put everything. We have how much everybody makes, and we could pull that out pretty fast in terms of.
I would tell you, we're gonna make our decision today, but we're also giving you questions. Consider that next year when you go through the application process again. Those are the kinds of things that we're all really interested in.
Okay.
So just to sum in case I'm missing it, so it sounds like most of the people you serve are seniors, or at least the majority, or over half are seniors. Or no? I know it's kind of, I'm just trying to look at the ask versus the total cost of the project versus the funding at 125 is a little bit more than half, but if you're serving that, if half of your clientele is, then that covers half, that covers your seniors. I'm trying to just see where I'm going. If your total project is a certain amount, the request is for slightly more than half. So you're at 216 for the total cost of the project and 125, so double that.
Where's the 125?
Well, that's what they.
They changed it to 125.
They changed it to 125.
Not the whole county.
Right.
Right. Yeah, so the 216 is for all the seniors. It's not the whole county.
Okay, so
not
that
everybody we serve.
So that is that's what I was trying to get at. So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is that 216 is just what you use to serve seniors.
Right.
That's it.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. We got there. Okay.
And
In the end.
how are you going to track this outreach person just reaching seniors?
So they have to track what they're doing, similar to the attorneys, tracking what they're doing each hour. So we can, again, pull a report from Legal Server to show how many hours did they spend at the senior center in a month, or how many presentations did they give at the library, how many senior fairs did they go to. We can track that.
So the money is not, they'll be doing outreach for other age groups.
That's right.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a quick question. In the previous years, you've talked a lot about how you're taking on cases of elder abuse. Is that still a problem in the county?
It is. It's harder to, yes. We do it. It's there. People are embarrassed. A lot of people don't report it, but it is more and more prevalent, I would say, yeah. We can hit it with the orders of protection sometimes, get the person away from them. You can only encourage people to do police reports and that kind of thing so much. I found a lot of times there is no money left, you know what I mean? Financial exploitation is a huge problem, huge throughout the country. So, I always say stop the bleeding. We gotta stop it first, right? And then try to figure out if we can figure out a way to collect on it. But it is a big problem.
Anybody else real quick? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Harvard? Is she here?
Yeah.
There you are. I didn't see you. You were hiding.
Sorry.
Hi, good to see you again.
Good seeing you.
So we've told everybody, introduce yourself, talk a little bit about organization, and then specifically about your ask and the programs that the money will go to.
Okay, so, I can go by this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The clicker's right there if you want to use it, or I can.
Or we can do it here.
Okay. So I'm Noelle Tully, and I am the Executive Director at Harvard Community Senior Center. I came to Harvard Community Senior Center last year, June 17th. So it's been a little bit of a whirlwind the past year, but we are here and we're doing very well. So let's see here, we're on slide 1. So our mission and vision, at the heart of everything we do is our mission to serve all McHenry County seniors by providing evidence-based programs, services, and social activities in a safe, welcoming environment, whether at our center or in their homes or in other comfortable settings. Our vision is about helping older adults live positive, healthy, and life-enhancing lives by connecting them to community supports and partner programs. That vision keeps us grounded while also pushing us forward. Growth and socialization. So over the past year, we have grown to serve more than 1,400 seniors. That's something we are very proud of. We know that socialization isn't just something fun, it's critical for both physical and emotional health. At our center, seniors can stay active and connected through our programs. We offer drop-in social and wellness activities, evidence-based falls prevention classes. We started Chair Tai Chi and Chair Yoga, and everyone loves it. They never miss it. We have a great turnout every Monday and Wednesday. So we have Cycling Without Age program. We partner with them, and they pick up at our place and then at Shepherd's Premier. Community gardening, we have a master gardener, Joan. She volunteers and she does the whole garden in the back, and anything that we grow in the garden, we give to our seniors, and if we have extra, we give to the food pantry also. Medicare, Medicaid counseling, so we are SHIP counselors, and we do that every year. We have it's all year long, but we do have open enrollments October through December. And let's see here, educational workshops, so we partner with agencies. We have a pastor volunteer his time and help with our Senior Tech Connect program. Let's see, so that helps older adults learn to use technology for communication, telehealth, and independence. Then we have our Pearls program. These activities reduce isolation, bring joy, and build community. With our Chair Tai Chi and Chair Yoga classes, we had 80 fall prevention participants. 94% saw improved mobility and fewer falls. In 24-25, over 300 participants engaged in drop-in activities, fostering daily social connection, which that's our main goal. We want them to socialize and get out there. 20-plus educational sessions and workshops held in partnership with county agencies, and 30 seniors took part in the community gardening program, which promotes physical activity and connection to nature. So our SHIP program, well, I'll talk a little about SHIP. So our SHIP program, it's free, unbiased assistance for seniors navigating Medicare and health insurance. We sit down with people one-on-one, explain their options, and make sure they feel confident in the decisions they're making about their care. As you know, Medicare is a beast. It's a lot to learn and understand, and a lot of people just, it's scary and they don't understand, so we're there to help them with that. So it's all year long for those planning to retire and those turning 65 to help with Medicare, Medicaid, and regular insurance. We also I have a bilingual program coordinator who works at the center, and she's a SHIP counselor as well, so she's bilingual, so she can help our Spanish-speaking seniors. In 24 and 25, there were 585 Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP beneficiaries assisted. So that's an 18% increase, 90% screened for additional benefits during redetermination. And now our PEARLS program. So we also offer PEARLS, which is the program to encourage active, rewarding lives. This program supports seniors who may be experiencing mild depression or social isolation. Through in-home or center-based sessions, we help them problem solve, reconnect with activities, and improve their overall well-being. Depression in older adults often goes undiagnosed and untreated. PEARLS provides a safe, non-clinical entry point. Participants consistently show improvements in mood, physical health, and social engagement. By providing PEARLS through Harvard Community Senior Center, it's especially important because it makes mental health support accessible, familiar, and stigma-free. Many older adults are hesitant to seek traditional counseling in a clinic, but they're comfortable coming to the senior center or their home, a place that they already know is welcoming and safe. We also have a small program, Productive Aging in Hebron. So not all seniors, there's a small community in Hebron, and they go to the church and they belong to the church there. So sometimes they can't make it to Harvard mostly, and so we bring it to them. We bring that extends services into rural parts of McHenry County. It gives seniors in those areas or that area the same opportunity to connect, learn, and thrive. This program's intergenerational, so we have in the summer, we have meals that we cook, and we have the kids involved, and they cook for the seniors, nutritional meals. Stephanie goes out and she'll do the chair Tai Chi there, and they're involved in that and they love it. So looking ahead, so looking forward, our priority is to expand. We want to expand, we want to open another day. We would love to open another day and have more programs, broaden the number of programs we can offer. We're building new community partnerships and strengthening the ones we already have, so that every senior in McHenry County has access to resources, support, and a welcoming place to belong. There's so many seniors. We have so many new seniors this past year that have come to join us, and we have some who have lost their spouse, and they come and they say, this has helped me so much. I've made friends and all of that. One lady, she cooks all these meals and brings it to the center, so it's really great. So I'd like to acknowledge this past year has been one of cleanup and rebuilding. We've worked hard to get finances, compliance, and operations back on track, and now we're stable, we're focused, and excited about what comes next. And I want to close with gratitude. We are so thankful to the Senior Service Grant Commission for inviting us here today, and your support makes all the difference in allowing us to serve seniors across McHenry County. So thank you for your time and for believing in our work.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yes, everybody. Ms. Hill?
So what's the difference, what differentiates you from McHenry County Senior Services Associates?
Well, I don't know much about them really, but we're an activity center in Harvard. There's a lot of our seniors that live, and they're where? Where's Chris?
All of it, the Crystal Lake, McHenry.
Okay.
And you say you serve the whole county?
We do serve the whole county.
So do you get people from Algonquin?
No, not only, so with SHIP we do though. We'll get people from all over McHenry County with SHIP. We have 3 volunteers who help with their SHIP counselors, and they're great. Their knowledge is.
Senior Services has SHIP too.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
And didn't they get a bilingual? I think now they have someone bilingual as well. So that's good. 2 bilingual people in McHenry County. That's great, right? It helps everyone, more people. So yeah, we have 3 volunteers who help all over McHenry County. They go to Crystal Lake at Community Foundations Building, and they have appointments there. They come to Harvard. So we serve the whole county for that. But we're in Harvard, and there's a lot of seniors in Harvard that can't travel far.
That's what I'm thinking.
So it's really important that we are there for those seniors, and you know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Miller and then Ms. Hart.
Hi, Noel.
Hi.
So you spoke to 1,400 seniors that you've served in the last year. To the same point, are the majority of those from Harvard? You say you go to Hebron, that you have a human that travels to provide service. In your rough estimate, because you didn't have it broken out, how many of your 1,400 touches are Harvard only, and how many are outside of Harvard?
Gosh. I would say, a small percentage in Hebron, because it's so small, right? Biggest percentage in Harvard, but we do have some Woodstock and Crystal Lake. So.
And they come to you or you go to them?
No, we'll go to both. We will go to them. We'll go to their house for Senior Tech Connect to set up tablets if they need a tablet. Even Linda from the Senior Center from last year, she will call me and say, I know someone who needs a tablet, you know, can you bring it to them at Crystal Lake? So we'll drive to Crystal Lake, go to their home or meet them wherever they're comfortable and set that up for them. So we will travel.
And Linda does the program at Door Township.
Yes, she does.
Right, so which is in Woodstock, obviously.
Yeah.
There's some.
And we work together, yeah.
Do you have anybody from Marengo area? I mean, Harvard's not that far away.
I don't know if Rudy lives there's a gentleman, Rudy, he comes every Monday and Wednesday. I feel like he lives in Marengo, but I don't want to say, I'm not 100%. But he lives far and he comes Mondays and Wednesdays, so.
Any other questions? Oh, Peg, I'm sorry.
Does your Pearl program, is that just for Harvard or is that countywide?
Countywide.
Program to enhance active, what does PEARL stand for?
By heart. Program to encourage active, rewarding lives.
Got it.
Yeah. I mean, it's huge. You wouldn't believe the people that are, yeah.
Ms. Nichols?
Yeah, so thank you for addressing kind of some of the challenges you've experienced over the past year.
Sure.
I'm hoping you can talk a little more in depth about like what you all have done to remedy some of that, because I know like online, your latest tax filings like 2021, on the Secretary of State website, it lists you as dissolved right now. So talk a little bit more about, as of a week ago, so new information.
Well, I just talked to the accountant and everything has been filed. I have a meeting next week with her. Everything is pretty much done and filed except 2025. So she filed an extension on that. But yeah, I mean, as we know, that's what I came into. I've worked really, really hard to fix everything, which I feel that I have. So it's getting done and it's almost done. And so I'm sure at my meeting next week, this is what she'll tell me. We just have to, I have to provide her with some financials for our 2025. And then that's it.
And you've got much more board engagement and
Oh, yeah.
awareness of exactly what's been done and where they're going.
Yep.
And our staff for the Senior Services Commission
working with the board and working with Noel, ensured that any monies that they receive would be utilized only for programs. And if there are any consequences financially to where they were, those will all be handled outside of any type of grant dollars, because you cannot use grant dollars for any kind of fees or penalties.
Yeah.
So we have cleared all of that up. We have documentation on file. So I'm kind of very comfortable that we have cleared any outstanding issues with them. Mr.
Small question.
Sure.
Who supplies the tablets and how much do these tablets cost?
Verizon, so we have a contract with Verizon, and we have an ARPA grant with the county, so we get reimbursed for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Thomas?
ARPA runs out next year, correct?
2026, yes.
2026. How many tablets you got?
Out there?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Hundreds. Yeah, our monthly Verizon bill is about $2,500 a month. So that tells you how many. And they love it. I mean, it helps them, communicate with family. They can learn how to use them, telehealth, all that kind of stuff.
Seeing no further questions, do you want to make a real quick closing statement, although you did a very nice job of saying thank you?
Thank
Would
you.
like
I
to
just
do anything
thank you
else?
all, for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Do you want to get right to deliberations? Do you want to take a 3-minute break and run to the washroom? Would you rather be done earlier? Could you use washroom break?
Yeah, if
Okay,
possible.
yeah, 3 minutes. I made some promises about getting people out of here.
And
Okay, Sue is back. What we're going to do is go around the room and everybody's going to identify the one program that they would like to see fully funded. It'll start the conversation. It'll also give you an idea of how your colleagues kind of evaluated where the presentations were going and the information provided. So, Paul, thank you for volunteering. What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
So, I'm not looking at the dollars, I'm looking at, whether I have my personal, contact with them.
Okay.
And, or what I feel is really important. So I got two things. The dentist was huge for me, because I know good health, you have to have good teeth to be healthy. And as seniors, to be healthy, all this other stuff.
So you're saying the housing authority, the dental program?
But what I really want to fund 100% is the Senior Care Volunteer Network.
Okay, all right.
I have had.
So can we put like a little X there or something?
I'll turn it yellow. Highlight.
Well, no, because then, okay, turn it yellow. All right, Jerry?
You can only say one, huh?
Same one?
I can say one.
Just to start.
Yeah, he's asking if he can only say one.
Say only one. We're just starting. We gotta start someplace. That's where we gotta start.
I don't know how many.
Yeah, that's what I wanted
What was
to
that?
do too. Put an X and then we know how
Instead of
many.
a highlight, would that way we know how many?
X?
X.
Where?
Column to the
Well,
right.
then
Column to the
section,
right.
so you
Right
know
here?
how many.
Yeah, just
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Ready now?
And then you
Ready.
can take the highlight off.
Gave you some extra seconds.
Take the highlight off?
I would
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
For now.
Senior Services Associates, 205,000.
Okay, so the Community Senior Services and Resource Center Program.
Yes.
Cool
That one?
beans. Drew?
This is not an easy answer. Prairie State.
Okay, Prairie State. Carolyn?
I had Senior Volunteer Network.
Senior Volunteer
Senior
Network.
Volunteer.
Okay,
Hold on, 'cause I'm a little bit slow here. Okay.
that's okay. Take your time.
Okay, it's already
So do another X.
another X?
Yeah, next,
Put it
two
next to
X's, so it's two things.
Oh.
It's two votes, right.
Okay.
go.
For senior?
Carolyn?
Yeah.
That was mine.
That was yours. I'm sorry. Tina, I'm tired.
Woodstock Food Pantry.
Ms. Miller?
Home of the Sparrow.
Up there. Right there, right?
Ms. Nichols?
Senior Care Volunteer Network.
Senior.
I didn't hear you.
Another one?
Senior Care Volunteer Network.
Mr. Pletz? It's just a beginning conversation.
I'm gonna do two, I'm sorry, Woodstock Food Pantry and Veterans Path.
Which one do you want to have an X? You only get one X. Which one do you want to have an X?
Well, I like them both. Since we're already biased towards the food pantry, which I really, really liked, I'm gonna go with the Veterans Path to Home.
Okay, thank you very much. Lisa?
Food pantry.
Food pantry. Peg?
Senior Dental.
It's Halcyon, right?
Okay, if, plug all of those in at the full amount,
Okay.
okay? And then give me a total.
It's gonna total for you at the bottom.
Oh, I
as do
love this program. I never was good at Excel.
Me neither.
Did I do something wrong here? Yes.
There you go.
49,500, right?
Housing.
Oh, 60.
Okay, all right.
We have this much left.
So we have 1,000,002 left, that's not too bad. So again, looking at the top, anybody want to make a comment on another not identified organization that we should look at to fully fund? Lise?
McHenry County Senior Independent Living.
Okay, X, just an X, we do an X. And we should get rid of the other X's. Can we do that?
To fully fund.
To fully fund. Ms. Miller?
I would like to see us fund ElderWorks. I know in the past they haven't been funded, but I do think they provide a service, a resourceful service to pulling everything together.
Okay, put it in. Anybody else? Ms. Nichols?
Independence Health Memory Care.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Independent Health Memory Care? All right, quick add that up and fund those three, leave the X's there, fund those three programs 100%, what do we got?
Can I throw in the Harvard?
At the full 130,000?
Maybe not full. I would just like them, but never mind.
I love them, but
Okay.
they asked for 20,000 last year. We funded them and we worked very closely with them to get them where they are. I will tell you personally, I think that's a huge ask. And, you know, they're organized, but they have a long way to go. I just don't know if they'd spend 130,000.
It sounds like you just convinced me.
Did I? Okay. I'm pretty strong at doing that, a little bit. Drew?
The residential program through Pioneer Center.
Okay. X. Jer?
The comprehensive senior services.
Okay. The Comprehensive Senior Services Program.
285,000.
Yep. I'm also going to throw out a couple things. I love the Woodstock Food Pantry. I question the 50%. I question $90,000 to buy food and 50% of it'll go to seniors. I cannot believe that's accurate. I
They
can't
showed the
believe.
numbers.
Huh?
They showed the numbers of their different age clientels.
Thus far, I'm telling you, I'm looking at that, telling you, I don't believe that is accurate. That they track that as, I want you to think about it. You can look at me and bark, you can bark back at me, people have done it all my life, I'm not offended. I'm just saying, in my head, Wonder Lake, Woodstock, 50% of the people that they're providing service to are seniors and not family and kids?
Yes.
I'm also gonna jump in on the food pantry. I loved them, so this is nothing against them, but I think if we start funding food pantries, we open up a big can of worms. Think about how many food pantries are in the county, and we do not have the capacity as the Senior Services Grant Commission to fund all of them.
And that's why I'm saying, I think this is an exception. I think because they got asked to leave their current facility to be used for another purpose, they're in a bind. And I think they're coming to us and they're asking us to help them, you know, because they don't have anywhere to store food, they don't have their normal services, but that's just me.
But that's not what they said they were gonna use the money for. She said that would go towards the food. They're using their capital.
No, I'm saying, to Abby's point, that we don't want to start funding food pantries. I think Woodstock is at a particularly difficult situation because they got moved out of one facility into another. They have nowhere to store food. So their whole operations are different. And I think it's appropriate for us to consider them now.
We have never funded a food pantry before.
We have not.
So let's play out your thoughts. If we take away full funding of 49.5, they're asking for 90. We know.
No, they're asking,
they're asking for 90.
Yeah, they are.
We know by Sarah's information that 30% of the population in McHenry County is seniors. If we just applied the 30% and considered them at a $30,000 grant, that frees up 19.5 for someone else? Is that the discussion now, or do we leave them at full funded?
That's up to you. We can reduce it if there's a consensus, otherwise I'll leave them in full funding and we'll leave that out on the table.
You made a really good point. We want to start funding food pantries.
We don't. We can't.
Yeah.
That eats up too
But
many
again, I think this is an unusual circumstance and we can cite that. They're in an unusual circumstance because they don't have a facility right now that has a freezer, that has shelves that they can store food that they can get for free. All they can do right now is purchase food for that day, that they have their food pantry and people can come and get it. I think it's an unusual circumstance. I don't think that they're gonna come to us
again.
Well, maybe next year, but certainly not once they get their building and can go back to their normal operations. I think this is an interim situation. Carolyn?
So due to your concern about if it's a senior, getting back to what Sue is saying, do we look at it more in terms of trying to take a look at the percentage of seniors that they're probably serving, rather than assuming?
That would make me more comfortable, but
Yeah, so
again,
maybe
it's
too.
discussion. It's just discussion. I'm just.
So I volunteer at the McHenry Food Pantry, at the McHenry Township Pantry from time to time. And I don't know that I could say 50% of the people in that line are seniors.
And I can tell you the highest population of seniors in McHenry County are located in McHenry Township. I know that for a fact.
Really?
The what? What did you say? I'm sorry.
The largest number of seniors that live in McHenry County, the highest number of percentage population is in McHenry Township.
But to Sue's point, people coming in are going to be.
They could be from anywhere, yeah.
It could be from anywhere, but the people that we serve
Are not all, you're saying the clientele isn't, you know.
I wouldn't say that 50% are, again, I'm just trying to justify what we're hearing. And in my experience, 50% is not the number for us. And if we have the highest population, extrapolate it, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I also think, and I'm not against doing a one-time allocation to the food pantry at all, I think it is extenuating circumstances. I think we also have to think about what other funding sources are available for different people. I do think food insecurity does have a really wide net of foundations and individuals who are really passionate about food insecurity, whereas seniors, I think like the funding sources are smaller. So just something else to consider. I think I got the sense this is one of their first grants they had applied for, so I don't know how much they've really cast the net. So, yeah.
True. I mean, can I look at you? We're one of the very first ones they tried. Because when we walked through the grant application with them, I would concur with that, but.
They haven't applied before.
Yeah.
Could I just make a comment on the Woodstock food pantry? When you looked at the survey, they only scored 43%.
Well, that's because
That was their
originally,
first-
Jerry, remember they asked for $500,000? And I think we all went, we have $2
Oh, yeah,
million
that's right,
and that
that's
was a
right.
quarter of our.
That's right.
Yeah, and we all kind of freaked at that, quite frankly. We were surprised.
You're right, thank you.
But if you want, just for discussion's sake, I would say at this particular point in discussion, let's do the food pantry, but let's lower that number to, as Sue suggested. Yeah. I like that.
Sir, are you okay?
No, I was just squinting, trying to see.
To 30.
Okay, anybody else, conversation?
Are we still talking about full funding? Or
Probably, where are we? What did it total to? We have 853,000 left.
Do you want
So-
me to plug these in, the ones that have the new X's?
Yeah, put those in.
So I would like to offer Habitat for Humanity, but not at 300,000. I think they do a great service of keeping seniors in their home, but I don't know that they convinced me that they can triple what they've done, because they're already overwhelmed. So.
Who are you talking about?
Habitat for
Yeah.
Humanity.
And it's all contractors. I think there's a lot of, we have limited contractors here in our area, and they know it. So there's a lot of profit
Yeah.
in that number. So it's not truly all going to the senior.
Yeah.
We funded them
There'd
at
be a lot of profit
100,000 last
sitting
year.
in there. Not profit from Habitat, but from the contract.
No, understood.
Was that their full request last year?
No.
No,
Was it
it was higher. What was it?
No.
It was 100 last
It was
year.
100, and we fully funded them last
Okay,
year.
we fully
funded.
Sorry.
So I'll go out on a limb and suggest we fund them at 150. 1.5 times what we gave them last year.
Peg's saying no, Lisa's saying
I'd
yes.
say same level as last year.
I'm saying same level to.
Okay, let's put 125 and see how I'm moving this along. We'll
But
cut it in
that's
half.
not the
Put
same, but
125 in and
125.
we'll come back to it.
I would say that's up from last year.
I think Independence Health State
25%.
Program should be up there. I don't know if we need to do the full amount, but at least what they got last year, if not higher. It's a unique program
Which
in the
one?
county that no one else has.
Independence. 290 last year.
Independence Health State Program.
Yes.
They got 290 last year.
Put in 290 then, please.
We're just
For now,
shy
yeah.
of 290.
Oh, now we're negative. And we haven't talked about Pioneer SOAR, we haven't talked about the VA hospital transportation, and we haven't talked about the seniors center. And, well, we talked about it, but we didn't put any money in there, and we now are negative.
Should we
See, I
talk
knew
about
this
any-
conversation would get started down to the nitty gritty.
Can we talk about any we don't want to fund?
You can talk about at this point, you can talk about anything you want.
Well, can we compare to what was given to them last year? The ones,
Here they are, we got them up on the board.
Can you split it?
Can you drop it down just? Yeah. The approved column, F is, I believe, yes, F is what they received last year.
Yeah, E is what they requested, F is what we received.
Right, yeah. Got that? E is what they requested, F is what we funded them at.
If I could bring up the VA's program, I think it's an amazing request. I think the van is necessary, but I do think that program could be funded with other funding sources. I think there's a lot of veteran-specific funding sources. I think capital requests are very enticing for funders. I think, again, this was their first grant request, and we can't guarantee that the van will only be used for seniors. That's a hard thing. So I would say, in my opinion, we don't fund that, and that's not something that can be like partially funded. I mean, we
Well,
could,
I'm
but-
still questioning, they had 83, they then said 86 here today, and then they told us the whole total cost of the program was 91,000. I don't know where they're gonna come up with the other $7,000, $8,000.
that balance in their account.
Well, no, I think what maybe that's it, or they intend to bring funds over from VAC. But again, to Abby's point, this is a brand-new foundation. I understand exactly why they think it's important to have a foundation for VAC. I think it's a great idea. I just don't know if this is again, with the high level of demand we've got in front of us for the $2 million we've got, I just don't know how I feel about that. Where is in my priorities?
Me too.
I'm fine.
Okay, that's a zero.
And I would agree, I think Abby and I had that conversation privately, that there are so many resources out there that if not us, they'll find the money.
I'd rather fund TLS's peer support program, right? I mean, that would be my responses. I'd rather have the money go to that, and that's only $40,000.
What's TLS?
The Veterans Task Force.
Oh, okay.
But we still are in the red.
Can we go back to ElderWorks?
You can open any conversation,
So we had some, was everyone good with the full, I mean, I know it's only $25,000 and you're not gonna take much off, but is everyone good at the full amount? Huh?
I was.
Yeah, we gotta look at the larger numbers.
So
I had zero
I'm
for that
not
one.
good with the whole funding for Prairie State.
I can hear you. I didn't hear you.
Wait, we got too many sidebar conversations. Sue's got the floor.
I am not good with the full funding on Prairie State Legal. They truly didn't define to me how they account for seniors. I mean, we have 220, but not really, but maybe we do, but maybe we don't. I thought that was a big ask for, and maybe because I'm an accountability person, for not being able to account for where that money was going. So.
Where are they on track now? We gave them what last year, 100,000?
100,000.
And where are they now?
Well, we don't have their quarter three report yet, but.
It's right here, Eric.
On my cheat sheet, I gave them 50.
They're at 46%.
They're at what,
I had 125.
So they're on pace.
So they're on pace. Thank you.
The
I think we
Prairie State, it sure seems like we're a marketing arm for them. We're gonna hire somebody to bring them business, and I have issues with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the outreach for nonprofits is really important, but I don't think we could guarantee that person would only be used for seniors.
Exactly.
And so I think we should fund them at the same level as last year. which
And
was
I
the
have them at 50.
Okay, let's put
50.
75 in there, 50 and 100, we'll put 75 in there, I'm splitting the baby with the bathwater, just to get a feel of where we are. Okay, we have about 41,000, I mean, we can play with these numbers again once we look at them. We have Pioneer Center SOAR program, that's 138.
What is it, ElderWorks? I had zero on my, and when I said that, there was several other members that have zero as well.
I had zero.
If you didn't fund ElderWorks at the full amount, just raise your hand. Okay, that's an issue, and you had?
Zero.
I had zero.
I had
I have zero for ElderWorks.
Zero.
Okay,
There's no, I could split between 0 and 25, or is there strong consensus? Sue?
I'm willing to give them up for someone else.
Okay.
Does anyone want to share why they did 0? I'm just curious.
Yeah, good question.
I'll say something. In previous years, they weren't funded. People thought at that time they were duplication.
Correct, that's what I had down.
I didn't think they addressed that issue very well today in their presentation. They didn't differentiate themselves from the senior service associates, I didn't think, so that we could understand exactly how they are doing.
I also felt it was a duplicate service.
Say again?
A duplicate service.
Thank you.
And I was disappointed they didn't, because I thought we had communicated that.
Is that who you asked to tell us, think about this answer at the end?
No, that was from the Sparrow.
That was from the Sparrow.
Is there a defense? Am I putting 0 or is there a defense? Anybody want to advocate for ElderWorks to get something?
So I'm going to advocate for ElderWorks. Although I'm willing to, again, learn from this experience, I do think the pathways to resources and services are different, and people get to ElderWorks on a different pathway than they get to senior services. And I believe that both of those entities provide exceptional service, but the pathways to get to them are different. They may duplicate their services, but I think they serve different populations. And I guess that's why I would defend them, that if our thought process, if our money has to get spread across the population in totality, the senior population in totality, I want to make sure that one service provider has money for their pathway and another service provider has money for theirs. And maybe they didn't defend their position as well as they should have, but they're still doing a job. And,
Oh, absolutely.
And
Doing a job.
they're still touching humans. And if I can assist them, I want to.
But the question is, again, and I'll go back to that, we can reduce the level because there were people who felt strongly that they should get no funds. We could reduce it. The question is would it be enough to continue what they're doing in McHenry County? Right? I mean, I don't want to give you
Well, if
10
we give
cents
them
and expect
10,000?
you. I'm asking you.
Oh,
I'm saying, the question you have to think of is if you decide on a lower amount, will that still allow them to do what they want to do? Or is that me giving them a dime and saying, go buy the $10 ice cream cone?
Well, we're not their only source of funding, are we?
I'm just throwing it out.
I don't want to fund ElderWorks.
Can somebody remind me how they guarantee that in terms of income or seniors, first of all, and then whether or not it was income based? I'm not seeing it in my notes.
ElderWorks is here. Do you want to answer that? You're in the audience. You want to?
Sure. So I was asked by the gentleman, Mr. Thompson, I think when I was up.
Thomas, Mr.
Sorry. How we do that, and that's, so when somebody calls ElderWorks or they do a web inquiry, we, through the intake process, go through who they are, where they live, their zip code, what their financial income is each month. And so anybody that we are working for, anybody that would be funded by this grant, we are qualifying them, whether they're at 30%, 50%, or 80% of the average mean income for the county. And as far as differentiating, we help people who are struggling. Senior Services Associates does, Veterans Path to Hope does, part of what Independence Health and Therapy does. Everybody does help people that are struggling, and everybody has different paths. What you didn't see is when you guys broke, I was in the hallway with Prairie State Legal going over a case that she brought to me that was a case that the Sheriff's Department brought to us that another resource brought to us to be able to get into housing. And so trying to connect all of those things is a step different than what senior services is going to do with getting all of the connections together. If you want me to differentiate, that would be what I would say. But it answers how you ask the question.
Right,
So we
perfect.
have to do that. And I referenced when I sat up here that there are seniors that we don't count within grant numbers because they won't give us their financial information. So I can't count them in that grant, but we're not going to help, we're not gonna help them.
You're just not gonna use any of our dollars for that.
100%, 100%. Anything else before I go back to my chair?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
I know Jennifer, and I think she's a wonderful person, and I think you do incredible work. And that $25,000 is an incredibly reasonable ask. But everybody that's been in this room today, you know what I'm saying? There's everybody is awesome, everybody. The only guy who wasn't awesome was that last guy last year, what his name was, from New Jersey or something?
Oh, I can give you an update.
So what's your question? I will answer.
There's no question. I'm just sharing that everybody here is worthy. You are worthy. What you do is incredible, and you deserve all the money you can get. And let me change my answer to, maybe less than 25,000.
That's where I'm at.
Because everybody needs the money.
Yes.
Everybody.
And I think somebody asked the question, and I'm amazed that you guys are allowing me to answer this, but somebody asked the question, if we don't get funded at 25,000, right?
What happens?
What we're gonna do, and I don't mean to take Veterans Path to Hope's answer, is we will struggle. I've been in front of this board multiple years, and some of you have seen me multiple years, and this is probably the furthest I've been able to get ElderWorks in 5 years. But we will continue the struggle because our seniors need it. And fun fact, in 2030, in this nation, there will be more people over 65 than under it. So the need is growing. I will also say grant funding is getting harder and harder. To our gentleman to answer, everybody is worthy.
Well, they're pushing it down and down all the time, fund the programs locally. Ms. Campbell, you had a question?
Oh, not for here,
Okay.
before we go
All
on
right.
to
Thank you.
something else. Yeah.
So we've again, let's wrap this up. Where do you think we need to go?
I'd like to give them something.
I recommend 10,000.
I'll go along with that.
What was that motion? I didn't hear what you said.
10,000. Let's put in 10. Move on. Okay.
Yeah.
We can
Ms. Campbell.
we can revisit it?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
revisit all of
revisit it, yeah. So when we went and did the 100%, people were saying, I want this at 100%, but we didn't actually really talk about.
We're gonna get to that.
Okay.
We're
so-
gonna get to that. In fact, if you'd like to have that conversation now, you can.
Well, so we had picked the Lake County Center for Independent Living at 50,000. They have 2% comes from fundraising, and this is in my calculations based on information given. We're covering 97% of the total project cost. So.
I've got 30,000 for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I would do 100%, I mean, yeah. And
I
then
think
they'd
I'd like to see a little
forget
more
some dollars.
effort on their part to
More
fundraise
effort
it.
on their fundraising.
Yes.
Okay, so Marie is telling me last year they asked for 50 and we gave them 50. So it is a reduction from us.
Drop it down to 25.
Last year, they requested 50 and you gave them 30, right?
No, 50.
50, I believe.
You gave them 50?
This is so hard.
Yeah.
Right.
Requested 50, they were approved 50.
And I'm not, I'm not saying that means anything, standing up here, standing and look. I'm just telling you so you have that information. So what was the suggestion? I heard 2.
30.
30?
I said 25.
Let's drop it to 30. We'll go high.
Home of Sparrows.
Yeah, and we're getting, if it's not a huge, we're getting back to that, give everybody a little of something. Be very cautious so you don't drop it down. I mean, I don't mind skimping 5 or 10, but be very careful when you start really changing big numbers.
So I would like to revisit memory care program at Independence Health. Last year, they asked for 334, they were granted 334. Obviously, the ask this year was for 351, we discussed that. And of course, the response was cost of doing business, inflation. But 351 is the biggest ask on our list. And
It's got a pair. They got two asks, right?
There's two, yeah, 351 and then
Of
the
670,000.
adult daycare, which is 290, yeah.
Which is a third of our budget.
And on my, just on my personal cheat sheet, I had allocated 300 to each of those line items, which gave them 600, which was just a slight deduction from last year. I just think it's a big ask. But that's just my.
I have 500.
It's a unique program.
Yep.
They're the only ones in the
So
county
if we
that
put
provide that
300
kind
in
of.
each, what does it look like?
Okay, put 300 in each.
Yeah, it is a unique program.
It is.
And I think it's very supportable.
Yeah, this one, the costs are gonna look probably more inflated because it's really like one step below someone being in like a nursing home.
Exactly.
You know, the level of care is a lot higher than a lot of the other programs, but it's still so much more cost effective than people being in that 24/7 model.
Hands down.
So I do think it really aligns with the commission's priorities. Even though it does feel like a lot of money, it's still cost savings overall.
But then we could put the balance into Pioneer SOAR.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing too is that they also, people pay to be in the program and then they have a sliding scale. So it's not just we're funding the whole thing, they've got
Correct.
other things. And with the transportation, they have broad reach.
Which is really unique.
Which is really important.
So last year for Pioneer Center SOAR, they asked for 138 and you gave 100.
I had
We could give them 117 now.
We haven't done anything for Harvard either.
And we haven't done that.
Then you suck up all the money.
Oh, I missed that.
We've got 2 for Pioneer.
You got 2 for
Okay.
Pioneer, and I think 200 overall for Pioneer, 100.
Well, that.
Would free up money for Harvard.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't know.
All right, let's do what Paul suggested. Do 100 and 100 for Pioneer.
Wait a second, they had, last year they were.
They're 138 and 162, so they're asking
There you go.
300.
They're asking for 300, we're giving them 200.
And is that a reduction from last year?
Yeah, it is. It's a big reduction from last year.
At that point.
Yeah, I think we should try to at least.
And that leaves 80 for Harvard.
And Pioneer too, I mean,
250 gives them a little
got
bit more.
situations that they too provide services to a very unique population that a lot of other people don't provide services for at
Yeah.
all.
And
Who
if we
does
don't-
that?
If we don't provide those services, it goes right back on to other family caregivers who are probably seniors.
And
They have the shelters, but what I've heard and seen, they're not always full.
Pioneer.
this doesn't have anything to do with the, is that the?
There is a shelter, yeah, they were
residential?
talking about homeless
Sorry.
shelters. So I don't think that they're really, they do wonderful stuff. I have family that work for them, but they don't fill up their facilities like they potentially could. So that's why I would say not funding them 100%.
For Harvard.
No,
This is
for
for
Pioneer Center.
And these two are their IDD programs. So this is both for people with disabilities.
125.
Yeah, it is people with disabilities, I mean.
Yeah,
But for
and
this
they should be
Pioneer
funded
Center-
100%, disability, hands down. But having homeless shelters that are not full, that could be full.
But didn't you say these are both for the disabilities? Yeah.
Right, these are.
Both these
yeah.
programs are, Paul, for people with disabilities.
Yeah, I would
So
love to
that-
see at least consistent funding with what we gave them last year, if not slight increases. I mean, everyone's costs are going up, so.
I felt pretty strongly about that too.
About what, I'm sorry. what-
I don't want to drop Pioneer to 100,000. I just,
So last year you gave them 100 for SOAR and 142 for residential program.
correct.
So,
So if you did 100 for SOAR and 150 for the residential program.
But they're at 138 is what they're asking, right? So
Right, we're putting them to 100. That's the
Yeah, the
same as what we did.
162 goes down to 50.
Giving them what we gave them last year.
Should we talk about Harvard?
Yeah, Harvard last year asked for 20,000 and we gave them 20.
So can you say again, Pam, your understanding of their status? Because I know like
I feel very badly. Noelle walked into a situation where records had not been kept up very well. They hired an accounting firm. They have now filed all their appropriate paperwork. They will be back in good standing with the state of Illinois as an organization. And if there are any penalties that are associated with the late filing of all of that documentation, the board has identified another funding source to take care of that. Of course, the accounting firm is asking for some latitude because of some of the issues that were going on, so we're hopeful that they won't have to pay anything. So I am very comfortable that the monies that they do receive will only be utilized to provide programs. My only comment is again, to go from $20,000 to $130,000 at a time when we're fighting over, you know, 20,000 here and 5,000 there. I have, you know.
They have 2 programs that they asked for funding last year.
Okay.
And this
Oh,
year,
right,
yeah,
right, and this year.
only the one.
Right.
my only comment is I think if we fund them, I think there should be some sort of special condition that we don't reimburse until they provide
yes.
that certificate of good standing.
Thank you.
So I don't think it'd be good of us to reimburse until they have that paperwork all set.
And they are aware of that. We've actually had that thank you. We had that conversation.
So put in 30 and that spends all our money and now we have to reallocate it.
Put in 30.
And I would like to go back to Pioneer Center.
Please, Carolyn, go.
Okay, so for Pioneer Center, 83% of their program costs are state grants. So depending on what happens there, I don't know what they do for fundraising. fundraising.
They do a lot.
They do a lot. But for this particular program, they showed fundraising of $15,000, which was 0.43% of total program revenue. So I don't know how they allocated that. And some of these got really confusing, honestly, because whether they were listing program cost or overall, you know, whatever.
Say these things, because we actually record and share all of these comments, so that next year, they're gonna answer those hopefully before you ask a question or before we get to this point.
Okay.
So it's good conversation.
But so the reliance on state grants, which can also be kind of iffy, it's not a huge, we're not covering a very huge part of their program costs overall for this. It's like 4.6%. And so then that would be under their senior residential. What I really liked about the SOAR was 93% of their in-home ER calls were handled in home, which is a huge savings beyond, you know, what they're, by keeping people in their homes. I mean, that's like going to the emergency room and, you know, when, I don't know, how often do you have a 911 call go because somebody fell and you have all these people come and it's basically getting them back up again. So there's a lot of savings overall in a program like that. So anyway, so I don't know.
Throw something out that they're gonna consider, that the commission members can consider.
Oh, for me to throw out? I don't know. I think I'm losing track of everything because I'm going back and forth.
Well, the numbers up there are the numbers that you kind of allocated thus far. So if you're
So
gonna
SOAR was
suggest
100.
more money for
It's behind
one, you're
you,
gonna have
too.
to do less for someone else.
Yeah, so that's one.
Can you blow that up a little?
Yeah, and it's also behind you if it's easier.
No, I know, but I can't turn my neck that way anymore. My neck is done.
There we go. More.
Thank you.
Oh, that's what she said. Thank you.
Okay, keeps going.
So let me correct too with Harvard. Last year, they received $89,000 for core services and then $20,000 for the Pearls program. So they actually received, quick do the math, 109.
Yeah.
109.
Who did? I'm sorry?
Harvard.
Okay. I guess for SOAR.
So ignore everything I said about 130 and 20.
We don't have any funds for like one.
My understanding is we gave SOAR 100 last year.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
hopefully
that, I mean, I'm
the
sure.
investment monies will come for that. It's still not enough.
Yeah, we just started it.
Yeah.
Well, they had 162, and what did they do last year?
Line items 4 and 5 is 100% funded, right?
What is, I'm sorry?
Line items 4 and 5, 100% funded.
Senior services and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do want to just mention that last year on Senior Services and Associates, last year they had the same asks, 205 and 285. And this body gave them 108 on the Senior Services and Resource Center and 173 on the Comprehensive Senior Services. So
It's 100,000.
last year, you only, out of a 490,000 asks, you only funded 278. Whereas this year, by voice, we went to 100%. And on my cheat sheet, I didn't, so can somebody tell
I
me why
didn't
they
either.
changed their opinion?
I didn't either.
Just so you know, we also have recognized we need to
On
change the
Senior
sheet for
Services
next year.
Associates, there are 2 asks.
Right.
Last year were 205, 285, and they were funded, so a 490 ask last year, and they were funded 270, 281 last year. This year, they had the same request, 205, 285, and they were spoken at full. So can somebody
You have
just?
100,000
Well, I have
there.
205, well, for, which one, I have 205 was what they requested, they got 177 as the award.
No, they requested 205 and they got 205.
Yeah,
they got full amount last
They
year.
got full amount.
So last year they got 205 and 285.
Excuse me, folks, I'm getting mixed up here. I'm looking at a sheet here, right here, and it says in 2025, the amount that was requested was 205 and 285. Approved, 205, 285.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that's correct.
where are these other numbers that you're shooting out, 170,
Yeah, so
171?
I don't know where those came from, but I
Okay, so they
apologize,
got-
I don't mean to throw them out there.
That's all right.
All right,
Great.
so we're
It's, ready? It's first year for lots of people, it's confusing.
It's very.
You are correct, Jerry. Those are the numbers. That's what was approved.
Okay, just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything.
I think you got the expenditure column from so far this year.
Got it.
That might have happened.
There's a lot of them. Okay, go back.
So you're saying, I'm sorry, go back, were wondering why they were funded at 100%.
I had the wrong numbers.
She was looking at expenditures and assuming that was the expenditures for the year. I'm gonna guess so.
I was on the
I'm
wrong.
speaking.
I
She was on the wrong
place.
column, yeah.
There's too many columns.
There's
Too many copies.
So right now, that's why we do longer
Right now,
sheets
Independence
and-
Health and then also Prairie State Legal both have reductions from last year. I would love to see them funded at least the same level.
You'd like to see them funded what?
At least the same level as
year.
last year.
So that would be good to have, like those columns. in
We,
this.
again, ready, we got new commission, new staff, we're working through
I have
it, it's all good.
I do, but I've been going back and forth.
No, you're right, I did the same thing, Carolyn, so you're, same thing.
Alright.
We'll be better next year.
That's fine, that's all good.
Yeah, because we're not gonna be able to give them any logical reasoning of why we went lower than last year.
Right.
Except that we were randomly
That is,
playing with numbers.
that is again, that's why I say what I say when I say it. It's up to you guys, but
Well, but, yeah,
be cognizant of the fact that, you know, we literally have more money and you are giving less money to some organizations.
That's
Could
part
I
of the
just
reason
ask
That's a funky message.
Could I ask opinion on the VA for that hospital bus? Everyone here doesn't think it's a valuable asset for them?
The VA.
We were
The
just saying
request that
that.
they're asking is $83,000 for that transportation service. That's for that bus.
I think the
I
point
mean,
was
that's
that
a-
it's not gonna, we don't know if it's only going to be used for seniors.
well, we know it's not gonna only be used.
Yeah.
And
There's
yes,
no
Jerry,
way-
it's, everybody
yeah.
said, it's a great idea and a great program. I just think that they also didn't know if it was gonna be used totally for seniors and that there may be other avenues and pathways that the foundation can investigate and haven't done that yet. They came to us first. And we are grateful for that. But in looking at all these other programs, we might wanna work with them to find another avenue and another grant program where they can get the monies for that.
I will say I feel the same about the food pantry still. Like, I love them. I think their need is great, but we're their very first grant request. I think there's a lot of other funding opportunities for them, and I don't want to cut these long-standing programs for a new program this year.
I disagree. I actually had them call me and ask if I knew of any grants, prior to me being, I was asking if I knew of any local grants that they could apply for because it's an extenuating circumstance, and I do get a lot of seniors that call, I get a lot of everybody that calls for food.
How does the rest of it, there's 2 comments, how does everybody else feel? Does anybody feel that we should not fund the food pantry?
Absolutely.
Other than
Wait, are we on the, okay, we're
The
on
food stamp food pantry.
the food pantry, do we consider funding or do we not fund at all?
We fund, 30,000 isn't, you can find it somewhere else.
There are other places where, we had where was the food pantry that was, it's at the Veterans Path to Hope had a food pantry.
But we don't
Family
fund
Health-
it.
I know we don't, but the
Oh,
Family
there's-
Health Partnership has a food pantry. You go to another I know it's hard because you can't get around town, but if you go to another, you can go to any community for a food pantry, they're not gonna turn you away.
I think the reason,
This is
again,
not
I'm gonna
about
go
food.
back to the bottom. This is an unusual circumstance for Woodstock. They would not be here if everything would have remained the same. They were asked to leave their current site so that the owner of that building could use it for another more profitable reason.
Well, we put it
They
to
got-
30, right, we put it to 30, right? Is
Right.
that-
Right, so, but,
Yeah.
just saying.
Okay, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just
No, no,
wasn't
no.
sure if we'd gone
So I think it's,
down.
I don't think we're funding a food pantries. I think we're trying to be a
Give them a
bridge for a
bridge.
one-time unusual circumstance
So they can
for an
allocate more
organization.
funds towards-
However, I also lean with ABS too, and I have a real hard time giving people less money than they got from us the year before.
Right.
If their
Yes.
programs have been
Was it-
successful
yeah.
and they've been running and their expenses have increased and their numbers have increased.
So I need to know who on there are we giving less money to than we gave last year as it stands right now?
Other than, well, yeah.
Harvard Community Senior Center. And
Lake County Center for Independent Living,
Lake County,
Independence Health and Therapy.
Independence Health and Therapy.
So let's take those that we gave less money and plug the number that we gave them last year in those,
Yes,
in D.
yes.
The numbers from
That we
last
gave
year.
from last year, the amount of money that they received last year.
So maybe because I'm just a nerd, and I say that.
And we love you because of it.
And I just say that because some of you don't know me at all. We have 2,588,578 in an ask. And we have 2,005,000 to give. So we can only support 77.5% of the ask with a give to be on our number. So if that gives anybody any guidance.
Well, that's what I started with. Give everybody 77% of their ask.
And I said no, because I don't want to give them less than they
We
got.
love arguing. She's wrong, I'm right.
And it's so hard because some people ask for the same amount they got last year and some
Right.
people ask for increases, so.
Because the other way to start from it, to go to Senator Alto's point, is then put in whatever.
Now I become Senator Alto? Okay.
Oh, God, I forgot.
She's giving.
I'm a senior now.
Independence Health and Therapy is getting more.
To go to that point is, put in what we gave them last year.
And
If we don't want to give them any less, then put in what we gave them last year.
last year they got 290 and 234.
Which is a total of 624.
So if we put in what we gave everybody last
Yeah,
year.
but
That's what we're-
say,
that's-
you're asking me to put in what they have, what they got last year, and last year they got 290 and 334. So they got less last year than this year.
No, more.
No, they got more.
So last year the total
Than
was
what
624.
we're suggesting, we're only
Right now
suggesting
it's
300.
Oh, I'm looking
Or
at
600.
I'm looking at the wrong column.
God, I'm looking at the wrong column.
I'm sorry.
You're looking at column.
Okay, got it.
Got it? 078 minus the one, minus.
Because these are all basically the same asks as last year,
No, somewhere.
except for Elder Works and
So 334.
Woodstock Food Pantry.
Is that where she's getting?
Who else?
Okay, so we did increase Home of the Sparrow. We did increase
Do you want me to change?
Habitat.
This one.
Hold on.
It's a bit high, I think is the difference.
So the adult program.
So maybe fully funding was the wrong way to go and putting them where they were last year was the better way to start.
So it should be minus 2.2578 equals. No, so where are you, where are you getting that 2588578?
Am I changing this
That's
to
what they asked for.
290?
That's what the ask
That's
is
the
for.
ask number.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that, but if, the only thing that should be different,
Oh,
No,
the
there's
other
a
one
lot
is
different.
this.
no, the 83?
No,
And then,
No,
and
because
then Harvard,
We have new applicants as well.
and then Harvard got,
But that column should be all of that, with the only difference being 161
Harvard
versus
also.
125 for
Harvard got 89.
legal aid.
I'm not following you. You got it?
So there's a 41 differential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here. This whole column is
If they're on
everything
safely.
that was-
And I trust you guys.
Send pictures.
You will all do the right thing.
When we're over the 2,000.
And this number should
Right
be
I
now,
mean,
less.
2,000 is
It's not.
2,005,000, that's, so why would they want to go?
so
to
right
2,058?
2588, right now.
Where is it at now?
They're plugging in for those who applied and funded last year.
Carolyn, that number's right.
You got it up now? Okay.
Last year. So they're still in the
With
process
the,
of.
they originally asked for 161, they reduced it to
So they have to
125.
reduce something else. that they
Yeah,
don't
they-
have
So our
available
number went down by
before, but now it's
41.
up.
Yeah,
So
State
that's
changed
probably
their
back to
request.
where they were last year.
They want to.
And you got it up
I think
there.
they'll need.
On the sheet now, yeah, it's there.
Start the.
I put the numbers
Everybody.
as they were.
So everything's the same minus the,
That's the wrong thing to
It
do.
will. It's.
Not yet.
We're still, be careful, we're still 123,000 short.
I liked it the way it was before.
You know, just my opinion, to be honest, when you just change those numbers now, does not equate to me as doing the right thing. You know,
And that's, and you can say that, that's okay, I'm just, that's where people were
just because
last
we gave
year.
that 12 last year, doesn't mean we have to do
Did
it
we have
again
more
this
money
year.
last year? Because we had carryover, did we have
Yeah, a
more
little
funds? So that's part of the problem too, is we did have some additional funds last year, because there was some money carried over from the prior year. We only have 2.0 this year, last year I believe we had 2.1.
No, it was Harvard and the independent self.
It ain't easy, is it?
so
Lori, I think, did Prairie State get 100 last year?
Let me check. So then I might have to change that one too.
And if we're going back to,
Yeah, they got 100.
Yeah.
You want me to change that one too?
well, we asked you to change them all back to what they got last year.
But you still, what else did we have? Okay, 0 for that.
Habitat only got 100 last year.
Right.
Yeah. You want me to change that down?
No, yeah, change it down to what they got last year, so we know that everybody gets what they got last year minimally, and then we'll figure out where we are.
So this now reflects what everybody got last year, correct?
Plus the new programs.
Plus the new programs.
and minus the van. Well, no, we got the
Van was
Elder
funded
Works,
last year.
you still have it.
Those
Oh,
are-
that's
those
a
are the
new
two
program.
programs that.
Elder Works did not receive funds last year.
And-
Got the food
But
pantry,
we're
they
not-
didn't receive funds, that's 55.
Can you go up all the way, Maria? Thank you. Do you want Elder Works changed to 0 then?
They're just
Home of the
saying-
Sparrows, do you want to look at what they got last year? Which was,
Yeah, you changed it.
Last year, Home of the Sparrow got 40,185.
I guess my question is, even without the new programs and agencies, would we still have to make cuts?
Well,
If we had more money last year than this year.
we
Yes.
had more money last year. I think it
Well, no,
was.
the Sparrow got 40 last year.
Right,
Didn't we change it?
yes,
I
please.
thought you were changing all of those to what they got
Right,
last year.
I think so too.
They should all be
They
changed.
should all be changed.
We're
Why are we
working on
asking
it.
back
Yeah,
and
so
forth?
We're working on it. And last year, I believe the ask was 2.1, and that's what we had to spend. And this year, it's only 2.0, and that is because there was some carryover dollars that we had extra. And obviously, when we have extra dollars, we just carry it over the next year. That is not the case this year, nor will it be the case, because everybody's on track.
What about the money Donna got us?
Senior
for
Service Association.
The investment, it's
Um,
not enough, and we don't have permission yet to use that for this.
Okay.
Senior Service Associates Comprehensive.
And remember, we passed the policy too, we were gonna put
200?
3% in for reserves.
285, sorry,
We're not there.
No, I don't remember
Pioneer
that part,
Center.
but I'm old.
SOAR, 100.
Yes.
Pioneer Center Residential, 150.
142, 740.
142? 142. 714. Independence, adult.
That's the same.
290. Independence memory,
This is for 334, 472.
Senior Care Volunteer Network,
200.
Habitat,
100.
Woodstock Food Pantry,
0.
nothing. Veterans, okay, housing. Misty, did they get the dental program?
Oh, yeah, here it is. 60.
They got 60. Veterans Path to Hope,
40.
Prairie State, 100.
I think Harvard was that one of them, or was it 80?
It was
So they
89,
got
and they also had
89
Pearls
and
for
Pearls
20. So we just
20.
added that together. Oh, it's at the bottom. What are you looking for now?
Do you mind if?
Where's the
So just out
100.
of curiosity, what does happen when we take out the food pantry and Elderworks?
We just want to get them out.
Let's
Yeah.
Let's
do,
100.
just so we have the
Okay.
exact same as last year.
Are you good?
Yes.
All right, following Abby's thought, take out Elder Works and take out the food pantry dollars that were allocated, and where are we?
Where is it? Prairie State Legal, is there, they asked for
We still have, that's it, we're close, but that's, yeah. So we still have to find $51,000 somewhere.
Well, we have to find more than $51,000 if we want to fund Elderworks and the food pantry.
That's what they got last.
I don't feel right about funding these programs when we can't maintain consistency for the programs last year.
Why?
Because they're providing a level of service, and if we cut them, now the services that they're providing right now will have to decrease.
So who do
Instead
you
of
want,
funding
who,
new services.
which child do you want to start? Which child? You know, I mean,
Well, what
you
she's
start this,
suggesting
you
is,
start that. I
we
mean,
already.
we're delivering hope and resources, but we're also delivering pain.
Yeah. Well, we're not delivering pain because we haven't funded the other agencies yet, so we're not cutting them, it's all philosophical.
And that is,
This would be real cuts for people.
And I will tell you, that's pretty much a not-for-profit standard.
Is what?
It's pretty much an accepted, when you do grant programming and you fund, you always fund unless obviously they're not doing their job. This is assuming everybody is providing great services and everyone is happy in the community. You do not add new programs at the expense of the old ones. Did I say that pretty well, consistently? Yeah.
But what if they have an extenuating circumstance and they didn't need that?
We gotta help them fundraise.
That's for you all to consider.
No,
and have that
I mean
conversation.
the programs from last year, what if senior independent living asked for 50 and, you know, they didn't necessarily, even though they asked for it, they don't necessarily need 50.
You know, folks, I'm sorry, I just don't understand. Independence Health and Therapy, those numbers should be reduced. We should not be giving them the same amount as we did last year, just because we did. I don't agree with that logic. They're great service organizations, no doubt about it, but it'd be nice I still like giving a little bit to Elderworks, okay? We gave them nothing last year. They asked for 35. We had 10,000 from, and then we take these other two and we increase their prices back to last year and we kick out Elder Works. I don't comprehend that. It's not logical to me.
I don't know what, okay, so there's a philosophy I'm not aware of.
This is the conversation.
But the challenge is in 2008, as it went down, we lost 65% of our business. Guess what? We survived. We never came 100% back. People will survive. They'll find other ways. If we only keep feeding the horses that are coming to the table, what do we do with the new horses?
Exactly.
I mean, what happens to something better? I don't want to say better. I don't even know what word to use.
More unique.
But if you're never letting anybody in to get, okay, you let them look at the trough, but if you never let them eat out of the trough, and the other horses are always eating out of the trough, I mean,
There's a better way to say it.
one of the things that, and I wish I would listen to George Washington, he said, few words spoken make for few enemies made, and I probably just hurt Nina a whole bunch of it, what I said, and it hurts me. I'm glad that you guys are in the room. I teared up a couple times. This is hard for me. I'm sure it's hard for you too. And,
And it's not.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a lot more money?
No, yes, and no one is, we did get more money, 400,000, and we're still having the same conversations. We have almost 500,000 more. No one is wrong.
Right.
No one's ideology or philosophy or statements are incorrect or inappropriate. It's just your thought process and to develop a consensus. That's what this is. So everybody's opinion is valuable and needs to be stated, and we need to consider where you want to go. That's what this is. So it's not right or wrong. My comment would be
Good
is
point, good
if I
point. There's no right or wrong.
if I earn an A, if I have done what's wonderful to my community and I'm one of only, and I've been providing this service and it's mine and I'm doing it and I'm experiencing increase in costs, I want you to make sure I still am successful and I still provide services to those people who come to me. And the new people, those new horses, you know what? They will have to find somewhere else to go, or what? And what we do is explain to our people, our network, that's part of your job on this commission. Part of your job is to explain to people how difficult it is out there and how all of our organizations are struggling and how every year, and our seniors in particular, because there's more of us and we live longer. And we want to stay here. I mean, that's what makes McHenry County wonderful, is the fact that, none of our seniors want to go to Florida. So
Only retired business
don't get
people.
frustrated. It's a really good conversation, people. It really is. One of the hardest ones we've had. So we have people who believe that, we still have entities that we should fund even though they're first time. And there are other individuals who say, no, we should fund the programs we've been funding, who are providing excellent services to our, constituents here. So you have to have the conversation, and ultimately I'm going to ask where you want to go. You guys get to decide. That's the best part. It's a cross-section.
So I think unless somebody, I know it's one of these things where there's always that question, is staff asking for more than they need, or is it, right? Because we don't always know. But I really think that this is a great group of organizations, and we've got many more in the county that are great as well. And I think they're trying to do the best they can with the resources they have, and I don't really think anybody's coming forward and saying they need money that they don't need. So that's the way I feel. I think just to put that out there. It is important, to allow new voices at, whatever, I'm not going to use any analogies, but to allow new groups to come in. However, if you've got a group, especially with Independence Health, the thing is that ongoing funding source or having some predictability, a small organization coming in who may not get the funding they want or need, maybe we can give them a little, that will be disruptive to them, but not getting the funding source for something that is so widespread throughout the county in terms of memory care, as well as the day program and the transportation and the reach throughout the entire county, I believe would be far more disruptive than saying, okay, we want to bring the smaller program and we're going to fund them 100%, but now Independence Health, you have to go figure it out. I think that's you have to weigh the consequences of that. So I think that it is important because we've set, unless a program comes in here and they're just not meeting that goal, then yeah, maybe we make a decision, don't come next year or come back with this amount because until you do X, Y, Z. But they're meeting it and in some ways exceeding it in that those programs they're making it even a bigger outreach to people and they're providing a lot of variety in terms of the care that they provide. So.
Well said.
And if I can build off that, Carolyn, too, specifically for Independence Health, again, I know it looks like a lot of funding, but they serve a lot of people. They actually, many people might not know, they had to close one of their programs last year because of funding shortages. So, I mean, everyone's hit really hard right now. So I caution us against taking funding away because it really does have huge impacts.
Say again that last part.
I just caution against taking funding away, reducing funding, because it really does have big impacts.
Big impact, that's the part I didn't get.
So I think I only get one chance at being new, and I'll take full advantage of that. That everything I've studied and tried to educate myself before walking in this room today tells me that our need is going to get greater by an aging population, which we were reminded by many of our applicants today, by 2030, 50% of our residents in McHenry County are going to be over 65. So for me, by the time I'm off this commission, this list is not going to be 18 long, it's going to be 50 long. And our funds aren't going to be much greater because it's set by levy. So it's hard to say, you don't get all that money. But I also have to think ahead and go, who services countywide? Who really is prepared to serve a increasing population in the next 5 years? And how do I help them today to prepare for tomorrow? Because to me, that was part of the messages that was important as the new person. What are they doing today? What are they thinking about and how are they preparing for tomorrow? So I guess the mathematical human in me went back to 77.5% across the board. I'm sorry, but that's what the budget allows. And for some people, that's a downside, and for some people, that's a gift. And I mean, I guess I don't want to be the hard ass in the room, but you only have $5,000 to spend. Somebody doesn't get what they want.
That happens, and I will tell you, one of the conversations we will have at one of our very first meetings next year is how much do you want the internal group to pare the list down so that you don't have 2.5 ask. You have something that's, yeah. So that'll be a conversation we have too, which doesn't mean we will, but we're gonna have a conversation.
Well, that was my question. I heard several places ask or say thank you for inviting me to apply for this. Is that how they have to be invited?
Remember you, and again, great question, because you weren't here. We send out all the applications, most of them that meet the criteria, to the commission, and you grade them through a program called Neighborly, a software program. We then bring the scores back to all of you, and you make a determination from those scores who you want to invite to make the presentations in front of us. And not every year does everyone who applied get to come and make a presentation. This year, everybody got invited.
Okay, that's why I was
So this is
confused,
a little
because it seemed
unusual too. I mean, there were years that Pioneer SOAR program did not get invited to present. I mean, so we've done that. We've kind of weeded out people ahead of time. Not this year though.
I guess I was getting at why invite new people if you don't have funds to fund the old people.
Well, that'll be a conversation that we have going forward. Never was an issue before, right? Now again, with ever depleting resources across the board, that might be something that we have to change our application requirements. Don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So anybody that was in the room today should consider this a win of to some sort. Because if you're here, you were worthy of being looked at.
From that extent, I don't know if it's a win if you give me less money.
Well,
and now
it's a
my
win
program's
if
at
you're a win
risk.
if you're a little closer to finish line for maybe next year.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it is a win. I mean, this is a grant program. There's no guarantees.
That's
You know,
true.
everybody
Very true.
gets to apply, and we could have said, give one entity $2 million and everybody else loses.
You
Then we'd
can't
had
do
a free lunch and
that,
everybody
but
felt
yeah.
good.
Well, right, but
You could give one program 25% of the total funds. We could have picked 4 and just said, that's it, that's where the money's
I
going.
mean,
You're right.
for anybody who's ever written a grant, and I have, you know, it's a shot in the dark.
So, it is. So I'm gonna go around the room. Peg, I'll start with you. You've got, you know, I mean, you've got history. You've been on the commission, the longest serving member on the commission. Do you have a comment? Do you want to make recommendations on any of the numbers here, where you want to go? And again, you've been through this, how many years?
This is my 9th year.
Yay! So from all of your experience and everything that you've kind of learned over the last 9 years, any comments, any suggestions? Because we're still, how much are we still short, and we haven't funded the new programs, and we're still 51, I was gonna say 50 plus, but yes, 51,000.
My inclination, and I agree, all of these are worthy programs.
Yes.
My inclination is to go with the programs that have been proven to us over the years and fund them at least at the level they were last year if we can. I don't, so that would affect.
That's where we're at.
That's where we're at, we're still
but
51,000 short.
Elderworks, that would affect, Elderworks is now 0, sorry. What was the other one?
It's off there.
They're all at 0, all the new programs are now at 0,
So
and we're
I would leave-
still
Yeah, I
51.
would leave that, and we're gonna have to look then at how to come up with 50-some thousand dollars.
Now, I can go back to Ms. Miller's suggestion, and we can take all of those numbers and reduce them all by whatever it is in the 51,000, and just separate it evenly across all the programs that are up there, and just say they all get reduced until we come up to, what is it, 51%? Or 51,000 is what percentage? Following me? We
Yeah,
we
that's-
equally divide it
So we have
amongst all the
less.
programs and say that's what we did at the end.
That
Because
sounds,
we were $51,000 less than we did from last year.
because that's all we got, so you're gonna get less. Helps out.
I did not major in math.
I think you divide by over, yeah. Let me
Can we
see.
do that?
By 2 points.
Can we take the 51 and percentage-wise share it across all the other
Can I
organizations?
make a suggestion, just so everybody can see it? Maria, can you add a column? And then just take the request column, multiply it by 77.5%, and create your new column?
So wait, add a.
It'll take too long.
No, it won't, it'll take 2.5 minutes, it's Excel, right? Yeah. So just move D over. Or
So
move-
insert?
Yeah, so insert that,
Okay.
take C, make your formula.
Where do you want me to make it? Down here?
You want it, the whole column, highlight the whole column,
This one?
and make your formula C times 0.775.
Down here though? Or under?
She wants all the
I want
columns
the
to be
whole column.
reduced. Yeah.
Take
Everybody's
column
gonna be
C
about
times
2.5.
0.775 equals the box in E.
Hold on. So do I do the equal sign, right?
Yep. And then you do C
Parentheses, C
times
times
0.775.
0.775. Hold on, did I do that right? Where's the times?
The little,
Is it
She's
the
got
little
it,
star?
had the star, yeah.
So C times
0.775.
0.7, close parentheses?
Yep.
Equals? No.
So you're gonna need to reference the specific cell that you're looking to
So where are we coming up with?
calculation on, so in case it-
She's doing this, everybody gets some.
So you have just the column now, you see two.
Oh.
And if you want
You're
the whole
doing,
thing,
if we reduce
Yeah.
everybody 51.
colon.
Yeah.
C.
Which is good, have that ready
Maybe
too.
that.
Just take the
And then
51,000
you've
that
got
we're
the
short
0.775.
and distribute it equally amongst all the
Okay.
organizations.
Can I just go back to Harvard so I can understand a little bit while we're calculating?
You'd have to just C2.
It looks like the program cost is like 382,000. Don't look at anything up there because this is the stuff I put on.
Oh, I see.
I didn't calculate that right.
No, I didn't hear.
I feel like this is funding most of that program.
What program?
For the Harvard Community Senior Center.
But
When we
that's,
talk about-
they had two programs last year that we funded at the equal of 109, and they asked for, what was it, asked for 130?
Yes.
So yeah, we're funding.
Perfect.
So,
You're still over.
just still over by about $11,000.
But that's funding the new programs too.
That was funding the new
Including, like,
programs too. It was
the
taking
BA.
every ask
And it's
times the
funding the
differential,
BA too.
just for purposes of example.
And I have me personally, and don't let this, just because I'm chair, don't let it influence you in any way. I have a problem reducing some of those programs by 25%. I just think that that's brutal.
That's huge.
So now let's take out the ones which we know are zero. So hospital transport service, I believe there was an argument that that can be funded elsewhere, and I think it can be.
So that's 64,000.
So move that to zero in column E. So now we have more money to add back into others.
So yeah, it's the same thing whether we start with one column or the other.
We'll get to the same place.
Yeah. So I guess if we.
I'll talk to you
Where would you suggest adding the $64,000? Oh, you know what? Do it to all of them. Take all the first year programs and take that money and put it down at the bottom.
So zero come out? Is that what you want me to do?
Take all the, no, I shouldn't make that decision for everybody because people wanted to fund the food pantry. Never
Some
mind.
people didn't.
I know, some people didn't. I won't override. So we have $64,000. Anybody want to make a suggestion of where to put that 64? And don't say share it equally because I'll come and hit you all.
What? Don't say what?
Share it equally amongst.
Oh.
So I would like to put 13.5 back in the dental program because I know how beneficial that is. And no one else offers that service.
With that, then I'd also put money back in memory and.
Right. That's what we're
I
doing.
still feel like it'd be easier to start at column D and say, where are we gonna reduce 50?
There were some that we had there were some requests that I believe there was a little consensus on not funding to the maximum request. The Habitat for Humanity was the one that comes to mind.
Right, good.
And I believe even with that percentage reduction,
Yeah.
based on, maybe I'm
The
not getting
ask.
this right. Based on which is, column E is based on the request. Right now, we had discussed 125,000 for Habitat for Humanity. In this new calculation, we're showing 232,000, so.
You're correct.
They've gone up. Now, if we want to stay with the 125 where we were at earlier, that gives us an additional 6 figures to allocate
132.
elsewhere.
You want me to put it back to 100?
Yep. And that was true for legal aid. We said did we not say?
We did, they are
Oh,
just
I
shy
got it.
of
They're just shy.
100,000
Okay.
based on this
You're right.
approach.
So we're reducing Veterans Path to Hope right now in column E.
Did we go back up to the original numbers? No.
So what-
Was there any, Drew, do you remember, were there any others that we didn't?
Nothing immediately comes to mind.
Yeah, I think that was it.
At least in the sense of we wanted to not fully fund.
Yeah, that
And
was
now with this new column, they're also above where we had the conversation go before.
Wait a minute, so
So what we've done with column E is we've taken
So
the
this is the
number
new
that was
balance.
requested and we've multiplied that by 77.5%, so 0.775. Since that's the difference in,
I think we knocked
No,
the
no.
food pantry down to 30,000 too instead of 38.
Yeah, oh, no, I know what you're saying.
So-
So we're working this up by not, okay.
We
I'm
started
now
it,
confused.
we started it reducing everybody by the 25% and because it was reduced to that, that's where we started. That's where this started.
By 75%, but I mean, that's assuming that we all agree that we should take these programs and fund them.
And now we're
70
just playing with these new numbers. We haven't agreed to anything.
No, I know, but we've added in programs before, we're adding programs back in before deciding if we should fully, or at least keep funding flat for programs that have been on.
I would say that we've had that conversation and there was no agreement to fully fund programs at the level they got last year.
Should we decide if we're gonna fund new programs?
All right, yep, that's it. Raise your hand. Do we fund new programs? Do we consider it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, oh, great, 5.
Sorry.
All right, so 5 to the balance, so yes, we're considering new programs. Is there any programs?
No. If I could, sorry. The way we have things right now, if we're continuing with the reasoning in this column E here, we have what looks like just shy of $200,000 that we can
Except
refill.
Except there's another one. Lisa did point out, the food pantry, their ask was 90 and the calculations, and we actually said 30, and I believe
No,
it's.
their ask was 49.
Okay, their ask was 49, and where are we?
At 38.
And we said we'd do 30, so that's
So
another 8.
that's,
So
so we
add
can,
another 8, yeah.
exactly,
So
yes.
30?
There you go.
So we have 200,000 that if we wanted to take this approach, we can, again, for lack of a better term, refill other programs we think ought to have additional funding beyond 77.5% of what they've requested.
You wanted to do 10 for elder works. Do we keep them at 19 or?
Put them to 10.
10.
So now we have a bunch of long-standing programs that have pretty huge cuts.
And then we're, yes,
Huge, like
enormous.
enormous, like laying off staff kind of cuts.
Yeah, 25%, that's what happens. We're just, again, it's new people, we're gonna get comfortable with the numbers so that you're comfortable with the decisions that are made. I mean, we have people who believe that new programs should be funded, that's kind of.
Unless you have something that says you're not going to accept new programs, you don't have that, right?
Well, that's what this is for.
Yeah.
I mean, just because they came before you doesn't mean you fund them.
Right, and you wouldn't know, I mean, part of the process is understanding what's out there, so maybe in the end you go, okay, those are good programs, but because of where we're at, I would not say don't have.
And the only returning program was ElderWorks. I mean, the food pantry and, well, that's not true. Harvard was a different situation. So you have 213,000 massive cuts to programs that we have funded forever and ever, not that that is a thing. But if we're gonna go back to even Sue's, the senior dental program, it's unusual, it's unique. You should fund it completely. Then I would say that that's also true for the independent health memory program. I would say that that's true for Pioneer, that's, you know,
What are you saying?
developmental.
I'm sorry, you're saying those would be the ones you'd fund?
I'm just saying if we go on that same thought process, that you fund very unique programs, that you can't find those services anywhere, that's where I would look next. Peg?
I believe you only have Harvard up there.
We have to wrap this up because the building's closing and there won't be any security here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When, like now?
Yep. We close at 4:30.
It all closes down?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I told them to give it a quarter to 5.
Thank you. Harvard is only up there once and they have 2 entries if I
They only requested for the one program.
Oh, last year was 2 programs for the total.
Oh, I see,
Yeah,
yes. That's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
correct, thank you.
Now, here's the question. We're not gonna come to an answer in the next 5 minutes. So this means that we have to recess this meeting, and then we will call it again. So you guys have to look at your calendar, because we have to do this early next week to get this done.
Yeah, so let's take a vote on this.
No, not before, we have to recess to a certain date. You can't
Okay,
take
pick a
it.
date first.
Yes. Gotta pick a date. You can't just recess. Gotta recess to a date certain.
going for next week, so.
Well, you know what, we've got your input, right? I mean, just like Paul and Dina had to go, we'll do what we have to do, and we need to get this done relatively quick, and my next week is pretty ugly too, but, and I just can't do my doctor's appointment. I'm not happy.
So how many do we need? I'm sorry, just what's our quorum?
12, quorum is 7. So, how is Monday for everybody?
I could do Monday. Could I-
Yeah,
could I
Monday's
do
open.
Monday's open.
Monday's okay?
What
Like,
time?
do we have a room Monday, do you think?
I'll find you one.
Will we?
Yeah.
If we huh?
I can't do Monday.
Okay.
What time?
Show of hands, we could do Monday,
What time?
8:30.
8:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Get this done. Okay, Lisa, sorry,
That's
8:30,
okay.
majority, yeah.
It's okay.
Majority rules. So we'll adjourn till Monday at 8:30 a.m. in a place to be determined. We'll send it out to you. Yeah. Let's do 9 o'clock. Can we do 9 o'clock? That'll give staff time, that'll give staff time to find us a room.
Sarah?
So we're gonna adjourn till Monday at 9 a.m. Okay? Everybody got it?
Do you
All
need a
right,
motion?
can I have a motion to
Yeah,
do
so
that? Drew, motions, seconded by Lisa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then I need a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Jerry, seconded by Peg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's what happens when nobody